अस्सलाम वालेकुम, डॉक्टर साहब को अंदर भेज दें। अस्सलाम वालेकुम, टेस्टिंग 1 2 3, ऑडियो टेस्ट, माइक टेस्ट। अस्सलाम वालेकुम, डॉक्टर साहब को स्टूडियो में भेज दें। दो होंगे भी स्टूडियो। एक सेकंड डॉक्टर साहब को आने दे पहले। अस्सलाम वालेकुम, ऑडियो टेस्ट, डॉक्टर साहब को अंदर भेज दें प्लीज।
अशोक भाई, हम ना एक वीडियो कॉल टेस्ट कर रहे हैं मीर साहब की कॉल से पहले, अभी
कर लें,
ठीक है।
लेकिन पता ना आपको प्रोग्राम लाइव जा रहा है।
हाँ, वो YouTube पे नहीं जाएगा, YouTube लाइव नहीं जाएगा।
ठीक है, कर लें कर लें, लेकिन जूम पे ना देख लें कि अमीर साहब या साहब जैसे ही आए ना तो मैसेज कर दें इसके ऊपर। सुने वसीम भाई, बशीर नासिर साहब को कुर्सी दे दें यहाँ पे जहाँ पे खड़े हुए हैं। नहीं आप नहीं ये नहीं, ये कंफर्टेबल नहीं, दूसरी दे, पीछे वाली दे। ताकि आपको
Assalamualaikum. Do you want to test the call?
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम खालिद साहब, I can hear you clearly. How's my sound?
अब आप जी, I think you're very clear to me, and you tell me if I'm clear to you.
जी I can hear you clearly. जज़ाकल्लाह।
ठीक है जी, चले, thank you, जज़ाकुमुल्लाह।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम डॉक्टर साहब, आ जाएं। क्यों? ओ यार बस ठीक है, इसकी क्या जरूरत है? मैंने किससे मिलना है? कौन आएगा?
वायरस कहीं भी चल सकता है,
यानी कि वायरस आके मिलने में से सही है।
हेलो, अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
वालेकुम सलाम। अस्सलाम वालेकुम। फीडबैक आ रही है इसमें थोड़ी सी।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम। अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
यार डॉक्टर साहब को बुला दें, माइक टेस्ट कर दें।
सुल्तान साहब, वीडियो भी आ रही है, चेक कर लें।
जज़ाकल्लाह।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, वीडियो भी आ रही है?
यस, वीडियो इज,
Video sound is clear, video is clear?
यस, साउंड इज गुड।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, टेस्टिंग 1 2 3, ऑडियो टेस्ट 1 2 3।
जी, मुबश्शिर साहब, साउंड और वीडियो दोनों आ रही है?
जी
ओके।
अच्छा, इसको मैं यहाँ से कमर साहब, मैंने ये जो पीए सिस्टम का माइक है इसको अनप्लग कर रहा हूँ यहाँ से, ठीक है? क्या ख्याल है, फीडबैक तो नहीं आएगी कि प्रोग्राम वगैरह में? अच्छा, पीछे रख दूँ इसको मैं, ठीक है?
जी म्यूट।
ठीक है यार वसीम।
हेलो
हेलो,
टेस्ट टेस्ट 1 2 3, टेस्ट 1 2 3।
जबरदस्त, आ जाए माइक टेस्ट कर लें। ये सुने बेल्ट इधर कर लेंगे। अच्छा, जैसे ही अमीर साहब और याया साहब जूम पे आ जाए ना, प्लीज मुझे मैसेज कर दें। यार साहब सिर्फ हम दो हैं तो एक चेट आ दें, उसी में एक चेट आ दें। तीसरा माइक्रोफोन जो है ना वसीम, वो वहां पड़ा हुआ है, पीछे पड़ा रहने दें वहां पे, उसको बेशक ऑफ कर दें।
वो वहां से कंट्रोल कर।
ठीक है ठीक है, आ जाए। नहीं ऊपर पड़ी हुई है, ऊपर है, माइक का देखना पीछे।
कॉल करें खालिद साहब को कहें।
अच्छा सुने आप जाए, that's it, 2 minutes left डॉक्टर साहब, 2 मिनट रह गए।
कोई माइक नहीं, वो नीचे रखा हुआ है, वहाँ नहीं लाया उसको कुछ भी, मैंने टच भी नहीं किया, मैंने कहा वो कंट्रोल आपकी तरफ से हो रहा है।
अच्छा चलने बस अब नो मूवमेंट।
ओके ठीक है।
So first video will be tilawat.
Is there a test? Is this a test again?
तो आपके पास लिंक है?
I think we should stop the testing now. We're going live in less than a minute.
मुझे नंबर बताएं, मीटिंग आईडी।
Sultan sahab,
मीटिंग आईडी है।
I think we're going live in less than a minute, so let's stop testing now. आ जाए।
ये कैमरा थोड़ा ऊंचा लग रहा है, आपने इधर आके देखें।
सुने वसीम,
कुछ नहीं कर सकता, मैं इसको ऐसे रख देता हूं, तो बीच में चेंज होगा ना, हम देखें सब ऊपर छोड़ा हुआ है, उसको आप वैसे करके देखो क्या सब यहां इस कैमरे को आप डालेंगे क्या? ये आप तो यहां करेंगे तो आपको डालेंगे सब ऊपर तो काम ही नहीं कर रहा। देखिए मैंने सब नजर करता हुआ नहीं।
क्लोजअप, बिल्कुल क्लोजअप कर ले मैक्सिमम। इसको कैन स्विच, कैन यू स्विच टू कैमरा 6? इस माइक को ना ऊपर उठा के रखें, मसला ही रहेगा।
किस कौन सा माइक है?
वो जो माइक है ना वो वाला, यहाँ साइड पे रखें, सबसे गर्म की माइक, ये जो माइक है हाँ यहाँ पे रखें बस। अब इसमें बोले जरा कैमरा 6।
कैमरा 6, लेकिन इसमें बोलने की जरूरत नहीं है, आपका माइक ऑन है ना।
कैमरा 6 करें,
अपना माइक्रोफोन लगा लें आप। कैसा 2 बज गए,
शुरू कर दें फिर,
तो
शुरू कर दें, फिर शुरू कर दें।
Are we ready?
We are ready.
I don't
Start countdown.
I don't see any message on the screen. Khalid bhai,
We are late. शुरू क्यों नहीं कर रहे? शुरू करें।
स्क्रीन पे मैसेज नहीं आ रहा।
शुरू करें। कैमरा 6 दिखाएं मुझे, कैमरा 6।
डॉक्टर बस आपकी आवाज लाइव जाएगी।
Three, two, one, live.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to all our viewers from coast to coast, from all across the beautiful nation of Canada. On behalf of the entire team of Humanity First, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the Humanity First Global Telethon, the Canadian segment. As part of our tradition, we will start our program with the recitation of the Holy Quran by respected Basil Raza Bhatt Sahib.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ومثل الذين ينفقون أموالهم ابتغاء مرضات الله وتثبيتا من أنفسهم كمثل جنة بربوة أصابها وابل فآتت أكلها ضعفين فإن لم يصبها وابل فطل والله بما تعملون بصير أيود أحدكم أن تكون له جنة من نخيل وأعناب تجري من تحتها الأنهار له فيها من كل الثمرات وأصابه الكبر وله ذرية ضعفاء فأصابها إعصار فيه نار فاحترقت كذلك يبين الله لكم الآيات لعلكم تتفكرون يا أيها الذين آمنوا أنفقوا من طيبات ما كسبتم ومما أخرجنا لكم من الأرض ولا تيمموا الخبيث منه تنفقون ولستم بآخذيه إلا أن تغمضوا فيه واعلموا أن الله غني حميد.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back. Jazakumullah Basasai for the beautiful recitation of the Holy Quran. We are live from the headquarters of Humanity First Canada here in Vaughan, Ontario. Inshallah, we'll be broadcasting until 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. Our broadcast is part of a global live telethon with over 15 countries broadcasting live from such as Germany, UK, USA, Belgium, Norway, Indonesia, South Africa, and as far as Australia. We're currently in the Canadian segment. Inshallah, we'll be broadcasting for next 6 hours, raising funds for much needed projects. I hope that you will stay with us for the entire program and support us with your prayers, feedback, your calls, and definitely your donations as well. Joining me in the studio is we have respected Dr. Aslam Dal Sahib. Dr. Sahib, welcome to the program.
Jazakumullah ahsanal jaza. Thank you very much.
Viewers at home, Dr. Saab is well known in the community. I'm sure everyone watching the program right now knows exactly who he is. He's a very humble, dedicated volunteer of Humanity First. He's currently serving as the chairman of Humanity First Canada. And he has been serving as the chairman of Humanity First Canada since the beginning of Humanity First when it was registered here in Canada. Dr. Saab, today we have a very interesting program for next 6 hours. We're going to be talking about many programs. We're going to be meeting some of our donors. We'll be discussing some of the projects. We'll be hearing from many of our guests and supporters of Humanity First as well. During this segment, we have two distinguished guests that will be joining us this evening. But before I introduce one of our guests, I'd like to tell you a bit more about the program of what's happening today. You will see on the screen the key information, how you can reach us today. The toll-free number, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, is 1-800-943-9161. You can also send us a message through WhatsApp at 647-774-8716. So this is only for the message. And if you'd like to donate, please do go on to our website at www.humanityfirst.ca, and you can donate online. This event that we have put together, all volunteers have worked day and night for this event. And the purpose of this event is about you, how you have made an impact with Humanity First, with your generosity, with your prayers, with your support, with your donations. How did we carry out those projects? This is what we're here to present. It's not about us, it's about you, the donor. Today, we'll be presenting our humble efforts of what we have done in the last few years, serving the less fortunate. We'll be taking your calls live as well. Also, we have some fun segments planned as well, where the children will have different segments, and they'll be presenting some of the competitions that we had recently. Before we dig right into the program, I have one simple request from our audience this afternoon. I humbly request you to please take out your phone, call your friends, your relatives, and if they're not watching a program, please ask them to join us, even for half an hour, even for an hour. If they could join us for the entire segment, that would be great. But please reach out to your family and friends, send out that WhatsApp message, the text message, and ask them to listen to our program, because we need your support as well. Again, as I said earlier, this program is about you, the donor, how you have made these projects possible. Dr. Saab, should we go right into our guest, or do you want to talk about some Humanity First projects first?
No, as you just have said, that the whole idea here is to do three things. One is to create awareness about Humanity First. It's an opportunity to learn about what we have been doing in the last couple of years. And most importantly, we want to raise funds for the upcoming projects. So we're going to spend throughout the evening and afternoon talking about these programs. We have our respected guest. Let's introduce him and talk to him, and then we'll proceed further.
We're expecting two distinguished guests in this segment this afternoon. Respected Amir Sahib will be joining us shortly as well. But before that, I'd like to introduce our respected guest, Ahmed Yahya Sahib, who's joining us on Zoom. And I believe it's late evening there right now. If I can have, do we have Ahmed Yahya Sahib on the phone?
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Ahmed Sahib?
Ji, I can see you very clear, and Jazakumullah, thank you very much for having me on this session. Can you hear me clear?
Jazakallah, Ahmed Sahib, we can hear you and we can see you clearly as well. First of all, just for the sake of our audience, respected Ahmed Yahya Sahib is the chairman of Humanity First International. Under his supervision and guidance, we carry out most of our projects as well. So Ahmed Sahib, I know it's late in the evening where you are right now. Thank you for joining our program. It's our pleasure to have you. Ahmed Sahib, we recently celebrated, when I say we, Humanity First, 25 years of Humanity First being established. In this short period of 25 years, in comparison to other very large organizations, how do you see the progress of Humanity First at the international stage?
Jazakumullah, thank you very much for having me here. I think if we look back 25 years, 26 years now, Humanity First started with a very humble beginning with the projects in after the Balkan wars, supporting the refugees and so on. And actually, our organization started to not only pay attention to the disasters, man-made or natural disasters, but also we have developed many social programs. And it's very important to highlight that by the grace of Allah, we are now formally established and registered in 60 countries. We have our projects are running in almost over 80 countries, but our organizational structure is formally registered with the legal authorities in 60 countries. And we can, brief you about many of our great programs like Water for Life and, Knowledge for Life and Gift of Sight and so on. But I think with what is important here is to highlight that during the last 18 months, the whole world is facing the worst challenges caused by the COVID-19. And Alhamdulillah, Humanity First Canada and global teams have done tremendous effort to supply relief to the underprivileged. As I mentioned, that we have managed to deliver our relief in 78 countries for the COVID. And it is considered to be the largest disaster relief mission we have ever launched, almost 1 million people. And the Humanity First teams have distributed food ration packs for vulnerable groups such as disabled, elderly, homeless, and daily wage workers, and who had lost their livelihoods. And by the grace of Allah, we have distributed over 14 million meals during this period, and many other, like PPEs, which were initiated projects by our many countries, like sanitizers and masks and gowns and so on, and very effectively delivered an awareness campaign through webinars by inviting some of the very learned and expertise on the subject to make the public aware. And these webinars were also being very, very useful and helpful to so many. So this is just, I'm talking about for the very recent days when Humanity First has managed to deliver an effective relief effort.
Jazakallah Ahmed Sahab, can you talk about how the COVID-19 pandemic affected our efforts? Throughout the world, the situations have changed. It became more difficult to do some of our projects as well. And Humanity First, from Canadian point of view, we were extremely even more busier than normal times. So at a global level, how did the pandemic impact the work we do as an organization?
You see, for surely, due to the travel restrictions, due to other COVID, lockdowns, there were new norms of life, and we were not able to some of the projects which involve some of the construction and development projects were affected. But at the same time, these projects, we are trying to catch up with those since the restrictions are being relaxed. But we started to focus more on food security, because as I highlighted, that food security has become the major challenge during COVID. And one of the highlight I would mention that where Humanity First Canada also made a significant contribution was, its food banks. And Humanity First Food Bank Canada played a pivotal role during COVID by providing regular service of food ration packs to the needy. And these food banks have now become, a real difference in the local communities. And also Qurbani program, which has been very successful this year, and Canada arranged Qurbani for over 207,000 Canadian dollars worth in 16 countries. So this was just to strengthen our, COVID related some of the programs like food security to help out the people. So we managed globally almost just from this program of Qurbani, we managed to serve almost 500,000 people. So this is where you can see, some little effort and country to country, when the efforts are combined between 60 countries, there is a great difference being made.
Absolutely. I mean, we'll be talking about this in our program later on, this segment, Arshad, covering the COVID-19 impact that the Humanity First Canada has made. So we'll be covering that aspect in detail in future segments here in our program. Ahmed Saab, another question. I mean, Humanity First Canada operates many hospitals throughout the world. Currently, we're fundraising for the Ivory Coast Hospital as well. Could you please highlight the importance of these hospitals that are run by Humanity First, and what kind of impact are they having in the local communities? I know during COVID-19, there were other challenges as well that our hospitals faced, but if you can highlight for our viewers at home, what kind of impact are our hospitals are having in local communities, please?
You see, when Humanity First started, we were able to launch free medical camps where some of our doctors and paramedics will go to, for 1 week or 2 weeks and devote their time, and they will run these medical camps and distribute medicine, treat people, and then they will return. And then we started to feel that, there is a greater need to support these local communities for the healthcare, because of in many of the underdeveloped world, the healthcare system is not, running efficiently. So HF has started to create, according to our capacity, some of the clinics and polyclinics and hospitals. There are almost 12 such facilities around the world today. Some are, 30-bed hospital, some are 20-bed, 10-bed hospital and clinics. I think Canada has been very fortunate to also start its hospital in Senegal, Dakar. I have personally visited. It's a wonderful facility. So every penny which has been donated by the donor, Humanity First tries to make great use of it. And one role model hospital, which we call Nasser Hospital, Guatemala, which completed in 2018. This was it's in Guatemala and was built by Humanity First team. And this project is, alhamdulillah, is now very successful and self-sustainable. So same way, we are targeting now the Ivory Coast Hospital to be as successful and as a bigger project than Guatemala. And inshallah, I think both communities in Guatemala and Ivory Coast need better healthcare facilities. And that's where we request our donors to support these causes. And Humanity First Canada has taken a big mission to and has a major role in this project. And we request all our supporters and well-wishers to support in whatever form and whatever every little will help, no matter what the amount is.
Absolutely, Ahmed Saab, Jazakumullah. Before I go to the next question, I'd like to remind our viewers the purpose that we're here today is to raise funds for our projects. And you'll be hearing a lot about our projects as you're listening to Ahmed Sahib, then you'll be listening to our Dr. Asmdal Sahib, Chairman, and also our volunteers as well. So please do call us, please donate. That is the purpose we're here. We're here to showcase what we have done with your generous donations. This event is for you. It's not about us. It's what you have made, how you have made a difference. Ahmed Saab, since we're talking about these capital projects, such as hospitals and these large projects, when we go out for fundraising, from time to time, we're asked this question by people, and they suggest that maybe Humanity First should do small, low-cost projects, and people show the desire that they want to fund the entire project. Does Humanity First have such projects that donors can sponsor or fund the entire project?
Of course. You see, with the experience we are gaining with the years and with our teams and expertise who are joining us on the healthcare program, we have established now a separate entity called Humanity First Healthcare International. And we are, receiving a lot of assistance from our medical expertise, and also those who have experience and expertise in building hospitals and managing hospitals, or executing and operating these projects. So we, as an organization, also have to understand that like you rightly said, that every project cannot be a multi-million-dollar project. We need to also, according to the local needs, we may have to cater smaller projects as well. And so this is where we are coming up with different models, that where if we have to run a little polyclinic of a few faculties, then this project would be of a smaller value, and we can develop this in a faster pace as well. So this is something which I have a lot of discussions, and we have this on a greater, wider team level with Dr. Aslam Dad Saab as well. He's very well aware that the challenges we face when we embark on a very large-scale project like Guatemala or Ivory Coast. So this is where we are encouraging now that in future we should be taking, some smaller projects in the other countries.
Jazakallah, Ahmed Saab, thank you so much for spending time with us. Dr. Saab, would you like to add anything or ask Ahmed Saab any other questions besides what I've asked him?
We'll be talking a whole afternoon. We are very grateful for Ahmed Saab to be here. Ahmed Saab, would you like to give your final words, a message to our audience, a word of encouragement to the donors and volunteers would be really appreciated from you.
First, I think it's very important for me to acknowledge Humanity First Canada team for organizing such a wonderful event like in the past as well. And this event is going to be as successful as in the past we have seen. These events like Telethon have become very important on our calendar, because these provide information regarding the relief work of Canada as well and global. So it's an excellent platform to raise funds for Humanity First project. So I would like to thank Humanity First Canada team for their dedication and commitment. Like always, your teams have been very busy and delivering assistance to all those in need. I think it's very important that we pay special attention that, when executing the project, because for a donor, very rightfully, the most important concern is that how the funds are spent. So for HF, as we all believe that and firmly believe that if you take a good initiative with pure intentions and make sincere efforts, then Allah guarantees us success and blesses these efforts. So we need to, on all the stages of the projects, we need to assure our donors how we are executing our projects, how we are delivering our projects. And the success we have seen in Water for Life or Gift of Sight and orphan care projects Just to give you just one example that, in the last few years, Humanity First in the field of education under the program of Knowledge for Life have established now 56 primary schools and 2 secondary schools. We have almost every year 10,000 students enrollment. And this is all due to the efforts of the teams working on the local ground and the donors who are supporting our efforts. So my final word is that I think I wish you all the best. I pray for a great success in your telethon today, and Allah bless you all. Jazakumullah.
Jazakumullah ta'ala, Ahmed Saib. You're welcome to stay on our program. We do have respected Amir Saib coming up next after this short video as well. So if you have time, please do stay tuned. You're welcome to stay on Zoom as well and listen to our program. We're going to take a short break and we're going to listen and watch this short video. And this video has a very powerful message. This video is about how Humanity First operates, under what guidance Humanity First operates. Let's take a look at that video and we'll be back after this short message.
Humanity First should seek to be at the forefront of providing aid and assistance, no matter where in the world or which communities they hail from. We should be there to wipe away the tears of those who have been left bereft, heartbroken, and vulnerable. The sole ambition and aspiration of Humanity First should always be to alleviate the physical and mental suffering of mankind. This is your mission. This is your duty. This is your faith.
Assalamu alaikum, welcome back. You just listened to a very short clip of His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Masood Ahmad. The words in that video were the guiding light behind Humanity First. We are here to wipe away the tears of those in need. These are the words and the guiding light that Humanity First operates under, and this is what our aim and our goal is, to serve humanity. Now joining me in the studio through Zoom call is our next distinguished guest. It is my honor to welcome respected Lal Khan Malik Sahib, who is the National President and Amir of Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat Canada. I believe we have respected Amir Sahib on Zoom.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much for letting me participate in this telethon.
Jazakumullah Amir Sahib for joining us. We apologize for the earlier little confusion we had. We're very, very happy that you're here with us. For the audience, respected Amir Sahib has always been in the forefront of supporting Humanity First, not only personally, but with his great passion. He advocates for Humanity First by encouraging members of Jamaat and community to actively participate in Humanity First activities and projects. Amir Sahib, Jazakumullah ta'ala for your support, for advocating for Humanity First as well. Amir Sahib, we are having this live event today for 6 hours, which is broadcast on YouTube, and people are joining us and watching us coast to coast from across Canada and also other parts of the world as well. So welcome to the program. Assalamu alaikum, Amir Sahib, can you hear me?
Jazakumullah, yes, I can hear you, and thank you very much for introducing me and mentioning that I have always considered Humanity First as part of the Jamaat, the humanitarian wing of the Jamaat. So it's not a separate organization in that sense. This is part of the Jamaat that is solely devoted to service of humanity.
Indeed, Amir Sahib, Jazakumullah. Amir Sahib, that was actually leading into my next point. I was going to ask you that some people have this thinking that Humanity First is just like any other charity organization. How do you see Humanity First different and unique from the other worldly organizations?
Jazakumullah. Humanity First is different from the other humanitarian organizations in the sense that Humanity First has been founded by a Khalifatul Masih, may Allah have mercy on him, with the feelings of pain of service of humanity in the heart. And one of the objectives of the Jamaat is to serve humanity, because we believe that there are two parts to our faith. Our commitment and our responsibilities to God, and second part is our responsibilities to our fellow human beings. So Sayyidina Hazrat Khalifatul Masih IV, may Allah have mercy on him, felt that time has now come that a dedicated organization which is always focused on how to serve humanity should be established. So the driving force behind it is the passion to serve humanity. The other humanitarian organizations are also doing commendable work. May Allah accept their services, and may Allah enable them to flourish in the service of humanity. But they are like business organizations. Their plans are based on business model. If you look at the part of their income spent on their establishment and their logistics is a substantial part. Compared with those organizations, Humanity First has most of its work is done by volunteers like you and me, and very few persons are employed for the essential round-the-clock work. Many of the doctors who have gone on disaster relief duties have volunteered their time. Some of them have also paid for their passage. So major part of what Humanity First receives in donations goes to where it is meant, that is alleviation of the suffering of mankind. So there's a major difference between Humanity First and other humanitarian organizations.
Indeed, Amir Sahib, you have basically summarized Humanity First really well. The two main principles of the uniqueness of Humanity First in comparison to the other organizations. Number one, Khilafat. Humanity First is nothing without Khilafat. And the other fact is that this Humanity First does not run under as a business model. We're not here to make profits. We're here to serve mankind. And the third thing you said was volunteers. Our volunteers are the ones who work and volunteer under the guidance of Khilafat, just simply with one goal, which is to serve humanity. Amir Sahib, that takes me into the next point I had for you, a question for you. From time to time, we're asked by members of Jamaat that why do we need Humanity First when we already have Jamaat doing this type of work for the last so many years through other schemes as well. How would you respond to such questions?
This is a very interesting question. The Jamaat has been doing the work of training of the members of the Jamaat in Tarbiyat matters and conveying the message of Islam right from the beginning, even during the blessed period of the promised Messiah Islam. But as the Jamaat has grown, specialized institutions have been established. For example, look at the establishment of Tariq-e-Jadid. Was the work of Tabligh not being done before? Look at the establishment of Waqf-e-Jadid. Was this work not being done before? But as the Jamaat is expanding by grace of Allah, as per the promise of Allah that He would support it, as our work increases, expands, we have to set up institutions to give full-time, dedicated attention to that objective. A service of humanity has been at the core of the services of the Jamaat right from the beginning. But a time had come when Sayyidina Hazrat Khalifatul Masih IV, may Allah have mercy on him, felt that now we have to have an institution which would be solely devoted to service of humanity, and their first the first point in their on their mind would always be what is the next opportunity of serving humanity. The Jamaat has many other objectives. Although service of humanity is very important, but when you have so many things on mind, you cannot pay dedicated attention to one particular aspect. So this is why, as the Jamaat has grown, the need was felt, and under inspiration from Allah, Sayyidina Hazrat Khalifatul Masih IV, may Allah have mercy on him, established this organization. So it is not that the Jamaat has been doing this work and now the Jamaat is not doing this work so that Humanity First is established. No, Humanity First is that part of the Jamaat which is now wholly, solely devoted to service of humanity. So this is part of the Jamaat. It is not a separate independent organization in that sense, that the Jamaat is not doing something which Humanity First is doing. It is that wing of the Jamaat which is now devoted entirely to service of humanity.
Jazakumullah Amir Sahib, well said. I'd like to highlight another point with regards to that is that Humanity First was also established not for the members of Jamaat or to only serve Jamaat members. The Humanity First was established to serve mankind. That's why you see when you hear about Humanity First and you see under the Humanity First logo, serving mankind, and that is regardless of which faith you come from, which country you come from, which race you come from, what color of your skin it is, or what your religious belief is. So that was also an important point, that Humanity First was established to serve mankind regardless of faith, color, religion, political views. Amir Sahib, that leads me to another question. As an Ahmadi Muslim, I mean, we have quite a few members listening to our program throughout Canada and across the world as well. As an Ahmadi Muslim, when we see someone suffering, when we see someone in pain and needs our help, what is my obligation as an Ahmadi Muslim?
Our obligation is the same as the response we feel when a finger of our body is hurting. It's not only that finger which is at ill ease. It's the whole of the body which suffers and cannot have peace. So we are part of humanity. All the members of humanity are children of God, spiritual children of God. And the whole of humanity is the extended family of God. So we read in the hadith that one who is kind to the members of the family of God is very dear to Allah. And we cannot please Allah unless we love all the members of humanity who are members of the family of God. So our response in the event of a part of humanity when we find it suffering is to come forward and help it, as we would like to help that finger of our own body which is hurting, to apply medicine, to provide comfort to it, to apply medicine to it so that it heals. So we have a responsibility to respond to all such calls which are serving the need of suffering humanity, to come forward and offer our donations, offer our time if it is practicable, or offer all type of help which we can provide. So this is the response we should have.
Absolutely, Amir Sahib. We're all one, and absolutely you're right. If one part of our body is hurting, the entire body is hurting. So it is our obligation to help when we see someone in pain. I mean, we just saw a small video of a quotation from Huzur Anwar, and he said, we're here to wipe away the tears of those in pain. Amir Sahib, that leads me into the next question. All of our projects, our programs are carried out with the approval, with the guidance, and with the prayers of Huzur Anwar. When we hear of a project that Huzur Anwar has assigned Humanity First Canada, for example, a recent project, a major project that we're currently working on, and also we're fundraising for, is the Ivory Coast Hospital. What should be the duty of an Ahmadi Muslim who he hears that, you know, Huzur Anwar has approved this project and has assigned Humanity First Canada to carry out and do this project? What is the responsibility of a member of Jamaat?
Our responsibilities as members of the Jamaat are that when we hear the call of the Imam, call of the Imam can be in various ways. One is that Hazur Ayatollah bin Asli directly asks us to do something. And the other way is that Hazur approves the project. After Hazur's approval, that project becomes from Hazur. So when we know about a project which has been launched with the express approval of Sayyidina Hazrat Khilafatul Masih or on directions of Sayyidina Hazrat Khilafatul Masih, to responding to that amounts to responding to Hazrat Khilafatul Masih. We have pledged at the hands of Hazrat Khilafatul Masih that we would obey him all things good that he would demand of us. And our response in such situation should be that we respond to the demands of that project as we respond to the demands of Sayyidina Hazrat Khilafatul Masih.
Well said, Amir Sahib. Basically, to sum it up, we hear and we obey. There should not be a second question. If we hear something from the blessed mouth of Huzur Anwar, that should be a command for us. So this is basically summarizes that point. Amir Sahib, Jazakumullah. From my end, these are the points I wanted to highlight and ask you, because sometimes we get these questions from people from time to time, and I think you have answered them really well. And I think that will clear up many of the questions that some of our members ask as well. Dr. Sahib, is there anything else that you would like to add on with respect to Amir Sahib?
Respected Amir Sahib, Jazakumullah Hasan al-Jaza for your wonderful advice and guidance. I just want to remind everyone through this program is that whatever projects we are doing, they're either assigned to us by Hazrat Khalifatul Masih or has been guided through him that we should be doing those programs. One of the major programs that we are doing is Ivory Coast Hospital. Then there's a medical and dental clinic that has been assigned to Humanity First Canada. And very recently, Huzur has instructed us to help victims of earthquake in Haiti. So we are working on it, and there are large funds required for that. So I request you, Amir Sahib, to especially pray for the success of this program, and may Allah enable us to achieve these targets and fulfill our duties towards these projects. We are coming to the end of this segment. I would request respected Amir Sahib to formally lead us for a silent prayer so that we have a formal opening with prayers. We started with recitation of the Quran. With your prayers, we will move on to the next segment.
Dr. Before we join hands in silent prayer, your comments have reminded me of an incident. I would mention it. It's a very moving incident. Mirza Fazlur Rahman Sahib was one of the Jamaat elders, father of our Mirza Baradar, Mirza Mubarak Ahmad, Mirza Nasir Ahmad, Mirza Hamid Ahmad Sahib, and his brothers. He once told me that he was friends to Mustafa Sabit Sahib, late Mustafa Sabit Sahib, who was an Egyptian Jamaat scholar of a high caliber. He said that once he asked me, let us go and meet God. I was a little surprised. How can we go somewhere and meet God there? God is everywhere. But I accompanied him and we went to see a patient. He was ill for some time. We asked about his health and we tried to buck him up. And when we came back, Mustafa Sabit Sahib told me that we read in the hadith that on the day of judgment, God would tell a person that, look, I was hungry and you could have fed me, but you did not feed me. That person would say, God Almighty, you are the creator of the heavens and the earth. How could you be hungry? And God would say, I was thirsty once and you could have provided me a drink, but you did not. Again, he would implore, oh, Almighty God, how could you be thirsty? Everything has been created by you. And God would say, I was sick. I was suffering. You did not come to console me. And the man would again implore, oh God, oh Almighty God, how could you be sick? You provide health to everyone. How could you be sick? He said, when you would come to feed a hungry person, you would find me there. It would be as if you have fed me. When you quench the thirst of a thirsty person, it would be as if you have quenched my thirst. And when you come to console a sick person and a person who is ill, it would be as if you have come to console me and you would find me there. So this is why we have come to visit this suffering man. So this gives us the idea that when we help a suffering part of humanity, we are in fact helping and serving God's cause, and we would find God there. Recently, we have had a very touching incident mentioned by Sayyidina Hazrat Khalifatul Masih in Huzur's sermon of 2 days ago, the martyrdom of Sayyid Taleh Ahmad Shaheed. He had gone there to on instructions of Sayyidina Hazrat Khalifatul Masih for documenting the services of Nusrat Jahan scheme, which was established by Sayyidina Hazrat Khalifatul Masih III, may Allah have mercy on him, for serving humanity, suffering humanity in Africa. So he went on a mission similar to what Humanity First is doing. And he offered the greatest sacrifice a person can offer to please Allah, and that is our life. So this is a noble example of what is the height of sacrifices that those who are gifted with understanding of faith offer in the way of service of humanity. So may Allah enable all of us to have the same dedication, to have the same devotion to demands of Khilafat, and have the same love and passionate love for Sayyidina Hazrat Khalifatul Masih. So if you agree, now we join our hands in the silent prayer that Allah may bless your initiative of Telethon. May Allah enable you to achieve the objectives for which it is conducted. And may Allah always prompt the hearts of our members, and beyond our membership, they should come forward to serve the cause of humanity by donating generously. And I address the members of the Jamaat, my dear brothers and sisters who are watching this program. We have an opportunity of pleasing Allah. So do it in two ways. One, you donate whatever you can out of God-given blessings. We should be conscious that we are in the best country in the world with the highest possible level of standard of life that we are enjoying. One way of being thankful to Allah is that we share our blessings with those who are in difficult circumstances. So donate with this feeling that this would be one way of achieving the pleasure of Allah. And secondly, take this message to the members of your family, to your relatives, to your friends, and those whom you know, and whatever they would do and donate on your recommendation would also be recorded in your account of rewards. So may Allah enable us all to serve the cause of humanity in all possible manners. Please join me in the silent prayer. Ameen, Allahumma Ameen.
Mir Sahab, it's very interesting that you mentioned Mustafa Sabit Sahab, respected Mustafa Sabit Sahab. Recently, his son, Ken Sabit, called Humanity First, and he said that he wanted to donate for 3 water wells in the name of his father. So the hadith that you have just mentioned, quenching the thirst of the people, even after his demise, his son is continuing that legacy and quenching the thirst of the people in Africa. So may Allah accept his sacrifice and the sacrifice of Mustafa Sabit Saab, who is always in forefront in these type of activities.
Jazakumullah. Jazakumullah.
Jazakumullah, Mir Sahib. Thank you so much for taking time off your busy schedule to be here with us. Allah bless you. You're welcome to stay with us on Zoom, or if you like, you can continue watching the program on our YouTube live feed. For our listeners and viewers at home, you can see the numbers on the screen, 416-440-0346. We have a whole team of volunteers who are waiting for your phone call. So please do join us. Call us and donate as much as you can. If I can have the numbers on the screen again, please. And also you can donate, or you can pledge through WhatsApp. If the WhatsApp numbers and the donation information can be displayed on the screen, please. 647-774-8716. I just want to say something. Just so many people have already donated ourselves. So many people have already pledged as well to this event. I believe our target for this afternoon is $1.4 million.
Yes.
So we are working towards a target of $1.4 million. We do have a segment closer to the end of the program where we will be presenting some of our donors and check presentation as well. But at the same time, I request you to please don't wait until the last minute. Please continue donating online, through WhatsApp, through online, through phone calls as well. Just before I start our program, we had our respected Bashir Nasir Sahib, who said, before you start our program, here's a donation from me. So I want to thank him. And this is an example just to encourage others as well. He's a respected member of our community who has been serving Jamaat for so many years. And we saw him after so many months now. So Jazakumullah Bashir Sahib, and encourage others to please donate as well. I mean, Dr. Sahib, we're just getting into the end of this segment. We have got so many different segments. So we have a very interesting segment coming up as well, and very touching, heart-touching segment coming up later after this as well, which will be hosted by respected Basil Sahib, Murabi Silsila, MTA Canada. But before we go on to the next segment, because we talked about, Ahmed Yahya Sahib also talked about some of the COVID-19 impact that we had, throughout the world. Can you talk about briefly what kind of impact did we have here in Canada during COVID-19? The last 18 months were extremely challenging, right? So what were the challenges that humanity first faced in the last 18 months or so?
When last year in February, they were talking about COVID-19 pandemic, I was not very sure myself what is going to happen. I was saying that probably we are overkilling this thing.
Right.
But when in March, we went into lockdown and pandemic was declared in Canada.
That's when reality hit us.
The reality hit us. And the first thing, the impact that I saw was that the roads were empty, which indicated a seriousness of this issue. And the next thing that we saw was big lineups at our food bank. And the reality settled. And then we started seeing challenges. Our volunteers disappeared. Most of the volunteers who were seniors stopped coming because of the fear that they can get COVID.
Right.
And we had to increase our young volunteers. We had to have some paid staff also to meet the challenges. But by Allah's grace, we were able to serve a much larger number of people throughout this pandemic. And that serving was to provide them groceries of 1 month at a time. We were delivering food to their homes. And then we were getting all kinds of other requests for PPEs, sanitizers, masks, and other things that we started delivering. We started telemedicine service. We were one of the pioneers. Now it has become a norm in Canada.
Right.
But at that time, we were the pioneers to offer telemedicine service. Then home delivery service for prescriptions and other services, that emergency services for people who cannot come out. We delivered across to about 100,000 protective equipments to the hospitals in Canada.
Right. And there's a big, nice story behind it as well. How did we I mean, during that pandemic, toilet paper, yes, people were lining up for that, but also you couldn't find things like gloves, masks that you usually would walk into any store and buy them.
Yeah.
And there's a story behind that. What's the story, since we're talking about that?
So we heard that the hospitals are short of the personal protective equipment, the face shield especially,
Right.
which doctors must have if they're seeing patients over there, and none was available. And a group of medical students actually came up with the idea of mass producing it on their own by using 3D printers and plastic sheets and everything. And these medical students started producing it and supplying to the hospitals.
Where did they get the 3D printers from?
The 3D printers were available. Nobody thought that they will use in this pandemic. So they were readily available.
So different companies and
Yes.
colleges, universities, I believe they started offering 3D printers.
Yeah, they're offering that. And then we funded to buy actually those machines and started producing those. And when we went out and gave it to the hospitals, they were quite impressed.
Yeah.
They were saying that nothing is available. There are no formal channel to order them.
Right.
And Humanity First is coming with those.
Even the government has shortages.
Yes.
Right.
So they were quite amazed with that. And we continue to support this activity. We distributed a large number of fresh fruits, oranges, and other grocery items to a large population. Then we had a huge supply of donated bread, which we distributed in low-income housings and communities. So we continue to help, and we still continue to provide this support and help to people in need. And our offer to everyone is that if you need anything, if you are in urgent need of food or any emergency supplies, all you have to do is contact Humanity First, and we will deliver that to their homes.
I mean,
this is one of the things.
Pandemic is still, it's not over. We're currently in the fourth wave. There's still lots of people who need assistance. Still, even yesterday in our food bank was extremely busy. Even today, there are families here for food as well. So the need hasn't ended yet we keep providing the service because we're still in the pandemic. So that's an offer, a service that we're still providing, that if anyone needs, or if you know of anyone who needs food or any assistance, please do not hesitate to call our food bank. Our food bank was extremely busy. You touched upon that point where we had a shortage of volunteers, but we had an influx of requirements for the food. I mean, we recently did some calculation of numbers. 4.2 million meals that were served through our food bank. Over 3,000 food hampers delivered. I mean, it's not just distributed, it's delivered. I mean, imagine doing 3,000 deliveries. I mean, it's a huge number. How did Humanity First volunteers pull this off?
It was all because of Allah's grace. The small number of volunteers that continue to serve without any fear, they were not scared of pandemic. They were not scared of us. They were saying that we are the frontline workers and we will do everything to help out. They started working overtime, 12 hours every day. And we started recruiting people who were there to selflessly serve people and started delivering. So most of the team members were really working 12 hours a day, 6 to 7 days a week. And we were able to offer those services and continue to offer those services over there. And I want to actually tell our audience that the reason why we are here today is to not forget those people who are impacted by the COVID pandemic. We live in a first world country. We don't feel that impact. You know, people are going to the job, they are working from home. The government has offered CERB to those people who lost their jobs. So people are managing it. But there are many countries in the world who do not have this luxury of working from home, who do not have the luxury of getting government funding, and they are in desperate situation. That is why Humanity First is now supporting people who have been impacted financially because of COVID and providing them food security through our various programs. We request our donors, and we'll be requesting this throughout the program this afternoon and this evening, that please step up, come forward. I know that most of the donors are donating $50, $100, $200, $500, but it's time now to donate some large amounts, to donate something that will create an impact. We are supporting 14 countries around the world with food and other help, and we need your help. Just before I was walking in to start this program, I got a call from someone saying that you are promoting Ivory Coast Hospital, so please take my pledge of $30,000 and use it for the Ivory Coast Hospital. So this is the kind of spirit we are looking for. Please come forward and donate for Ivory Coast Hospital, donate for other programs, donate for food security. We are looking for $5,000, $10,000, $50,000, larger amount. In the previous telethon, we had a donor who had donated $101,000. We would like someone to beat this donation. We would like to see someone who has been blessed with Allah and would like to show that he's the biggest or she's the biggest donor of Humanity First in this telethon. So we challenge our audience to come forward and donate.
Again, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, you can send your pledge through our WhatsApp account at 647-774-8716, or you can call us toll free anywhere from Canada at 1-800-943-9161, or you can donate online. Simply just go to humanityfirstcanada.ca. Darsa, you touched upon some of the work we did through during COVID-19 here in Canada. What did Humanity First do outside of Canada under the countries that Humanity First Canada supports?
Yeah, so we did a number of programs. The biggest impact that we did was that hospitals in Africa were short of the PPEs. They didn't have the overall gown that is required to see the patient virus, masks, the face shields, gloves, and other things. So in some of the major countries in Africa, Humanity First Canada actually sponsored and ordered the personal protective supplies to those countries, and we distributed them to the hospitals in remote areas. So it was a major project that we undertook, and we delivered there. Then we used our vocational training centers to produce masks, and they were not medical masks that women really actually sew,
right,
and we distributed to the general population.
Darshad, I'm sorry to cut you off. We have a caller on hold.
Yes.
Our aim this afternoon is also take your calls. So I apologize if I have to cut our conversation in between, because I do want to take the callers as well. So I believe we have a caller on hold. Assalamu alaikum. Hello.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Walaikum assalam. You're currently on air. Please tell us your name and where you are calling from.
My name is Kazimur Rahman Malik, and I'm calling from Saskatoon. I would like to pledge for $10,000 in total over the period of 5 years. 5,000 for Ivory Coast Hospital and 5,000 for Water Wall.
Jazakallah, Kazim Sahib, Allah bless you. So you're pledging $10,000, 5,000 for the Ivory Coast and 5,000 for
Water Well.
Water Well. Jazakumullah Jazak, Kazim Sahib. Thank you so much for your donation. Allah bless you. And I request you to please reach out to your family and friends as well, and ask them to watch our program and also to take part in our projects as well. Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Jazakallah, Kazim Malik Saab. We are really appreciative of your donation. May Allah bless you and reward you abundantly.
Darsa, for this event, we usually have some guests from different walks of life, especially our supporters from different cities, councillors, mayors, provincial parliament, federal parliament. Due to COVID-19 and the way we have the setup, we decided to do video messaging this year. And by the grace of Allah, we received a huge, overwhelming support from our supporters. We received over 24 messages. So throughout the event, we'll be playing those messages. So coming up next, we're going to play 2 messages from our mayors. First video message is from His Worship Maurizio Bevilacqua, who's the mayor of City of Vaughan, where Humanity First Canada's headquarters are located. And the message after that is from His Worship John Tory, Mayor of City of Toronto. After these video messages, we'll be back.
I'm pleased to extend greetings to everyone participating in the Humanity First Global Telethon. This global organization stands as a powerful reminder of the compassion that exists within humanity. And it is a beautiful example of the spirit of generosity that defines our city. To Dr. Aslam Dog and Humanity's First exceptional volunteers and supporters, please accept my warmest and sincerest gratitude and appreciation for not only everything you do, but for who you are as individuals. Your unwavering dedication speaks the generous, kind-hearted, and caring nature that exists within our community.
Hello, Toronto Mayor John Tory here, extending my very warmest wishes and gratitude to all of the attendees of the Humanity First Global Telethon. Thank you to Humanity First for bringing us all together virtually to raise funds, and thank you for the work that you do every single day. Across 58 countries, work is underway to support development projects and disaster response. Humanity First's relief and assistance efforts serve as an example to us all about the importance of selflessness in the service of others, the importance of looking beyond our own community to our fellow human beings and some of the suffering that they're going through at different points in time. Now more than ever, as we battle the pandemic and its grave impacts along with other global crises, we must help one another. We must not leave anybody behind. On the matter of COVID-19 alone, I understand that Humanity First galvanized incredible support and yielded outstanding results, supporting refugees, distributing PPE, serving meals to those struggling with food insecurity, and this is just to name a few of the contributions that have been made. I have no doubt that tireless work and generosity will hold strong in this global telethon as you raise more funds for disaster relief, for potable water, for refugee resettlement, and for global health, among many other causes. And so on behalf of the City of Toronto, I want to thank all of you, the donors, the volunteers, the staff, the fundraisers, for championing and for dedicating yourselves to restoring communities and to building a brighter future for those left struggling in the wake of disasters. With that, I wish you every success with the telethon. I look forward to the day when we can safely reunite in person. But again, until then, thank you for all that you do.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back. You're currently watching the live telethon from Humanity First Canada headquarters here in Vaughan, Ontario. Again, I urge you to please donate as much as you can. No amount is small or no amount is large. We have received quite a few donations and pledges already, but I request you to please take part in our telethon by donating whatever you can. At the bottom of the screen, you will continue to see some of the projects we have, some of the programs we have, and how much you can donate. For as little as $10 a month, you can feed someone. For as little as $120, you can provide eye surgery and give a gift of sight to someone. So Darsab, before we go to the next segment, what would you like to add in regards to our response during COVID-19 and what Humanity First has been recently doing?
So we continue to provide the food security that we are doing. We continue to resettle refugees over here. But right now, our focus is to ensure that all people are vaccinated. And we have been promoting vaccination. We are trying to compel or repel the vaccine hesitancy that has been there. And it's important for people to realize that if we want to go back to the normal days, we have to take vaccines. And most of the people in the community, all those who can possibly be vaccinated, should be vaccinated. So this is our objective over here. And internationally, we are doing the same thing to encourage people in third world countries to get vaccinated. Absolutely. And for that, we will provide them help with food security. We will have some incentives from them so that they get vaccinated. This way, if the rest of the country is protected and safe, Canada will be safe also.
Safe as well, exactly. I mean, this is a global thing where, you know, we all have to play an equal part in this. Yes. You cannot expect half the population to be vaccinated and the other half not to be vaccinated. It doesn't work that way. I mean, if we want things to go back to normal, and if we want our lives to go back to normal, if we want our children to go back to school without wearing a mask, then please get vaccinated. It's not only to protect yourself, but also to protect others as well. So, and please do listen to your local authorities. This is our message. Listen to your local authorities, listen to your government, listen to your health professionals. Humanity first, that's why we were talking about the COVID-19 and the early stages of COVID-19. The first thing we did, we started a campaign about giving out the right information to our members, because there was so much misinformation in the public in the early stages about COVID-19, et cetera, et cetera. So this was one of the campaigns we did in the beginning as well. So again, we're giving you this information that is important, that we do get vaccinated. At the same time, please keep donating as well in our program for disaster relief, $20 a month, Water for Life, $1,000 a month, Global Health, $50 a month. You can provide a child's full year of education for $120 a year. So, for a small amount, you can make a huge difference in someone's life. And also, please look into how you can take part in our major projects, such as the Ivory Coast Hospital. This hospital was assigned by Hazur Anwar to us. And, when we are assigned something by Hazur Anwar and we go with his wishes, there's no questions or ifs or buts or how we get it done. So that's our goal. And I hope and I pray and I humbly request you to please take on the projects in that sense as well. That's why we're going to take a short break and we're going to go to our next segment. I request you to please stay tuned. We have very interesting segments coming up throughout the evening. Our next segment, as I mentioned earlier, is going to be hosted by respected Basil Bhatt Sahib, who is our Murabi Silsila for MTA Canada. And we're going to have distinguished guests from a member from Jamaat as well. You want to stay tuned for the next segment, believe me. Jazakumullah. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back right after this short video. Perfect. Okay, I go.
Bye. दौड़ी जाए दुनिया में आफत जब आए इसकी टीमें दौड़ी जाए हर एक पर ले जाए सबका अज़्म है इसका हर पल खिदमत humanity first humanity first humanity first humanity first मजहब रंगत कौम से बाला इसका माटो सिर्फ उजाला मजहब रंगत कौम से बाला इसका माटो सिर्फ उजाला चलती फिरती एक किरामत अज़्म है इसका हर पल खिदमत humanity first humanity first दुनिया में आफत जब आए इसकी टीमें दौड़ी जाए दुनिया में आफत जब आए इसकी टीमें दौड़ी जाए हर एक पर ले जाए सबका अज़्म है इसका हर पल खिदमत humanity first humanity first humanity first humanity first मजहब रंगत कौम से बाला इसका माटो सिर्फ उजाला मजहब रंगत कौम से बाला इसका माटो सिर्फ उजाला चलती फिरती एक किरामत अज़्म है इसका हर पल खिदमत ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट
One of the many organizations sponsoring newly arrived Syrian refugee families is Humanity First Canada. The Canadian population has really opened their heart and they are welcoming them with a lot of enthusiasm and emotions. We are seeing the best side of Canadians.
Stephen Harper praised the global humanitarian organization, which first began working in Canada more than a decade ago and is now run by over 1,200 volunteers from all walks of life.
These are volunteers with Humanity First, who spent part of the afternoon handing out slices of pizza to those living on the streets.
This is our way of giving back during the holiday season. While people are out shopping, they're preparing dinners with their families. Let's not forget the unfortunate people in our communities, our neighbors. And this is just our way of giving back, as a Christmas greeting, as a holiday.
शुरू होने लगा
You're live.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. May the peace, blessing, and mercy of Allah be upon all of you who are listening and have joined us in this live Humanity First International Telethon. We have a very, very interesting and incredible segment lined up for you. And what we want to do in this particular segment is take you back to the source of everything that we're doing here. At the end of the day, all of the practical work that is done by this incredible organization, it comes from a philosophy, it comes from a moral impetus. And that is something we want to discover in this segment. So before I go into that, I want you to understand that we sitting here right now are in fact only the medium. The real purpose of this segment is to bring you into contact with the people around the world who need what you can provide them. That is something you have been gifted by your creator. It's something we all have been gifted. And today we will be discovering some of the reasons why you should not simply be watching this live stream, but you should be taking that extra step and moving forward and contributing towards this incredible cause. Helping me in understanding the incredible philosophy and background of why we do this, I have two guests that have joined me right now. With me to my immediate right is Dr. Aslam Daud Sahab, of course. Our audience knows him very, very well, the chairman of Humanity First Canada. And to his right is a senior missionary of our Jamaat in Canada and a scholar, Mukarram Maulana Hadi Ali Chaudhry Sahib. And the content that we have, I should say to our audience, is catered to people of all backgrounds. हमारे पास उर्दू नाज़रीन के लिए भी इंशाल्लाह मवाद होगा. Et juste comme ça pour nos écouteurs francophones, on va इंशाल्लाह parler avec vous aussi. लेकिन अभी के लिए हादी अली चौधरी साहब की तरफ मैं आता हूँ. हादी साहब, जो ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट का अदारा काम करता है, ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट का एक अदारा तो खैर 20-30 साल पहले इसका क़याम हुआ था, लेकिन जो अमल, जो काम ये करता है, वो तो खैर इससे बहुत पुराना है. तो इस सिलसिले में आप थोड़ी सी जो तालीमात हैं जिनकी वजह से ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट कायम हुआ था इस्लाम में, उस पर थोड़ी सी अगर रोशनी डाल सके हमारे नाज़रीन के लिए.
जज़ाकुमुल्लाह हसन अल जज़ा. ह्यूमैनिटी यानी इंसानियत की मदद करना, उसकी हमदर्दी करना, ये इस्लाम की बुनियादी तालीम है. और अल्लाह ताला ने امت مسلمہ کی یہ خصوصیت رکھی اور اس کو بہترین امت اسی وجہ سے قرار دیا کہ اخرجت للناس، لوگوں کی خیر خواہی، لوگوں کی بھلائی کے لیے تم نکلے ہو، یعنی اس کے لیے نکلنا ہے اور جد و جہد کرنی ہے، کوشش کرنی ہے۔ اور قرآن کریم نے پھر یہ بھی تعلیم دی، اور یہ بڑا ایک مزیدار اللہ تعالیٰ کی طرف سے پیغام ہے کہ وفی اموالہم حق للسائل والمحروم، کہ لوگوں کے جن کو اللہ تعالیٰ نے وسعت دی ہے، مالی لحاظ سے کشائش دی ہے، ان کے اموال میں غریب لوگوں کا جو محروم ہے، خواہ وہ مانگتے ہیں یا نہیں مانگتے، ان کا حصہ بھی ہے۔ تو یہ صاحب ثروت، صاحب مال و دولت لوگوں کو اس طرف ترغیب دلائی کہ یہ دولت صرف تمہاری نہیں بلکہ اس میں تمہارے ان دوستوں کا بھی، ان لوگوں کا بھی حصہ ہے جو جن کے پاس نہیں ہے۔ لیکن دوسری جو مزیدار بات ہے دوسری آیت میں سورۃ المعارج میں ہے کہ وفی اموالہم حق معلوم للسائل والمحروم، پہلے مجموعی تھا، اس میں ایک مقررہ حق ہے، یعنی اللہ تعالیٰ بھی دیکھتا ہے کہ اس میں سے اتنا حصہ ان لوگوں کے لیے جو محروم ہیں یا جو پوچھتے ہیں۔ تو یہ بنیاد ہے اس انسٹیٹیوشن کی جو قرآن کریم نے 1500 سال پہلے رکھی۔
ہم کبھی کبھی جو ہے ادھر مغربی دنیا میں خاص طور پہ انفرادیت کی ذہنیت کی وجہ سے کبھی کبھی ہم کو شاید لگتا ہو کہ جب ہم کوئی ڈونیٹ کر رہے ہیں پیسہ تو وہ ہم کچھ احسان کر رہے ہیں کسی اور انسان کے اوپر، لیکن جو اسلامی تعلیم ہے وہ جیسا کہ آپ نے بتایا وہ صرف احسان کی حد تک نہیں کہتی، وہ کہتی ہے کہ یہ حق ہے ان لوگوں کا یا ان غرباء کا، ان مسافرین کا،
ان کا حق ہے اور اللہ تعالیٰ کی طرف سے ایک طرح سے فرض قرار دیا گیا۔ جی، تو یہ اس کی بنیاد ہے۔ پھر رسول اللہ صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم نے اپنے عمل سے بتایا، حالانکہ کچھ بھی نہیں تھا ہوتا، غربت تھی، لیکن کچھ جو ادھر ادھر سے عطیات آتے تھے تو سن 4 ہجری میں مکہ میں قحط پڑا، اور مکہ والے وہ تھے جو حملے کرتے تھے، اور سن 4 ہجری کے بعد ایک بہت بڑی جنگ بھی ہوئی جس میں انہوں نے مسلمانوں کو تباہ کرنا چاہا، مگر رسول اللہ صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کا عمل اس کے باوجود یہ تھا کہ جب وہاں قحط آیا تو آپ نے ان کو امداد بھجوائی، اور اگلے سال انہوں نے پھر حملہ بھی کیا۔ تو یہ دینا ہے جو ان کا حق تھا، جو اللہ تعالیٰ نے بتایا حاصلوں نے۔ اور صحابہ کے بارے میں آتا ہے کہ وہ بھی اس عمل میں، دیکھیں قرآن کریم میں اللہ تعالیٰ خود ان کی یہ تعریف کرتا ہے کہ یؤثرون علی انفسہم ولو کان بہم خصاصہ، چاہے وہ خود بھوکے رہیں لوگوں کو ترجیح دیتے ہیں اور وہ ان کو دیتے ہیں آپ بھوکے رہ کر بھی۔ تو یہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ ہے
الحمدللہ۔
جو ادھر سے
ہمارے
شروع
پاس
ہے۔
مجھے ابھی بتایا گیا کہ ہمارے پاس ایک کالر ہیں، وہ تیار ہیں۔ So I have been told we do have a caller with us right now, and we inshallah will be taking the caller. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Daud Ahmed Sahib.
وعلیکم السلام ورحمۃ اللہ وبرکاتہ۔ وعلیکم السلام ورحمۃ اللہ وبرکاتہ۔ جی میں داؤد دیلوی بول رہا ہوں وکٹری سے۔
Daud Ahmed Sahib, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. You have joined us live on this international telethon that's being organized and live streamed right now by Humanity First Canada. How are you doing right now? You're with us.
وعلیکم السلام ورحمۃ اللہ وبرکاتہ۔
وعلیکم السلام ورحمۃ اللہ۔
جزاک اللہ مجھے موقع دینے کا۔ میں
داؤد صاحب آپ کی آواز صاف نہیں آ رہی۔
داؤد صاحب آپ کی آواز اگر آپ جو ہے فون میں تھوڑا سا بولیں، آپ کی آواز جو ہم تک پہنچ جائے گی۔
جی میں آئیوری کوسٹ کے لیے $500 چندہ دینا چاہتا ہوں اپنے مرحوم پوتے کی طرف سے، آدم مسعود کی طرف سے۔
ماشاءاللہ، جزاکم اللہ احسن الجزاء۔ اللہ تعالیٰ ہر لحاظ سے اس یہ $500 کی قربانی آئیوری کوسٹ کی طرف سے داؤد احمد صاحب نے پیش کی ہے، اللہ تعالیٰ ہر لحاظ سے قبول فرمائے اور اللہ تعالیٰ بہت جزا عطا فرمائے۔ جزاکم اللہ احسن الجزاء۔ تو اللہ تعالیٰ
مجھے موقع دینے کا۔
ٹھیک ہے، جزاکم اللہ۔ السلام علیکم ورحمۃ اللہ وبرکاتہ۔
وعلیکم السلام۔
ناظرین دیکھ سکتے ہیں اللہ تعالیٰ کے فضل سے پوری دنیا میں لوگ جو ہیں اس پیغام کو سن رہے ہیں، اس تعلیم سے جو ہے ان کے دل میں اثر ہو رہا ہے، اور ہم چاہتے ہیں کہ جو ناظرین ابھی تک صرف اس بات کو سن رہے ہیں وہ سننے سے بڑھ کے آگے عمل کی طرف بھی بڑھیں، اور اس لائیو سٹریم کو اپنے دوستوں، اپنے جو بھی حلقہ احباب میں افراد ہیں ان کے ساتھ مزید شیئر کریں تاکہ ان تک بھی یہ پیغام پہنچے۔ حدیث صاحب، آپ کے ساتھ ذکر چل رہا تھا اسلامی
جی
تعلیم کا،
جی
اب تعلیم کو ایک عملی پیرائے میں بھی جو ہے پیش کرنا چاہیے، اس سلسلے میں کچھ ایسے اگر واقعات آپ جو ہے پیش کر سکیں، اس میں حضور صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم کی زندگی کے ہو سکتے ہیں، کوئی بزرگان دین کے، جس سے ہم کو احساس ہو کہ کتنی اہمیت دیتے تھے
جی
جو ہمارے بزرگان ہیں اس خاص عمل کی طرف۔
میں نے حضرت صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم اور صحابہ کا تو بتا دیا، حضرت مسیح موعود علیہ الصلوۃ والسلام نے بھی جو اپنی آمد کی غرض بتائی، فرمایا میں 2 ہی مسئلے لے کر آیا، ایک خدا تعالیٰ کی توحید اختیار کرو اور دوسرا آپس میں ہمدردی کرو۔ تو یہ جو انسان کی ہمدردی ہے یہ مذہب کا ایک بنیادی خاصہ ہے، اور حضرت مسیح موعود علیہ الصلوۃ والسلام کے پاس بہت مال آیا لیکن اپنے پاس رہا نہیں، وہ سارا دیا ہے غرباء کو، اور اس میں کوئی مذہب کی قید نہیں رکھی، کوئی کسی قسم کا اس میں ریزرویشن نہیں رکھی۔ اب لالا بڈھا مال تھے وہاں پہ، لالا شرم پات تھے، لالا ملاوا مال تھے ان کا، اور دوسرے غریب لوگوں کا، چاہے وہ مسلمان تھے، عیسائی تھے یا ہندو تھے، سب کے علاج بھی کرتے تھے، دوائیاں باہر سے منگوا کے، انگلینڈ سے مہنگی دوائیاں منگوا کے بھی ان کے لیے دوائیاں تیار کرتے تھے اور ان کو دیتے تھے۔ تو یہ حضرت مسیح السلام کا تھا۔ گھر میں حضرت اماں جان، حضرت مسیح السلام کی اہلیہ جو تھی، وہ بھی یعنی غریبوں کے بچوں کو، یتیموں کو گھر بلا کر کھانا کھلانا ہے، اور پتہ چلا کہ فلاں کا خاوند ہے یا بھائی ہے وہ قید میں ہے، اس کے لیے امداد وہاں بھجوائی۔ تو یہ جو جذبات ہیں، اور صحابہ کی قربانیاں بہت ہیں۔ پھر ہم نے دیکھا ہے کہ خلفاء نے اس کو مزید پھیلایا ہے۔ حضرت خلیفہ ثانی رضی اللہ عنہ کے زمانے میں بھی جو طوفان وغیرہ یا اس قسم کی مصیبتیں آتی تھیں تو ربوہ سے بہت سامان تیار ہو کر وہاں جاتا تھا۔ خلافت ثالثہ میں ہم نے ہوش سنبھالا ہے، تو ہمارے گھر میں بھی اور سارے محلے میں صدریاں، جس کو جیکٹیں کہتے ہیں، موٹی روئی کی رضائی کی طرز کی، وہ بن کے افغانستان اور پشاور اور ان غریب علاقوں میں بھی جاتی تھیں بڑی کثرت سے، یعنی ہزاروں کی تعداد میں سارے ربوہ کی عورتیں بنا رہی ہوتی تھیں۔ تو پھر خلیفۃ المسیح ثالث رحمہ اللہ نے جب افریقہ کا دورہ کیا، وہاں ان کی حالت دیکھی، تو بجائے ان کو پھل دینے کے درخت جماعت ہماری درخت لگاتی ہے کہ وہ مستقل پھل دیں، تو وہاں سکول قائم کیے اور ڈسپینسریاں کھولیں، ہسپتال کھولے، آپریشن والے ہسپتال کھولے۔ تو 1988 میں خلیفۃ المسیح رابع رحمہ اللہ کے ساتھ میں بھی تھا سفر میں، تو کثرت کے ساتھ ہر ملک میں، یعنی گھانا، گیمبیا، سیرا لیون، نائجیریا، لوگ اور بڑے بڑے منسٹر بھی، عام لوگ بھی مشکور تھے، شکریہ ادا کرتے تھے کہ آپ نے ہمارے علاقے میں ہسپتال کھولا، ہمارے لیے علاج کی سہولت ہوئی، اور ہم فلاں اسکول سے پڑھے ہوئے ہیں، احمدیہ اسکول سے، ان کے معیار بھی اچھے ہوتے تھے۔ تو یہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ جو ہے یہ اس طرح تو چلتی رہی ہے۔ پھر خلیفۃ المسیح رابع رحمہ اللہ نے جب خاص طور پر بوسنیا کے حالات خطرناک ہوئے ہیں، وہ سربیا کے ساتھ جنگ تھی اور بہت کثرت سے شہید کیا انہیں، تو حضرت خلیفۃ المسیح رابع رحمہ اللہ کا دل دکھتا تھا۔ آپ نے ایک درد مندانہ نظم بھی کہی ہے بوسنیا پر، کلام طاہر میں موجود ہے۔ تو خدام الاحمدیہ کی تنظیم، اس وقت ہمارے جو چیئرمین ہیں اس وقت انٹرنیشنل، احمد یحییٰ خان صاحب، احمد یحییٰ صاحب، سید احمد یحییٰ، یہ اس وقت صدر خدام الاحمدیہ یو کے تھے، تو ان کے سپرد کیا کہ بوسنیا امداد کے لیے جائیں، تو بڑے بڑے ٹرک جو ٹرالر ہوتے ہیں وہ بھر کے وہاں سے جاتے تھے، اور حضرت صاحب کا دیکھیں کتنا جذبہ اور شوق اور ان کے لیے درد تھا کہ باہر تشریف لاتے تھے، دعا کر کے ٹرک کے ساتھ کھڑے ہو کر دعا کر کے والنٹیئرز کو شاباش دے کے، حوصلہ دے کے، ہدایات دے کے بھجواتے تھے، اور جب وہ واپس آتے تھے اس وقت بھی مصافحہ کا شرف بھی بخشتے تھے اور دعائیں بھی دیتے تھے، اور خوشی کا ایک موقع ہوتا تھا کامیاب آئے، وہاں مسجدیں بنائی، دوسرے کام کیے ویلفیئر کے۔ تو یہ اس وقت شروع ہوا، لیکن پھر 95 میں یہ چلتی رہی۔ پھر اس میں چونکہ بعض اوقات لیگل روکیں آتی ہیں تو پھر ایک تنظیم بنائی جس کا نام ہیومینٹی فرسٹ رکھا۔ اس وقت امیر تھے مکرم آفتاب احمد خان صاحب، ان کے ساتھ سید منصور احمد شاہ صاحب اور صدر خدام سید احمد یحییٰ صاحب۔
آپ نے جو ذکر کیا خاص طور پہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کی تاسیس کا، اس کے قیام کا،
جی
خلیفہ رابع رحمہ اللہ کی ایک لحاظ سے اس میں انسانیت کے لیے درد ظاہر ہوتی ہے کہ
جی
کسی بھی طرح وہ جماعت کی خدمت کو منظم کر کے جو ہے پہنچانا چاہتے تھے دنیا تک. اللہ تعالیٰ کے فضل سے ہمارے خدام موجود ہیں, کام کرنے والے ہیں, وہ روح موجود ہے خدمت کی. تو اس سلسلے میں خلیفہ رابع رحمہ اللہ کی خاص طور پہ اس وقت کیا کیفیت تھی؟ آپ نے خاص طور پہ باسنیا میں جو قتل و غارت ہوا تھا اور جو ریفیوجی کرائسس ہوا تھا خاص طور پہ اس کا ذکر کیا ہے. آپ تھوڑا سا خلیفہ رابع رحمہ, کیونکہ اللہ تعالیٰ کے فضل سے آپ کو لمبا طویل عرصہ موقع ملا خدمت کرنے کا سلسلے میں خلیفہ رابع رحمہ اللہ تعالیٰ کے ساتھ, تو حضور رحمہ اللہ کی کیا کیفیت تھی اس وقت, اگر آپ اس پہ تھوڑا سا.
کیفیات تو میں نے عرض کی کہ درد تھا دل میں, اور وہ آنکھوں سے بھی نکلتا تھا, اور جس طرح ایک درد مند آدمی ہو تو اس کے دل سے شعر نکلتے ہیں, وہ لے میں ڈلتے ہیں, درد کی لے میں. تو بوزنیا کے لیے جو نظم لکھی وہ اسی درد کا ایک منظر ہے, اور حضرت صاحب نے اپنے خطبات میں بھی اور دوسرے طریقوں سے بھی طاقتور قوموں سے اپیل کی اس وقت بار بار مختلف طریقوں سے کہ اس ظلم کو روکا جائے. اور مجھے یاد ہے کہ یہ جو ہے ہنگری میں جو ریفیوجی کیمپ تھا وہاں بھی ہمارے خدام گئے, سید احمد یحییٰ صاحب صدر تھے تو یہ بھی وہاں تھے. تو وہاں کیمپ سے انہوں نے ایم ٹی اے کے ذریعہ لائیو حضور سے کال ملائی. حضور نے وہاں ان بچوں سے جو لٹے پٹے فیملیوں کے تھے ان سے باتیں بھی کی. تو یہ حضرت صاحب کی ایک لگن تھی, اور اس میں کوئی یہ ذکر نہیں ہے کہ یا وہ ریزرویشن نہیں ہے کہ کس قوم سے ہے یا کس سے نہیں, ساری انسانیت. تو یہ ایک ایسا پودا ہے جو تناور درخت بن چکا ہے, تقریباً 60 سے زیادہ جگہ اس کے سینٹر اور مرکز قائم ہو چکے ہیں. تو یہ خلافت کا ایک بہت بڑا پھل اور اس کی برکت ہے کہ ایک الہی نظام کے تحت یہ تنظیم چل رہی ہے, یہ عام تنظیموں کی طرح نہیں ہے. اس کے جو رقم آتی ہے جو جاتی ہے وہ بالکل ٹرانسپیرنٹ ہے, اور اللہ کے فضل سے لوگ بہت دیتے ہیں, اور بہت جگہوں پر یہ اب ہیٹی کا دیکھیں کتنا بڑا ڈیزاسٹر تھا.
بہت ہماری گفتگو تو خیر بہت ہی دلچسپ چل رہی ہے اس پر میں, لیکن مجھے بتایا گیا کہ ہمارے ساتھ ایک مزید کالر ہیں, ہمارے ساتھ جمشید راشد صاحب ابھی موجود ہیں. اگر جمشید راشد صاحب کو کنیکٹ کیا جا سکتا ہے تو ہم ان سے بات کر سکتے ہیں. جمشید راشد صاحب.
السلام علیکم.
السلام علیکم رحمۃ اللہ وبرکاتہ. ہاں جی.
وعلیکم السلام ورحمۃ اللہ وبرکاتہ.
جی جمشید صاحب بولیں, آپ کی آواز آ رہی ہے.
آپ کی آواز آ رہی ہے, آپ
جی
بول سکتے ہیں. یس وی کین ہیئر یو.
ہاں جی, ویسے آپ کا پروگرام کے بارے میں تھا, میں نے اس سلسلے میں فون کیا تھا. ایک پلیج اور پلس ڈونیشن بھی میں کرنا چاہ رہا تھا, اور آن بہاف آف مائی پیرنٹس, اور یہ ہے اس کا واٹر ویل کے لیے.
بالکل
جی جزاک اللہ جمشید صاحب. یہ بتائیں کہ آپ اپنی اماؤنٹ بھی اناؤنس کرنا چاہیں گے یا ہم بعد میں لے لیں آپ سے؟
جی میری ہے $5,000 ہے.
5,000 جزاک اللہ.
$5,000 $5,000 ماشاء اللہ جمشید رشید صاحب نے اپنے والدین کے بہاف پہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کو ڈونیٹ کیے ہیں. جزاکم اللہ احسن الجزاء. اللہ تعالیٰ ہر لحاظ سے قبول فرمائے اور احسن نتائج انشاءاللہ اس کے ظاہر کرے, لوگوں کے لیے انشاءاللہ آسانی پیدا کرے. جزاکم اللہ احسن الجزاء جمشید صاحب. السلام علیکم.
پیمنٹ کے لیے مجھے بتا دیں, جیسا آپ کہیں گے میں پیمنٹ کر دوں گا آپ کو انشاءاللہ.
جی جزاک اللہ. آپ کو نا ہمارے فائنانس ڈپارٹمنٹ کال کر کے آپ سے تفصیل بھی لے لے گی, اور پیمنٹ کا بھی آپ سے ڈیٹیلز لے لیں گے.
جزاکم اللہ احسن الجزاء. میں ذرا ڈاکٹر صاحب کی طرف اب آنا چاہتا ہوں. ڈاکٹر صاحب, تعلیم کا ذکر ہوا, تعلیم کے اوپر عمل کرنے والے جو ہیں وہ موجود ہیں. آپ کیونکہ اللہ تعالیٰ کے فضل سے ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے چیئرمین کے طور پہ خدمت سے انجام دے رہے ہیں, تو آپ نے کس طرح دیکھا ہے کہ جو کام کرنے والے ہیں والنٹیئرز ہیں, اس کی تفصیلی بات تو انشاءاللہ ہم بعد میں ضرور کریں گے کہ وہ والنٹیئرز کا جو ایک معجزہ ہے جو ہے عطا کیا گیا ہے اس جو ہے آرگنائزیشن کو, لیکن یہ روح جو ہے ان میں کس حد تک نظر آتی ہے, اور آپ کیا اس پہ جو ہے ذکر کر سکتے ہیں سلسلے میں ناظرین؟
جب سے ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کینیڈا میں قیام ہوئی ہے اس وقت سے مجھے اللہ نے توفیق دی ہے کہ جب بھی کہیں کوئی ڈیزاسٹر ہوا ہے وہاں مجھے خود جانے کا بھی موقع ملا ہے, اور وہاں پہ خدمت کرنے کا بھی موقع ملا ہے. جو بڑی میجر ڈیزاسٹرز ہوئی تھیں جیسے ہیٹی میں, فلپینز میں, بنگلہ دیش میں جب وہاں گیا تو وہاں پہ اور بھی دنیاوی دوسری ادارے تھے جو آئے ہوئے تھے, یونائٹڈ نیشن کی تنظیم میں بھی تھیں اور بھی تھیں. لیکن جو سب سے یونیک بات تھی ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کی کہ ہم لوگ رضاکار تھے, والنٹیئرز تھے. صرف میں ہیٹی کا مثال دوں گا کہ وہاں پہ تقریباً ہم نے 169 والنٹیئرز بھیجے تھے، ان میں سے اکثر ڈاکٹرز اور نرسز اور پیرامیڈکس تھے، اور ان میں سے تقریباً سب نے اپنے کرایہ وغیرہ خود دیے تھے. جب وہ وہاں پہنچے تھے تو ہم نے ان کو ٹینٹ میں ٹھہرایا تھا، ان کو نوڈلز والا دیتے تھے، نوڈلز وغیرہ کھانے میں، کوئی اس طرح کی چیزیں، جبکہ دوسرے ڈاکٹرز جو تھے اور دوسرے لوگ تھے ان کو اچھی 5 اسٹار فیسلٹیز میں یا جو بھی بہترین فیسلٹی تھی وہاں پہ تھی. ان کو 8 گھنٹے کے شفٹ ہوتا تھا، باقی وہ آرام کرتے تھے. اور یہ ہمارے لوگ ٹینٹ میں زمین پہ سوتے، 12 16 گھنٹہ کام کرتے. تو اس ادارے کے ساتھ جو بھی منسوب ہوتا ہے اس میں ایک خاص بات ہوتی ہے کہ خدمت انسانیت کی لگن اس کے دل میں ہوتی ہے، ایک پیشن ہوتا ہے. اور اللہ تعالیٰ نے ایک عجیب برکت ڈالی اس آرگنائزیشن میں کہ صرف احمدی نہیں بلکہ کوئی دوسرا شخص کسی بھی مذہب سے تعلق رکھتا ہو، کسی کمیونٹی سے، کسی بیک گراؤنڈ، کسی ایتھنک بیک گراؤنڈ سے تعلق رکھتا ہو، جب وہ اس ادارے میں شامل ہوتا ہے تو اس کے رنگ میں ڈھل جاتا ہے اور وہ بے لوث خدمت کرنے لگتا ہے. یہ وہ خاصیت ہے جو ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کو ایک امتیازی حیثیت دے دیتی ہے. اور اللہ تعالیٰ نے اس میں ہمیں توفیق دی ہے کہ چھوٹی سی آرگنائزیشن ہو کے فور فرنٹ میں بڑے بڑے اداروں کے سامنے موجود ہے اور بڑے بڑے اداروں کے ساتھ بیٹھ کے کام کر رہی ہوتی ہے. ہادی صاحب جب بات کر رہے تھے تو میرے ذہن میں آیا ہادی صاحب سے میں پوچھوں کہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ ایک ادارہ ہے جس کی بنیاد حضرت خلیفۃ المسیح رابع نے رکھی، اور لوگ اس میں ڈونیٹ بھی کرتے ہیں، والنٹیئر بھی کرتے ہیں. لیکن بعض لوگوں کا خیال ہوتا ہے، بعض لوگ اپنی پیشن کی وجہ سے کسی دوسرے چیریٹی میں جا کے ڈونیٹ کر رہے ہوتے ہیں، یا ان کو اس بات کی یا اس اہمیت نہیں سمجھ میں آتی کہ کیوں ہیومینٹی فرسٹ ایک بہتر ادارہ ہے جو زیادہ ریزلٹس پروڈیوس کرتا ہے تھوڑی سی رقم میں. اس بارے میں بتائیں کہ لوگوں کو کس طرح یہ فیصلہ کرنے میں آسانی ہو کہ یہ وہ ادارہ ہے، اس کو دینا زیادہ ضرور. بعض لوگ مثلا ایگزامپل کے طور پہ کینیڈا میں لوگ ہاسپٹل کو ڈونیٹ کرتے ہیں. ایک ہاسپٹل جو ہے کینیڈا میں وہ فلی فنڈڈ ہوتا ہے گورنمنٹ کی طرف سے، اور اگر آپ ایک پیسہ بھی نہیں دیں تو ایک منیمم ہیلتھ اسٹینڈرڈ ہے، کوالٹی سروس ہے، اسٹینڈرڈ آف کیئر ہے جو اس نے پرووائڈ کرنی ہے. اس کے لیے ہر شخص ٹیکس پیئر جو ہوتا ہے وہ اپنے ٹیکس پے کرتا ہے. $1,000 یا $1,00,000 کسی ہسپتال میں ایک قطرے کے برابر بھی نہیں ہوتی جو اس میں ڈالیں، لیکن یہ 1,000 یا $1,00,000 افریقہ میں ایک بہت بڑی معنی حاصل رکھتی ہے اور اس کی وجہ سے ایک بہت بڑا امپیکٹ ہوتا ہے. تو میں چاہتا ہوں کہ آپ ہمارے سننے والوں کو اور دیکھنے والوں کو بتائیں کہ وہ کیا تبدیلی ہیومینٹی فرسٹ لاتی ہے اور کیوں ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کو ڈونیٹ کرنا چاہیے.
جزاکم اللہ، آپ نے اچھا کیا یاد دلا دیا. اس ادارے کی جب بنیاد پڑ رہی تھی اس وقت حضرت صاحب کے ذہن میں یہ بات بڑی مضبوطی سے راسخ تھی کہ دوسری آرگنائزیشن چاہے وہ نیشنل تھی، انٹرنیشنل تھی، بہت بڑی بڑی ہیں، ان کے بڑے بڑے نام ہیں اور ان کے جہاز بھی چلتے ہیں، سارا کچھ ہے، تو ان کا تقریباً 80-85% اپنے خرچوں میں خرچ ہو جاتا ہے. ادر اینڈ پر جہاں پہ جا کے خرچ ہونا چاہیے وہاں 15% یا 20% خرچ ہوتا ہے. تو حضرت صاحب کا خیال تھا کہ ہماری جماعت چونکہ اس کو اللہ تعالیٰ نے یہ روح بخشی ہے کہ رضاکار آتے ہیں، تو اس میں جو ہمارے اوور ہیڈز ہوں، جن کو اوور ہیڈز کہتے ہیں، تنظیم کے جو اخراجات ہیں وہ بہت ہی معمولی ہوں گے. تو جماعت کی سرپرستی میں یہ چلتی ہے، اس لیے یہاں الٹ ہے بالکل. اگر 10-15% جو ہے وہ لازمی ہوتا ہے، کچھ نہ کچھ خرچے ہوتے ہیں، پیٹرول ہے یا گاڑی ہے، لوگ اپنی گاڑیاں بھی استعمال کر رہے ہوتے ہیں، لیکن کچھ نہ کچھ ہوتا ہے. مگر جو بڑی رقم ہے 80%، 85%، 90% وہ دوسرے اختتام پر جہاں ضرورت ہوتی ہے وہاں خرچ ہو رہی ہوتی ہے.
الحمدللہ.
اس لحاظ سے یہاں جو بھی ڈونیٹ کرتا ہے اس کی رقم محفوظ ہے اور اعلیٰ مقصد کے لیے استعمال ہو رہی ہے.
تو یہ
جماعت کے دفتر ہوتے ہیں، سامان ہوتا ہے اس میں، ایک چاہے وہ جماعت کے ہوں یا اس آرگنائزیشن کے ہوں، کسی بھی وہ ہر ادارے کرنے ہوتے ہیں تو وہ بہت معمولی ہوتے ہیں. مگر دوسری آرگنائزیشن میں اتنا لیوشلی اس کو وہ خرچ کرتے ہیں کہ اس کا میجر حصہ بلکہ بہت بڑا حصہ ادھر خرچ ہو جاتا ہے، جہاں ضرورت ہوتی ہے وہاں تھوڑا سا جاتا ہے. تو اس لیے اس کو دیکھنا چاہیے. خلافت کی ایک تحریک ہے، خلافت کے ذریعے قائم ہوئی ہے اور عالمگیر ہے. جو مسیح کی جماعت نے ساری دنیا پر چھانا ہے اس میں یہ تنظیم بھی ممد اور معاون ہے، اور اس سے دنیا توحید کی طرف آتی ہے، ایک نقطے کی طرف آتی ہے، اور اس میں اخراجات جو ہیں یہ خاص طور پر ادھر پورے پہنچتے ہیں.
तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह नाजरीन के ये भी इल्म में बात आ गई है कि जो ख़ास ये ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट का अदारा है, इसमें आपकी रकम जहां आप अपनी नीयत करते हैं पहुंचाने की, वहां तक सबसे बड़ी फीसदी लिहाज से वो रकम पहुंचाती है ये जमात, ये ह्यूमैनिटी फ़र्स्ट की तंजीम। हम अपने सेगमेंट के अख्ताम तक पहुँच गए हैं। अभी मैं अपने दोनों मेहमानान का शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जज़ाकुमुल्लाहु अहसनल जज़ा, और इंशाल्लाह for dear audience, inshallah we will be meeting you again soon in the next segment. Jazakumullah ahsan al jaza. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
On behalf of members of Brampton City Council, I am pleased to extend greetings to those participating in the Humanity First live 24-hour global telethon on September 5th. In Canada, the program will be broadcast live for a 4-hour segment to be viewed by thousands of people coast to coast and globally. Humanity First is a not-for-profit charitable organization registered in 58 countries, and they carry out some incredible development work, helping fight disasters, offer relief, and really lifting up the less fortunate. In 2020, Humanity First helped over 1 million people in 78 countries by supporting 152 hospitals, providing 496,000 units of PPE, and the list goes on, whether it's blood donations, volunteers, disaster management. It's just incredible. I've seen in Canada the delivery of meals during the COVID-19 pandemic, how Humanity First stepped up and helped those in our community. So on behalf of our city, the city of Brampton, I want to thank the Ahmadiyya community and Humanity First for your leadership. And I hope everyone rallies behind this telethon, because every dollar that goes to Humanity First is an investment in a great cause and goes a long way to helping those in need.
खल्क के काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो, सारे आलम में तुम खिदमत खल्क के काम करते रहो, काम आते रहो, तुम मसीहा बनो हर दुखी के लिए, दिल लुभाते रहो, गम बटाते रहो, तुम मसीहा बनो हर दुखी के लिए, दिल लुभाते रहो, गम बटाते रहो। चाहे सैलाब हो या कहत आ पड़े, कोई खाना न हो ना ही पानी मिले, चाहे सैलाब हो या
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May the peace, blessings, and mercy of Allah Ta'ala be upon you all. Welcome back to the Humanity First Studios here, where we are live streaming to you an international telethon with a single goal in mind. That is to fulfill the fundamental purpose that Islam has given us. As a creation, we should be able to feel the pain of our fellow creation. And today's telethon's purpose is to be able to capture that pain, understand what that feels like, and know that we have the power to alleviate that pain. Allah Ta'ala has given us the capacity to get involved. And that is what we want to bring to you, dear audience, today. In the previous segment, we just learned about the beautiful teaching and the moral impetus that we have been given for our Urdu audience in particular, for the work that Humanity First does. And that is something that we want to continue doing in this segment as well. So I am joined with an incredible panel right here with me that will be discussing this. To my immediate right is Mukarram Maulana Abdul Rashid Anwar Sahib, a senior missionary and missionary in charge of Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat Canada. And to his right is Bashir Nasir Sahib, a very, very pioneer worker of our Jamaat here in Canada and photographer that has given the actual history of photography within the Jamaat Canada a whole new meaning. We'll be talking to him as well, as he's covered all of our Humanity First Canada's events from its inception. So we'll be getting more details on that as well. But I want to start off with Rashid Anwar Sahib first. Murabi Sahib, for our English audience, tell us why it is that we at Humanity First should be doing all of the work that we do. What is the philosophy of doing all of this work in the first place in Islam?
Islam is a religion which is a perfect religion. Why it is perfect? It is perfect because it establishes relations between God and the same time between the creature of God, between human being. All the teachings you can take, all the instructions of Islam you can take, you would find that at every step, in everything, man is not forget. Man is not ignored. If you don't pay the rights of man, then Allah also does not forgive you his rights. And sometimes rights of man are more important than the rights of God even. For example, if you are praying and there is some danger and the person is in such a danger, you have to leave the prayer and go first help that person. And that happens everywhere. You can start with La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. It's just a bridge between God and man. It continues. And Allah has insisted and instructed so many times in the Holy Quran about the rights of man that without that, religion is not complete. We can understand just one example of the teachings of Holy Quran, where Allah says, وَفِي أَمْوَالِهِمْ حَقٌّ لِلسَّائِلِ وَالْمَحْرُومِ, that all what they earn, there is a right for those people who can ask, who can request openly, and who they cannot even request sometimes. So what should be done? You have to search for those people and go towards them and pay their rights, because you have the rights in your wealth.
So this is a very, very important point over here. Many of us growing up in the Western world, we sometimes have, or the materialistic world, we have this idea that if I have it in my possession, it's mine. And if I decide to give it to someone who is in need, I'm doing a favor on them. And that's something that they should thank me for, right? That mentality. So Islam puts an end to that. And it says that if there is a poor person out there in need of something that I already have, and I'm living a comfortable life, it's their right.
You have rightly pointed out this point here, which is very important, that that teaching shows us that if you do something for poor, you do not have to boast the favor on those people, that I have done such a thing for you. In return, you have to do something. No, you have to thank them that they have accepted your sacrifice, your wealth, that you could share with them. And you have to, what you had to pay as their rights, you had paid their rights. So Islam insists on that. And when we go out from that teaching, or not going out even, continue that teaching with the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, we can understand that Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam has also insisted on that.
That's exactly what I wanted to come to. Can you tell us some examples from the life of the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam in particular, but also the thousands of saints that have come after him, our own Khulafa, the promised Messiah, Islam, some of the practical ways in which they acted on this teaching, and they showed how significant it is to implement it in one's life.
Before even coming to those examples, I wanted to tell that how Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam himself has instructed what should we do, and how he has motivated us to pay those rights. Holy Prophet ﷺ says that the person who is near to the poor, he is near to Allah, or near to paradise, and who is near to paradise, he is near to Allah.
And who does not pay those rights? He is far from the creature of from Allah, from love of Allah, and from paradise of Allah. Words can be different, but that is the teaching of Holy Prophet. But Holy Prophet not only said that, not only instructed that, but he also showed the examples. Examples are so many that we cannot even count them. And every time we can see that he implemented himself that teaching and asked us to do so. For example, somebody came to Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He gave him 10 dirham. He needed to have a shirt. He went to the market. He purchased a shirt. He wore it. And when he was in the public, one of the companions comes. He says, "Oh, Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, please give it to me." He goes inside. He takes it off. He gives to the Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Because he needed, he had 6 dirham with him left. He went again to the market. Again, he purchased another shirt. That was 4 dirham again. When he was coming back, he saw a female slave crying there. He said, "Why are you crying here?" He said, "My master gave me 2 dirham to purchase flour for the house, and on my way towards market, I lost it. And if I go back, I will be punished." Holy Prophet took that $2, 2 dirham, and gave it to her. "Okay, you go and buy that flour and go back to your home." She continued crying. Holy Prophet said, "Why are you crying now?" He said, "Yes, you have given me 2 dirham. I can go and purchase the flour, but when I will go back, I will be punished again, perhaps severely. Why I delayed my coming back to home?" He said, "Okay, I will go with you to your house." He goes with her, accompanies her, and says, "Assalamu alaikum." No response. Second time again, no response.
No response.
Third time again, no response. They said, "Wa alaikum assalam."
Third time they said, "Wa alaikum assalam."
He said, "Didn't you hear me? I said assalamu alaikum and you said you didn't answer." They said, "Yes, O Prophet of Allah. We heard that and we responded in a way that you should continue saying assalamu alaikum, and we wanted those blessings for our house."
MashaAllah.
And we continued that way. And then he said, "I found that female slave on the way. She was crying and she was feeling that that she will be punished. So she came back. I have to come with her and ask you to not to punish her." They said, "Okay, we liberate her." And he said that just look, with 10 dirham, a Prophet of Allah had a shirt, an Ansari had a shirt, and a soul is liberated.
MashaAllah. So with just that small amount, all of that incredible service to humanity was done. And that's exactly what Humanity First actually has been doing for the past 2-3 decades that it has been serving mankind. And with us, of course, is an individual that has been capturing that work in photography. So I want to, just for a few minutes, request Bashir Nasser Sahib, can you tell us how that work has been? How have you seen the volunteers work from, the humble starting in the beginning to now being established all over the world? What has your experience been? If you could share that with us as well. So for our Urdu audience as well, of course, अगर आप थोड़ा सा ये तजुर्बा बता सकें हमें कि कैसा रहा था आपकी जो है फोटोग्राफी के लिहाज से।
I born in Qadian 1940, तो मैंने ये फोटोग्राफर शुरू की वहाँ पर 1958 से। को ज़ायरीन हिंदू से एक बार आते थे ना, को मीनार तो मसीह हज़रत मियाँ साहब उस दब तबलीग थे, बाद में तो नज़राला बने, تو انہوں نے میری ڈیوٹی لگائی کہ تھوڑا کوریج کریں تاکہ ایک جماعت کا ریکارڈ ہو جائے گا. تو بل میں نے وہاں سے شروع کیا ایسے مطلب شوقیہ. اس کے بعد میں پھر دبئی چلا گیا. یہاں پر پھر میں آیا ہوں تو میں نے یہ الحمدللہ اللہ تعالیٰ کے فضل سے میں نے 4 خلفاء کے ساتھ فوٹوگرافی کی ہے. حضرت خلیفہ ثانی رضی اللہ عنہ ساتھ جب ان پر حملہ ہوا سے پہلے, پھر حضرت خلیفہ ثالث رحمہ اللہ پاکستان میں, تو میں پھر قادیان سے پاکستان چلا گیا تھا. اس کے بعد حضرت خلیفہ ثالث رحمہ اللہ یہاں پر بھی آئے تھے وینکوور. یہاں ان کی ساری کوریج میرے پاس البم پڑی ہوئی ہے. اور حضرت خلیفہ رابع رحمہ اللہ کے ساتھ میں 1985 سے ایز اے آفیشیل فوٹوگرافر ہوں. ان کے ساتھ 91 میں قادیان, پھر غانا, اس کے بعد انڈونیشیا, ملیشیا, آسٹریلیا, حضور کے ساتھ جرمنی. میں نے کافی دورے کیے ہیں حضور کے ساتھ. اور سب سے بڑا میں ایک دعا کی غرض سے بتانا چاہتا ہوں کہ حضرت خلیفۃ المسیح رابع رحمہ اللہ نے اظہار شفقت فرماتے ہوئے 25 جولائی 2000 میں حضور نے اپنے ہاتھوں سے مجھے ایک ایوارڈ دیا جو حضور اس میں لکھا ہوا حضرت اقدس مسیح علیہ السلام کے مقدس کپڑوں کا یہ تبرک 2 پیس تبرک لگا میرے گھر میں. میں عزیز بشیر ناصر آف قادیان ہال ٹورنٹو کو ان کی شاندار فوٹوگرافی پر بطور اعزاز پیش کرتا ہوں. مرزا تو یہ تو اصل میں جب میری فوٹوگرافی جو بنیاد جو ہے نا وہ یہ ہے کہ جماعتی خدمت ہے. یہ سب سے بڑا بزنس اگر آدمی دیکھے نا تو وہ جماعت کی خدمت کرے. میں نے حضور کے ساتھ جہاں پر بھی کیا ہوں, موجودہ حضور کے ساتھ میں آسٹریلیا بھی کیا ہوں. 2005 میں قادیان تھے, 2008 میں چنائی, کالی گڑھ, کوچین, وہاں پر قادیان نہیں گئے تھے, 2008 کی بات ہے. تو میں مطلب حضور کے ساتھ کام کیا. میں مطلب والنٹری کرتا ہوں, میں جماعت سے خرچہ نہیں.
اللہ تعالیٰ ہر لحاظ سے یہ
اس کے مطلب توفیل اللہ تعالیٰ نے مجھے دنیاوی طور پر بھی کافی نوازا ہے. مجھے ایک تھوڑی سی بات کرنی, 1994
میں
میں
بھی درخواست کروں گا کیونکہ ہمارے ناظرین کے جو ہے ان کے علم میں ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے سلسلے میں جو خاص خدمت ہے وہ ہم ان کے تھوڑے ذہن میں لانا چاہتے ہیں کہ اس کام پہ اگر آپ تھوڑا ذکر کر دیں تو وہ ان کے علم میں آئے تاکہ ان کو احساس ہو کہ یہ ادارہ بہت محنت کر کے کام کر رہا ہے اور اس کی جو ہے ریکارڈز بھی موجود ہیں ہر لحاظ سے, تاکہ ہمارے احباب کے علم میں رہے. اس کی اگر آپ تھوڑا سا اس کا خاص ذکر کر دیں.
کے ساتھ میں کافی عرصہ سے کام کرتا ہوں. مطلب ان کا کوئی بھی والنٹری کام ہے, فوٹوگرافی میرا مین جو ہے نا فوٹوگرافی ہے. میں سمجھتا ہوں یہی میری والنٹری ہے, نہیں سمجھے گی نہیں. اور اللہ تعالیٰ نے ایک دیا ہے مطلب موقع, تو میں مطلب اس میں کر رہا ہوں.
اللہ تعالیٰ ہر لحاظ سے قبول فرمائے. جزاکم اللہ احسن.
یہ جو ہیومینٹی فرسٹ ہے یہ ایک اصل میں یہ جیسے ریڈ کراس ہے نا, اسی طرح یہ مطلب جہاں پر بھی مطلب افریقہ ہے, انڈیا ہے, یا کہیں بھی مطلب ملکوں میں, تو وہاں پر یہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ بہت زیادہ کام کر رہی ہے, بہت زیادہ. ابھی گوٹے ملے میں مطلب ہیومینٹی فرسٹ نے مسرور ہاسپٹل بنایا تو اس میں میں ساتھ ہی تھا.
ماشاءاللہ. تو یعنی اللہ تعالیٰ ایسے مزید بہت سے پروجیکٹس کی توفیق عطا فرمائے کور کرنے کی, اس سلسلے کا جو ہے کام بھی جاری رہے اور اس کی کوریج بھی جاری رہے, تاکہ ہمارے ناظرین تک انشاءاللہ اس طرح کے جو ہیں فدائی لوگ وہ اس کی معلومات پہنچاتے رہیں تاکہ ہمارے تمام ناظرین کو بھی مزید ترغیب ہو. اینڈ انشاءاللہ this type of coverage it motivates us to further want to give to this cause. When we see the photos, the photography of the life-changing incidents that this organization has brought about in the world, it should motivate us towards that common purpose. With that, I am going to thank both of my guests for having joined us, given us this valuable information, historic information as well. جزاکم اللہ احسن الجزا. السلام علیکم ورحمۃ اللہ وبرکاتہ.
مولانا صاحب سے میری ملاقات انگلینڈ ہوئی تھی, یہ ایوری کوسٹ میں اس وقت تھے, تو یہ حضرت خلیفہ رابع کے زمانے نا وہاں میری لندن میں ان سے پہلی ملاقات ہوئی.
ماشاءاللہ جی, یہ تعلق بہت پرانا ہے اور بڑی محبت کا اور پیار کا.
بس دعا کی درخواست ہے, دعا کریں.
جزاکم اللہ احسن الجزا. السلام علیکم ورحمۃ اللہ وبرکاتہ.
السلام ورحمۃ اللہ وبرکاتہ.
Hello, I'm Nahid Nenshi, the Mayor of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for supporting the important work of Humanity First. This nonprofit organization has done tremendous work around the globe, and particularly I want to highlight the incredible work they've done during this horrible global pandemic. I also want to express my gratitude to the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat, who are not the only supporters of Humanity First, but certainly are the driving force behind that work. And it's just a great example of the Jamaat's commitment to community here and everywhere. So I hope you're enjoying this global telethon, and thank you for your support of Humanity First.
We have responded to a number of disasters around the world. Our volunteers provided relief and assistance to victims of the typhoon in the Philippines and assisted with the rebuilding of their community. Some other disasters we have responded to include Hurricane Matthew in Haiti, the earthquake in Ecuador, the Montreal floods, and Fort McMurray wildfires in Canada. More recently, during the drought in Africa, Humanity First Canada provided food, water, and other emergency supplies to drought victims in Kenya and Somalia. More than 11,000 people were assisted during the severe drought spell. In 2017, Humanity First Canada was invited by the World Health Organization to respond to victims of the hurricane in the British Virgin Islands. We are currently working with the WHO and Pan American Health Organization to register as an EMT, Emergency Medical Team, which will ensure that whenever a natural disaster strikes, we can provide medical assistance to the victims of disaster with an official WHO status.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. May the peace, blessings, and mercy of Allah Ta'ala be upon you all who have joined us in this live stream of the international telethon that Humanity First Canada is holding. I'm going to remind our audience of the real purpose of why this live stream telethon is happening. It is to bring you into connection with those people that you see on the news that are suffering every single day. But we decide to turn that TV channel off or simply change the channel. This live stream is coming to you so that it can give you a platform to do something to bring that change in the lives of those people that you see on TV. And in particular, in this segment, we want to discover why it is that this organization, Humanity First, is unique and is exceptional in the service that it brings to the people that it brings your donations to. For that, we have two senior members and workers of Humanity First Canada that have joined me as guests. To my immediate right, Mia Nadeem Mahmood Sahib, who is a director of board of Humanity First, and to his right is Mukarram Ijaz Khan Sahib, likewise a director board within Humanity First Canada. Jazakumullah Hasan Liza for joining us, and welcome to you both.
Thank you very much.
So I'm going to start with Mia Nadeem Sahib. Mia Nadeem Mahmood Sahib, you have been working with Humanity First for basically 2.5 decades now. And you have had the opportunity to look at how the organization has grown from being established in maybe just a handful of countries to now over 60 countries. It's grown in its scope, it's grown in its work and its finances. We often hear the high value of 90th percentile or 90 cents or so, more than that even, being sent to the actual people that need it. Very little overhead spending. Can you maybe tell us a little bit about that? How does Humanity First achieve this incredible, value per dollar?
Jazakumullah, Barsab. So
to begin with, if we start looking at it, what is the base of the working for the Humanity First is that we see around when you come into the Humanity First organization, you see everybody who is around you is a volunteer, which means is that everybody is sacrificing their time for the cause which has been established as under the banner of the Humanity First, that you are serving the humanity. Once you have that, which means that you are not looking for any of your personal gains in this, then that's where you cut a lot of expense. So if we are not in the same same category, if you want to call it, as a Red Cross or anything. So we compare ourselves to the other organizations who are our size. So if you really look at that, because if you look at our books, for example, the last year, whatever was the amount was raised, our financial statements clearly says that we were less than 5% in our administrative expenses, which means that every dollar you are donating, just because there are nobody is in the administration staff or in the staff which is taking the high salaries as compared to the other charities or other organizations of same magnitude or higher magnitude, that means that every dollar you're giving it, the majority of that 95% plus is going to the real cause which you are giving it for. So that is why, by the grace of Allah, we can claim that we are the charity whose administrative expenses are the least as compared to any other same organization on that magnitude.
MashaAllah. Ijaz Khan Sahib, I'm going to come to you now. So we talk about, when someone gives their money over to Humanity First, it can go in multiple places. Humanity First is not simply focused in a single project or single work. It's multifaceted in its approach to alleviating human suffering across the world. So can you tell us some of those places where that money can go at this moment, all of the programs, or some of them at least, that Humanity First Canada is directly involved in?
Yes, we have a very few programs, what we call it disaster reliefs. Then we have Water for Life, refugee settlement, which is in Canada for the refugees. And then food security. Food security is also one of us, which is a food bank, which we provide hundreds of people's food every week and every month. And at the same time, we have global health. Global health, we have hospitals running. We have two hospitals. One hospital is on the operations. It is called Senegal Hospitals. And we are spending a lot of money, and that is a very big hospital. In that case, that is a 5-story building, and we have a huge equipment there. And the hospital was established started from 5 years before, but now in 2019 it was operational. At the time of operation, the ambassador also came there, and Dr. Saab also went there. So it's one of the major programs in the global health. We have this hospital, and then we have community care, and then we have a knowledge for life, and a gift of sight, and orphan care. So there are multiple programs going on in multiple cities. And also we are cooperating with suppose we have already spent a lot of money on the Haiti when there was an earthquake.
The earthquake, yes.
And then there are a lot of other relief activity. In Canada also, we are spending a lot of, sometimes there is in BC, we have a flood. At the same time, so there are various, at the time of need and at the time of the instruction from the Humanity First Internationals, we are receiving the instruction on the basis of that Canada Jamaat has been given few countries, and those countries where we run all those programs.
So I think it's very important for our audience to understand this, that when you're giving money over to Humanity First, not only are we simply, giving it to multiple programs, or it can be used for multiple ways to alleviate human suffering for humanitarian aid. You've just listed a number of programs that Humanity First is currently involved in, but Humanity First also gives the donor the choice to select where it is that they want to send that program. And it enables them to update on this, constantly see where it is that their money is going. Can you, Nadeem Mahmood Saab, perhaps tell us a little bit about that? Like, how is it that Humanity First, first of all, opens up the platform, lets the donor know that select where it is that you want to send your money? And with that, if you could also give us a little bit of hint on Humanity First does not simply, leave every program equally open. Sometimes there's more need to send money in a particular program. How is it that Humanity First focuses directly on that? And what is the role of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat, its workers, and the motivation from the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat side in pushing a particular program that may be more in need of that?
Jazakallah. So, if you look at that, as you rightly said, that Humanity First does provide a donor an opportunity and a choice. Where do you want it to donate? Because often it seems that some things may appeal to one as compared to somebody else more than anybody else, right? So for example, if I may have, and as we have seen it, this happens, you see there are charity walks goes on. And then if you talk to them that's for the, I'll take an example of a CIBC run for cancer, for example. If you meet a lot of people who are there just because they were touched either by that disease or somebody else in their family have been touched by that disease. So it means that that's a personal connection. That is the theme here as well. If you feel as a donor that you want to donate to somebody who can get their, for example, eye surgery done, or you think that there's somebody who should be getting an education, or the elementary school kid who should be getting the education, or anything else, all that given, this does provide you an opportunity. What Humanity First does is that Humanity First gives you an opportunity so that you can donate and then feel that yes, your donation is gone to the purpose you have been. We do publish our reports on a regular basis. All the projects are listed, and then the project's progress is shared with the donors so that they can feel as part of that. It's not that you have just given the money and then we say, thank you very much, and we'll let you know once it's done. We want to keep you part of that whole process so that you feel engaged. I'll give you an example. Only a few years ago, I, as a humble servant, we in our family started doing a collection for Water for Life, because we thought that this is something that we are seeing that we are blessed by living in this country, that we can have no problem getting food. You have no problem getting water bottles, or you can just walk in. It's not even a question.
In Canada, this is not even
right.
You legally have to give water to anyone that asks for it.
And imagine that there are people living in the same earth. So what gives us a right to think that, oh, we are entitled to do that and nobody else is? So we have an obligation to do that. So what we start doing is that we start collecting some money whenever we get together for our family gatherings and all that stuff. By the grace of Allah, we were able to donate towards a couple of wells. So what I'm trying to bring home the point is that once those wells were up and running, there was a plaque put in on behalf of our elders. When I shared that with my youngsters, the youth, the kids who have been born here, they were so motivated that we should continue with that. So this is something where your personal attachment becomes, and that is where Humanity First comes into play, that that the money you are giving, you're donating, it is going for the cause, and that the personal satisfaction that you have asked for that to be given into that.
Alhamdulillah. That was just
add something that every donor has a choice, because if they're paying online, they have a choice of various heads. They can go for paying for the Water for Life, disaster relief, or anything they would like to do it. It's not like we tell them that what do you want to do it. We have a general donation fund also, but we have normally assigned those funds that those people were supposed. My also son and daughters and all their cousins, they have given money for the Water for Life, and they have had on the name of my grandparents. So it's just like the children are also, as Nadeem has said, that Water for Life is a personal choice for water life, which is more important than anybody, especially if you go to Pakistan in the area of Thar, and then in Africa, some countries where they're drinking the water, which is not even even the animal won't drink.
We would not even tolerate looking at something like that in Canada. You're absolutely right.
And the second thing is for the food bank, because I personally come here many times, sometimes 2 or 3 times a week, or sometimes whenever I see the lines of the people who are waiting for the food, and the faces I've seen myself ultimately tell them that they are the right people who are getting this food. Even one MD family has called me, and they just came and they don't have anything. So I've suggested this is the way to how to enroll yourself in the food bank, because some people are really need no food at home, and they have money for the rent, but the rents have gone so much high, so they don't have any money for other. So they have to rely on these food bank.
So, Barsab, I just wanted to add on something is that the distinction you asked me earlier, right? So I want to just make sure that the talk on the food bank has done. Humanity First is the only organization where you do not have to come here to line up. For example, there are a few people who will come to get their food. We want to make sure the dignity of anybody is more important. There are often the requests for assistance on the monthly basis, and the items are being delivered to them and the volunteer don't know whose house is it, and then the person who is receiving it doesn't know who has delivered it.
Wow,
so
that's
alhamdulillah,
incredible.
by the grace of Allah, the Humanity First has been able to keep that we don't need to know that, right? Rather than we just take and then start, you see other organizations where people start putting the pictures that this person has been given this much food and all the stuff. But Humanity First is also unique in a way, and by the grace of Allah, this the food bank we are running here in our headquarters has been praised by our local administration, local authorities, our member of parliaments, member of provincial parliaments, the councillors, mayor, all of them, they do visit on a regular basis. We do get volunteers from corporations, they come in and then spend their time. Most of our volunteers are not only MDs, they are coming from other organizations as well.
MashaAllah. So we do have a caller right now, and we want to quickly get to the caller. Ali Bhatt Sahib is with us right now. Ali Bhatt Sahib, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Can you hear us?
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Absolutely. Basil Sahib, Jazakumullah. First and foremost, I just wanted to thank yourself and the entire Humanity First team that's behind this telethon. Thank you so much for bringing this to us. It is a beautiful program, and it's always a good reminder as to what our responsibilities are, not just as Ahmadis, not just as Muslims, but as human beings. So I wanted to thank all of you from the bottom of my heart for everything that you do. And I also just wanted to say that watching this program, seeing other brothers come forward, it inspired me, just as I'm sure it's inspiring other people. So I just wanted to say that I was hoping to pledge $1,000 towards the Ivory Coast Hospital on behalf of my parents over the next year.
So Ali Bhatt Sahib wishes to pledge $1,000 over the next years. And Ali Sahib, I believe I might even know you as a khadim. He's a young khadim over here in Canada. So some of our younger audiences that are listening, it should be an incentive for us that, the youngsters are coming forward, realizing that the money that they have right now, or that they may get over the next few months to a year, can be spent in a higher cause. So I would like to say Jazakumullah Ahsan al-Jaza and Barakallahu lakum to Ali Bhatt Sahib for this pledge. May Allah Ta'ala accept it from you and inshallah enable you to make this sacrifice. Jazakumullah Ahsan al-Jaza. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So we're seeing people, watching this program being affected by this, particularly the Ivory Coast Hospital is something that I've really thought about. And it doesn't occur to us until we end up needing a hospital on how critical it is for those parts of the world that don't have a hospital. I know about a year and a half ago, I just had a son, my wife was in the hospital, and there were some mild complications. And I can tell you the state of my heart. I was just, desperate that somebody should take care of her and that there should be someone to take care of her there. And by Allah's grace, we're living in a country where there was someone. And when we think about those parts of the world that don't have that, that would have been a tragic end to someone's life, unfortunately. And it's happening at this time, dear audience. So Humanity First in this particular project, the Ivory Coast Hospital, is trying to make sure that we take that money to those places to put an end to those tragic ends and make people's life less miserable. It in fact enables them to live that life as healthy, vibrant human beings. I want to say Jazakumullah Ahsan al-Jaza to both of our guests over here, Mian Nadeem Mahmood Sahib and Karam Ijaz Khan Sahib. Jazakumullah Ahsan al-Jaza for joining us. It was a very, very good discussion. To our audience at home, the same reminder as always, when you're listening to this program, look into your heart. Think about a time when you needed something and you desperately thought that, if you did not have it, it was the end of your life. Well, there are people in the world who do need something, and that is where your help can come in. This is why this telethon is happening. Let's hope that inshallah it serves as a reminder for us. Jazakumullah Ahsan al-Jaza. We'll move on to the next segment. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Hello everyone. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Michael Tobolo, Member of Provincial Parliament for the beautiful constituency of Vaughan Woodbridge here in Ontario, Canada. I also proudly serve as Ontario's very first minister responsible for mental health and addictions. I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to Humanity First for everything they have done to help individuals and families in need throughout this pandemic. Here in Ontario, I have seen firsthand the incredible generosity and selflessness of the many volunteers involved with Humanity First. Thank you. From donating PPE to hospitals to providing meals and food to our most vulnerable populations, Humanity First has truly gone above and beyond. This incredible organization supported so many people and gave them a helping hand during one of the most difficult moments in our province's and our country's history. We will never forget all that you have done for us and for our entire community. The numbers simply speak for themselves. Over 1 million people in 78 countries have been positively impacted by Humanity First's dedicated staff and volunteers. This is truly incredible. Here in Canada, we have seen an incredible impact on the mental health of Canadians during the COVID-19 pandemic. Across Canada, we lose 500,000 days of work per week due to individuals calling in sick due to a mental health or addiction challenge. But Humanity First was always there to help and support those who were struggling. By being here this evening, you are helping Humanity First continue their important work. I urge you to please do whatever you can to help support this incredible organization and all they have done and continue to do to support our most vulnerable populations. To those of you who have already sent a donation in, thank you. I wish all of you the best, and to Humanity First, thank you once again for always being there to lend a helping hand to those most in need. Humanity First truly puts humanity first. Thank you, stay safe, and God bless you all.
Welcome to the ladies session of today's Humanity First Global Telethon. In this session, we'll cover the work and the efforts of the female volunteers of Humanity First's family. Now, today we'll discuss a little bit of an overview of the ladies team and all the work that the female volunteers are doing with two very special panelists. With me, I have Sister Namana Khan, who's the Director of Programs of Humanity First Canada. And next to her is Sister Rima Malik, who's one of our refugee resettlement coordinators. So welcome, ladies, and thank you for joining us today. So Sister Namana, just starting off by reflecting on the past year, what have been some challenges that have been faced? You know, it's been a year and a half since COVID-19 really jolted us. So if you can speak a little bit about that.
Yeah, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So last 1.5 years has been a roller coaster ride for all of us. And when the year started last year in 2020, we ran into a very hectic and challenging year full of new experiences. And even before last year, the year before in 2019, we were running very busy with so many projects, especially refugee resettlement project. Hundreds of families were arriving. Every month we were receiving new refugee families, and we were busy in their early settlement. And it was a lot of work to resettle refugees when they arrive in the new country. Plus, towards the end of the year, we were responding to hurricanes in Bahamas. So it was another huge project for us. And when there is a disaster and the team is responding on the ground, it's not only that team which is busy over there, but in the back end, the supporting team, the command center is also very busy. So throughout 2019, we were overwhelmed with so much work to do. And we were entering 2020 when in the month of March, the lockdown happened, the COVID-19 happened, and it was like, it seemed like the whole world has come to a stop. And everybody is tuned to TV and news that what's going to happen next. There was so much uncertainty and fear. And everybody was looking for something, some guidance, what's going to happen now. And people were panicking. People were losing jobs, businesses were closing, and there was a panic in the community that from where they're going to get their food supplies, because there were rumors that maybe Canadian food supply will be jeopardized because of COVID-19 lockdown. So it was a total chaos. We had no idea where we are going now. And then our food bank was getting busier and busier every day. Thousands of families were turning to local food banks to secure some food supplies. And I remember that, you know, in the morning when we used to come here, there were long lineups of clients staying outside, inside the facility. We were not sure how to implement the COVID-19 social distancing measures. So it was pretty uncertain and very chaotic. And I used to see floods of vehicles outside in the parking lot. People were complaining, your clients are taking all the space. How do we get out of here? So those, I still get flashbacks of those moments. And then on the other hand, volunteers were not showing up. Many volunteers quit because they were not sure what to do. Is it safe or not safe to go and help out at Humanity First? So we were losing volunteers, losing manpower. And then because people were losing jobs, the donation income was declining. So we were worried about food supplies. How are we going to procure and maintain the supplies so we can help the people coming to our doors? So it was very challenging at that time, but then slowly things were evolved. Different new measures were evolved. And then we geared up the energy. We were restoring volunteers. It took some time, but then we were able to manage the delivery of the service on a regular basis.
And so given all of a sudden there's this huge surge and this stress on the system, so can you speak a little bit about specific measures that you needed to take and of course lessons that were learned that came along with that?
So after the lockdown, things were evolving on everyday basis. So social distancing measures came in place. So first of all, we implemented all the social distancing measures in place. The sanitization of the facility, every day we were sanitizing the facility. Then we started attending the clients outside of the facility through text messages and telephone calls. This was the first time in the food bank history that we were attending hundreds of clients through text messages, doing their need assessment, performing the client intake process. We were receiving thousands of text messages from so many people. Plus, every day we were receiving hundreds of calls for asking for help. So we ran a massive and aggressive volunteer recruitment hunt, and we approached our local community leaders, our Ahmadiyya Muslim Women Association leaders, and we got a lot of help from them. And then they started scheduling volunteers on everyday basis, the women volunteers from the Ahmadiyya Muslim Women Association. And I would acknowledge the effort of Sister Amtul Hafiz Rana, Sister Noreen, Sister Nahid. They played a critical role at that time when we were in a panic mode to schedule volunteers and bring the volunteer force on board with us and help out with the daily food bank operations.
Right. And speaking of people reaching out, we do have a caller on the line with us. We have Kashif Fayaz Sahib. Assalamu alaikum, Kashif Sahib. Okay, I think we'll join, Kashif Sahib will join us a little bit later, but let's talk a little bit about those lessons learned. So there's all these volunteers who do answer this call of Humanity First. We need your help. If not at this time, then never. What can you talk a little bit about lessons that you learned and what kept you going when there was such a stressful time?
So at that time, a lot of women volunteers were coming on board and helping us. So at that time, a ladies team was developed, and maybe Rima would like to reflect on how we developed the ladies team and we did, delegated different jobs to them and how they became very functional in taking on the responsibility at that time when there was so much work to do.
Yeah, so after things started to normalize a little bit, that was one of the most instrumental things that we did as women, was that we formed the National Ladies Team of Humanity First. So this was a core team from members in the GTA and coordinators across Canada. So this helped to create a structure and a platform for women to work as a team to promote Humanity First efforts on a national level. So this platform in turn gave birth to women-led projects and initiatives within Humanity First, both internally and externally. So I'm just going to give you a little bit of the highlights of some of the efforts that were made by our team members and our coordinators. So one thing that we noticed was there was an increase in the funding efforts, fundraising efforts by women across Canada that were initiated by our coordinators in their local communities. Another thing was that, for example, in Halton, we have a coordinator who organized a fundraising campaign to collect laptops for our Humanity First School in Haiti. We also had coordinators who formed community partnerships that helped bring in more donations and awareness of Humanity First through local businesses. We had coordinators also reach out to women's shelter. And in fact, we ourselves as Humanity First volunteers donated essentials to women's shelter. So we had a chance to give back, especially during peak COVID time. We also created the Women for Humanity social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. And this connected women across the country with Humanity First, not only increasing awareness, but also it increased volunteerism and women-led fundraising efforts throughout the country.
Yeah. And so the women are busy on a day-to-day basis, but any big milestones or big achievements that you wanted to highlight? I think earlier in March, we had the ladies fundraising gala.
Ladies fundraising gala,
Yeah.
and it was the this was the first time in the history of Humanity First that it was a women-only gala, created by women, launched by women, only for women. So it was a huge success. The program was very interactive, and it was liked by all over audience all over the country. And it was a big success. We built a lot of awareness, and everyone applauded that women can do so much on Humanity First platform.
Right.
And many people did not even know that the ladies are doing so much at this platform in service of humanity. So it created a lot of awareness.
Yeah, definitely.
And then I would add to it that all these efforts and establishing a national executive team for ladies, I would like to mention Sister Bushra Rashid's name because she was the key person behind it. She has contributed a lot of work in establishing the team and then getting it mobilized in GTA and then across the country by appointing coordinators in different major cities. So it's a full network of ladies across the country which is working towards the service of humanity through Humanity First platform.
Right. And so I think we can check back in with Kashif Fayaz Sahib. Assalamu alaikum, Kashif Sahib. Are you on the line with us? Assalamu alaikum, Kashif Sahib. All right, I think
we lost.
Yeah, we'll
him.
move on. Maybe he'll call back in and he'll check back in. But yeah, I think there are so many ladies who have so many different talents and different aptitudes. And so anybody who is watching today, ladies, women, girls who are watching today, are there any messages that you'd like to send to them on a place that they can find here at Humanity First where they can serve their community, and how can they play a role in alleviating suffering in the community?
So the women in the ladies team at Humanity First are playing different roles.
Yeah.
They are taking admin roles, they are taking project management roles, they are taking a share in finance work, in fundraising. And plus the bonus of this COVID was that we got a lot of young ladies like yourself and many other young girls in our team who are working on fundraising, Feed the Homeless campaigns, and so many other roles at leadership levels.
Yeah.
So this is something that was very good, that we really needed some young blood, young perspective at this time. So Alhamdulillah, by the grace of God, the team is strengthening with every day to come. There are lots of opportunities for ladies. And some lessons that we learned throughout this hardship, throughout this challenging time was, that these trials come in life, sometimes unexpectedly, but then they test your patience, they test your strength. And only those people survive who show perseverance, who show patience and steadfastness, and they don't lose the courage and hang in there. And as long as we are together, as long as we keep working on them, we will figure out how to make it in a successful way,
Yeah.
We should take these trials as a learning opportunity.
Right.
You learn from them and then you spring back to do better in the community.
Yes.
So women especially play a very important role in the community. They can shape the community in a peacetime or in a trial time. They are the backbones of the family members at home for their children, for their husbands, for their brothers. So we expect from our women force in the community to take part on an ongoing basis and help us in reducing the suffering humanity, and use this platform, hone their skills. It will give you an opportunity to groom your skills and give you a noble opportunity to help the suffering people around the world, in Canada and around the world.
Right.
And I would conclude my message with a quote of Hazrat Khalifatul Masih Rabi, the fourth successor of the Ahmadiyya community, in one of his address in 1991 in Qadian, when he was addressing women. In his concluding address, he said that, women can bring revolution in the world, and you should be ahead of your men in doing good deeds, in helping the community. If you see that your men are unwary, then don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Just go ahead of them and be an example of service to humanity. Similarly, our current successor, Hazrat Khalifatul Masih Khamis, may Allah strengthen his hands. He also, in many sermons, has encouraged women to participate in community services.
Right.
And in one of his address to women in Tanzania, he especially said that, African women are generally very hardworking and they sacrifice a lot. So therefore, use this special quality for your own reformation and the reformation and training of your children, the reformation of the environment. If you try and undertake a jihad to promote and spread good deeds, then you will be able to advance this country from its existing conditions to further progress. And this message applies to all of us.
Yeah.
That, if there is a will, there is a way.
Mhm.
So service to humanity is our second purpose of existence of our life.
Yeah.
So definitely women can play a very important role in helping the people in need and reducing their suffering.
Right.
I think I just wanted to add to that, and I think we can't end this session without thanking the women of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community,
Yes.
especially in the GTA, who stepped up not only to volunteer here during the peak COVID times, but also there were so many fundraising efforts that were undertaken by the women of our community. We had literally tons of food donations that poured into our food bank because of them. And so many hand-sewn masks were donated that we distributed to our clients in the food bank. So basically, I feel like a lot
Like little
of
efforts.
And they basically put us on the map in their communities in a very short time.
Yeah, and I remember it would be amiss if I don't mention that because of the lockdown, there were no food drives. And the food demand was growing higher and higher.
Yeah.
And there were no avenues to run the food drives. Schools were closing, businesses were closing. So how do we run the food drives in different facilities? So one of our sister in Milton, her name is Lily, she came up with the idea of touchless food drives or contactless food drive, where people will bring food and drop on her porch and they would just leave without seeing or interacting each other. And she collected tons of food by calling people and inviting them to just drop at her porch. And then this idea was replicated throughout the DGA in other branches. And we collected a lot of food through that. So it's just a matter of having a will, and then there you go. You can do it.
And I think that idea of having the touchless donation, it's such a convenient way to donate food that even today, so a lot of our community members, like our the female presidents of our auxiliary associations, they actually have boxes on their porches to this day or in the garage, and their members come and they drop off donations all the time. And once it gets filled, they come to the food bank and bring in the donation. So
and now, we do have another caller on the line with us. We have one of our supporters joining us, Shazeen Chima Sahiba. Assalamu alaikum, Shazeen Chima Sahiba. Are you on the line with us?
Yes, walaikum assalam, I'm here.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you doing? You had a message for us. Did you have a message that you wanted to get out to the ladies who are watching today?
Yeah, I just wanted to donate over here.
I think she said
You wanted
she
to
wants
donate to?
Yeah.
Can you repeat the program you wanted to donate to one more time?
Yeah, I wanted to donate to the food banks.
Oh, that's great. And how much would you like to contribute?
$100.
That's so great. Thank you so much for your contribution. And I think, again, this is why programs like today's telethon are so important, because sometimes we just need to see that the community is there, just a little bit of a nudge. And I think our conversation today, if it did spark anything in the ladies, the women, anyone who's watching today, then please do call the number on the screen that you see, or send us an email and get in contact with us. If there's a passion that you have for serving humanity, then you'll find a role, you'll find a place here to serve, whether it's through making a donation, whether it's through coming in and volunteering yourself, or coming up with those ideas like the contactless food drive. There's so many ideas and so many ways that people can help. And so please do continue to stay in contact with us. Call in on the number you see on your screen or send us an email. But with that, I wanted to thank our panelists so much for, of course, joining us today, but for all of the work that they do. And it makes such a big difference in the community, and especially the hands-on work that we do. Once you see the difference you're making, it's exhilarating and you kind of don't want to stop.
Yeah, exactly.
So I really did want to thank you for joining us. It's contagious, of course. But with that, I wanted to thank you, and we'll move on. Now, in honor of today's Global Telethon, an effort that we made was to launch a Minecraft competition. And this was across the country, and it was targeted toward the youth to see if they wanted to get involved. So in mid-August, we sent out this message of a competition in Minecraft, where anyone who wanted to get involved, they could send in a submission and create an ideal food bank with resources within the game. And we have lots of submissions that came in, and we wanted to thank all of the young humanitarians who took time out of their days to use the game and create their ideal version of a food bank. So we're going to take a look at a few of the top entries that we received. So at the time, we'll look at two of the top entries. We'll start off by looking at the submission from Alvina Ahmed from Milton. So let's take a look at Alvina's ideal food bank.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Alvina and I am 14 years old. The Lafra Food Bank is a 7x7 3-story building in the colors yellow, purple, blue, and white. The inside is decorated with colorful flowers and cream white candles. In parts of the building, there are bright signs to tell you what to do and where to go. Jazakallah for listening.
Thank you, Alvina, for that submission. We'll now take a look at the submission from Musawwir Ahmed from Maple.
Hi, my name is Musafir Ahmed Bali and I'm 9 years old from Maple, Ontario. Today I'll be showcasing my Minecraft food bank that I made for Humanity First. As a research for this project, me and my siblings took a tour of the Humanity First office in Vaughan, and I learned a lot about the way a food bank is set up and all different food items that are given to people in need. This food bank is a combination of inspiration from my visit and my own ideas. To begin, we have a vending machine, a free vending machine that dispenses water bottles. And then over here we have the Humanity First food pantry. Over here is the fruits and vegetables. We have apples, melons, and carrots. And over here is all the meat. We have raw chicken, raw beef, and raw mutton. Over here we have all the desserts. We have cake, cookies, and pumpkin pie. Over here is a conveyor belt that we use for packing. This is how the conveyor belt works. So if we take our food and we put it on the conveyor belt, this is how it works. And over there in the back are food boxes. Now we're going to move on to the outside of the food bank. Over here, there's 3 ways. One is to the parking lot, the other is straight to your house, and the third is to the park and the school. Over here's the park with a swing, a slide, and a playing area. And over here we have a popcorn machine, and the money we get from the popcorn machine is used to buy food for the food bank. Over here's a smartboard and a bunch of chairs. And that was my Humanity First Food Bank. Thank you for watching.
Thank you, Avina and Musavir, for your submissions. It was great to see all the different considerations that they made. Now stay tuned to the rest of our program, where we'll continue to check in with our Minecraft competition. But now moving on from virtual food banks to the real deal, let's talk a little bit about the Humanity First Food Security Program. Now, food insecurity is an issue that's affecting communities all around the globe. And so the Food Security Program of Humanity First looks to address these issues. Now, last year in 2020, the Humanity First Food Security Program was able to help feed 233,000 hungry individuals. And in Canada alone, we were able to put food on the table of 11,000 families, including our refugee families. And none of that would have been possible without the very hard work of our food bank volunteers, 2 of which have joined us on the panel today. So welcome, Hannah and Cassidy. Now, Cassidy, you were someone who was volunteering with us this summer. And I think this was your first time volunteering. So can you speak a little bit about how you found out about the Humanity First Food Bank and how you decided to come and volunteer with us?
As a person who is passionate about helping and supporting others, I actively looked for ways to help people in need and just came across the Humanity First website. When I looked at all of their programs along with the missions and values, I just automatically knew I'd love to be a part of it and thought that volunteering here would be just a great way to demonstrate a commitment to a cause and give back to my community. Overall, helping this organization make progress and an impact towards achieving a significant social goal.
Yep. And then, so for someone who's watching today, they want to get involved, but they're not sure whether the food bank is the way they want to do it. What would you say to them? And maybe what did you gain from this experience?
Yeah, I definitely tell them to go for it. Volunteering at Humanity First not only allows individuals to build stronger connections with the community, but also enhances social skills and may improve one's mental health. For me, my personal experience here has benefited me in several different ways. Like, it definitely gave me a sense of accomplishment and pride, boosted my communicational and organizational skills, and just strengthened my abilities to assist others. And so soon enough, I actually understood that my work here was useful and making an impact, as this food bank really allowed me to see how many people come in each day just for, basic necessities. And that seeing that, it just really helped me put into perspective that this is reality for many individuals. And so just volunteering here at Humanity First just completely humbled me, taught me compassion, and just became so much more grateful for what I have.
Yeah. And so Cassidy, you've also been volunteering with us, and this has been your first experience volunteering at a food bank. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, thank you. Allow me to start off by saying that I'm very grateful and thrilled to be a part of Humanity First. This has actually been my first experience volunteering at a food bank, and I'm very happy to say that it has been truly meaningful and heartwarming. These past few weeks, actually, I've realized that being a part of a food bank does not only mean helping others, but truly signifies a community. I was able to work with amazing people daily in order to lend a hand to those who require basic necessity. In the end, I realized that helping others, and it was truly insightful to help others. And
Yeah.
I saw that I was able to sort out food and then give it off to clients and see them leave with smiles on their faces.
Yeah. And then I guess for anyone who's volunteered at the food bank, we know that days are so dynamic. There are so many people coming in. There are also donations coming in. You're sorting and shelving them. And so there's just a lot going on at the same time. So what's been your favorite part about volunteering? What have you enjoyed the most?
Yes, I do agree with you that there are been many events happening and a lot of things going on.
Yeah.
But knowing we at Humanity First make a positive difference to many every day is what I love and truly enjoyed most about volunteering at the food bank.
Yeah.
Helping others and being compassionate human beings are what truly make the world go around. And that I have to say that doing just that with, again, wonderful people has been truly an amazing experience. I enjoyed seeing customers and clients actually satisfied and happy, and enjoyed helping them to the best of our abilities.
Yeah.
Also, additionally, I actually made friends with those who have similar goals and interests as I do.
Yeah.
Together and daily, we would make rice and flour bags, sort out grateful donations, and organize the warehouse.
Yeah.
These activities and connections sum up the majority of my time at the food bank, and I would love to continue volunteering here.
Yep. And we'd love to continue having you. And it really is like a food bank. Like you mentioned, you make friends with the volunteers because we all have this one common goal. We all just want to serve our community. And it really is like a family here at the food bank. And speaking of a food bank family, we do have another video from one of our food bank family members, Sister Luba, who's been a longtime volunteer. So let's listen to her share her experience as a volunteer with the Humanity First Food Bank.
After I quit my job, I stayed home with my children till they got older. I decided I'm very bored at home, so I decided I need to do something with my life. I approached my daughter. She's a social worker with York region. She said no problem, and she found me. I call it my job. I came in, spoke to Auntie Nomana. She said no problem, and you can start coming and volunteering. I've been with this Humanity First for 5 years. I enjoy being part of this community. It's a wonderful community. They help out everybody. Less fortunate, they do not ask color, religion, or where you come from. Everybody here is a human being.
The Humanity First Food Bank operates all across Canada, and we have local chapters across all provinces who help people in need any way that they can. Having access to food is not only a basic human necessity, but also a human right. Our organization strives to reach even more Canadians dealing with food insecurity. In the year of 2019, the Calgary chapter of Humanity First began a food bank initiative to those struggling to make ends meet and to put food on their table. Families were provided with food boxes which contained a supply for the entire month. After being assembled, these food boxes were then delivered to the beneficiaries. Families would provide their information as well as a food list of what they require, and we would serve them based on this needs assessment. The families would receive their food boxes based on their cultural and dietary preferences. By donating to our Feed a Family program, you will help us provide sustenance to the members of our community who are struggling with food insecurity.
Thank you so much. Now that was a video sent in by one of our representatives in Calgary, Sister Alia Malik, who was our sister Atia Malik, I should say, and she was talking a little bit about the efforts of the local food bank at the Humanity First Food Bank in Calgary. Now from there, I wanted to talk a little bit about the food bank here in Concord. And so this food bank not only serves people who are able to come into the location physically, but we also have a very unique free home delivery service. And we want to be able to maximize the accessibility of food bank services. And so that's why we want to be able to accommodate people with limited mobility. So even if you're not able to come in physically to the food bank, we still want to be able to make sure that the services are accessible. And so what we do for that is going to be explained in a short video made by our delivery coordinator, Sister Shamaila Fulet. So she'll explain the entire delivery management process. And I do want to note that last year, over 3,300 deliveries were made, and they were able to reach people right at their homes, right at their doorstep. So even if you're not able to come in, you're still not going hungry at night. So let's take a little look at the video made by Sister Shamaila.
Humanity First food bank volunteers work 7 days a week to send food all across Canada. As soon as we get a phone call, we begin the intake by noting down the list of needed items. We then enter the items into our food bank system. After this, the food bank worker will print out the list. This list is taken to the warehouse and the volunteer begins to pick the items from the shelf. Our volunteers gather all of the needed items onto the warehouse table. Once all of the items are brought to the table, the volunteer begins to pack them into boxes. Our volunteers make sure to place the heavy items at the bottom so that no fragile food item could ever get damaged or crushed. The box is neatly organized and filled all the way to the top. The assembled food hamper is then sealed with a sticker. The sealed package is taken into the delivery room for pickup by the driver. When the driver arrives, the food boxes are placed into the Humanity First van for delivery. In the end, the food hamper is delivered straight to the doorstep of the client.
Minecraft competition, and we'll take a look at our runner-ups and announce our winner. So first we'll take a look at the submission from Ayan Ahmed, who's from Milton.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Ayan Ahmed, and I am here to show you the food bank that me and my friends made. Before I do, allow me to explain who Humanity First is and what they do. Humanity First is a non-profit organization whose main goal is to feed and protect people who can't themselves. They have various events, charities, and projects to help those in need. So without further ado, here we go. This is the entrance. This is the waiting room. And over here we have the receptionist desk with a donation box. We have a room in the back here which stores all of the food items and donations.
A unique feature about our food bank is that we produce our own fruits, vegetables, and meat.
That is the inside of the building. Over here, we have cars that will deliver the food to who needs it. We also have a helicopter for long-distance deliveries. Lastly, we have the pen that keeps the animals. Chicken. That's everything we make. Thank you for giving us your time and seeing what we have created. And a special thank you to Humanity First for the amazing services that they provide. Jazakallah.
Thank you so much, Ayan and friends, for that submission. Now we'll take a look at another one of our runner-ups, Ataur Rahim Mirza from Brampton. Let's take a look at Ata's submission.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ataur Rahim, and today I will be showing my food warehouse. This is my food warehouse, and this is the area around the warehouse. These are some cars. Inside my warehouse, there is some food stocks filled with grains, fruits, and vegetables, condiments such as seeds, honey, etc., beef, rabbit, and other meats. This is a garage door made of iron where you can open it up and deposit any food from like trucks. This is a staff area, and these are Humanity First workers. This is an area where staff can relax and take a break when they're stocking food. This is a generator that cools and keeps these foods cold. And outside, there is a parking lot with a road, and this road leads over to this village where people can drop off food and stuff into the warehouse. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ataur Rahim Mirza. I'd like to congratulate all of our participants and our runner-ups as well. But now the time has come to announce our winner. Let's take a look at the first position video, and that's the submission from Shayan Sheikh from Waterloo. So let's take a look at Shayan's submission.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Shayan Sheikh. I'm 12 years old. I'm from Waterloo, Jamaat. And this is my Humanity First Food Bank project. So over here we have a beautiful fountain. And if you come to the front doors, you have a welcoming signs. They say Assalamu alaikum and welcome to Humanity First Food Bank. If you go in the main lobby, there's 3 doors you can choose from. One is the sudden emergency needs, farm, night stays, and the restaurant. If you go on the sudden emergency needs, we have a storage where you can just take food if you want and a bunch of other things. We have an information center in case you have any special questions or allergies. And we even have a distribution center here in case. And in the distribution center, we have trucks that bring in donation into the facility and out to the people who need it. So if you go back to the main lobby, we can show you the restaurant. The restaurant is the dining hall where we cook food and give it to people for free of cost. So if you go back to the main lobby, we have the farm and night stays. So if you go on the farm, this farm is organic, so if you want anything organic, you can just come here, farm it, and come back and eat it. So our last place is the night stays. It's in the top floor. So if you're in the night stays, it's a free of charge. You just come in and you can stay for the rest of the day. You have a library in case if you want to read, and an information center if you have any questions. So that is the end of my Minecraft food bank. Jazakallah, and thank you for watching.
Congratulations, Shayan, and thank you so much for that submission. I'm just blown away by the creativity that we saw in all of those submissions and all the different considerations that were made. And there were so many ideal food banks that we saw, but we'd like to congratulate the winner, Shayan Sheikh from Waterloo. And we'll encourage Shayan to send an email to us at ladiesteam at humanityfirst.ca in order to claim your prize. Now, from there, I just like to send a reminder. So if there are any youth who are watching today, young people who are going back to school soon, and you want to get involved in a humanitarian project and serve your community, don't hesitate to get in contact with us. Again, you can call the number that you see on your screen throughout the program or send us an email, and you can set up a food drive in your school. And that's something that we can set up that's also contactless, but it's a great way to get involved and serve your community. So for anyone who's watching, who's young, who still wants to make a difference, of course you can do that by organizing a food drive in your area. So don't hesitate to get in contact with us. Now we'll bring this segment to an end with a little reminder that you're never too young to get involved. And with that, we'll welcome you to the Kids Corner. And this is where our youngest humanitarians will give us a few ideas on how we can make a difference, just a small effort at a time, and how we can bring a little more brightness into the world. So from there, let's check in with our Kids Corner.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Hari. Today I made a money box so I can save money for humanity first. First, I got an empty jam jar. I washed it. I painted it all white. I put logos on it, and I put my favorite stickers. But you can decorate it however you like. Now that my money box is ready, I can start saving money for Humanity First 9 programs. My favorite program is water, but you can donate to any program you like. Jazakallah.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Deb Schultz, and it's my privilege to be here with you participating in the Humanity First annual Global Telethon. I want to begin by thanking Dr. Dowd, the organizers, and all the volunteers who have worked tirelessly to coordinate this event. I also want to congratulate you all for championing a common mission, serving mankind. Throughout the pandemic, Humanity First has overcome many obstacles while continuing to serve those within our local communities and around the world. You've helped at the food bank, welcomed newcomers and refugees to our community, and delivered essentials like PPE to hospitals and healthcare workers. Whether providing youth with valuable and meaningful experiences, delivering food to seniors, or keeping older adults active and socially connected, I'm always proud to collaborate with Humanity First. I'm inspired by the volunteers. It's with your support that over 4 million meals have been served, 50 tons of fresh fruit distributed, and over 3,000 home food deliveries. I've seen how the generosity and selfless work of the volunteers have made a direct difference in our communities, like here in King Vaughan. They cannot do their work without the generosity of all of those participating today. So I wish the volunteers and Humanity First much success over the next 24 hours so they can continue to do all the great work that they do every day in our communities. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Sania Sidhu, your federal Liberal candidate from Brampton South. We all went through challenges in this pandemic. Thousands of Canadians have received support from our local community organizations, such as Humanity First. When the pandemic hit, Humanity First was there for Canadians and for people around the world. Today, I would like to thank them for their contribution. Humanity First members provided PPE and food to those in need, supported hospitals, and donated blood. Here in Brampton, volunteers organized countless food drives and supported frontline workers. As you know, the Ahmadiyya Muslim community has played an important role in this pandemic, and the philosophy of love for all, hatred for none played a big role during COVID-19. Today's event is another example of these contributions. I want to thank Humanity First, all members of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat in Brampton and across Canada, organizers and volunteers for bringing Bramptonians together and helping those in need. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Humanity First Global Telethon 2021 at the Canada Studios. My name is Ansar Daoud. I'm a medical student and a long-term member of Humanity First Canada. If you're just joining us, we've had some very interesting and excellent discussions about all the great work that Humanity First has been doing. We've heard from some of the very dedicated volunteers and supporters and community members who have been supporting us throughout our efforts. Over the next little while, we'd like to talk to you about some of the global health and disaster relief work that Humanity First has been doing. And we have some very special guests who will be joining us, and I will introduce you to them shortly. But most of all, nothing excites us more than when we have the opportunity to hear from you, our donors, our supporters, our volunteers. We want to hear from you over the phone, and you're going to see the number on your screen throughout this segment, 1-800-943-9161, or you can WhatsApp us at 1-647-774-8716 to speak with us, to donate, and to come to us with your questions. Now, global health. This is an area that's very special to me as a healthcare worker. Most of the world doesn't have the benefit of access to adequate healthcare, even for their most basic needs. And on top of the challenges that were already there, we've had this added layer of complexity, this added burden that the COVID-19 pandemic has added over the last 18 months. And it's not just the challenges with regards to physical health, but also the economic burden and the mental health burden that this pandemic has caused people here and around the world. Let me introduce our panel for this short segment. I'd like to welcome back Dr. Aslam Daoud, who is the chairman of Humanity First Canada, as well as Dr. Ahsan Ahmed, who is our Global Health Program Director for the Senegal Hospital. Welcome to this segment. Dr. Daoud, there's a lot I want to talk to you about. The Humanity First COVID-19 response, as we've heard earlier in the program, has been one of the biggest responses in the history of Humanity First, with impacts in over 78 countries, 11 million meals distributed, 400,000 items of PPE, countless refugee and underserved families that have been served. And in addition to the COVID-19 pandemic, we haven't stopped or slowed down our international development programs. One of the most, the programs that's at the forefront of these international development programs and global health programs is the Ivory Coast Hospital, as we can see on this screen as well. So can you tell us a little bit about what is going on with the Ivory Coast project? What is the update so far?
Right. Thank you very much, Ansar. So the Ivory Coast Hospital is it's one of the biggest capital project for us. It has a budget of $3 million. It's going to be a state-of-the-art hospital in Africa. And what we are trying to do here is to build a facility where specialists from the first world countries like USA, Canada, UK, and other European countries can go and perform those services or provide those medical help that is generally not available in third world countries. That's why it's going to be a project which we call a state-of-the-art because of the facilities and access to the specialists that it will have. We will also be using that hospital for telemedicine services. Now, due to COVID, we had a setback since this beginning of the pandemic. There was not much work could be done. but we continue to evolve our design for the hospital. We have been going back and forth with international consultations, and now we have come to, we are able to solidify the design of that hospital. In addition to that, we also started some construction work. One of the important things to do in Africa is to really build the boundary wall. If you don't build the boundary wall, then the land can be taken by someone. So we have completed that. We have done the landscaping of the property because the lands are not always in the best shape to build hospitals. So we have worked on that landscaping, the design, and the boundary walls. We are in talks with the government departments. There are a number of departments that are involved for various kinds of permits, construction permits, hospital permits, services permits, and many, many other kinds of requirements that we need to meet. So a dedicated team of volunteers who are part of the Humanity First Healthcare Services, they're working on it. And we have some nice shots of those designs that we can show to everyone. And once the construction starts, we'll be giving more frequent update about it.
And it sounds like this is kind of the culmination of a few different projects that Humanity First has had in the past, as we'll hear about from Dr. Assan as well. We have some clips available of 3D rendering of this Ivory Coast hospital that I wanted to show our viewers. So why don't we take a look at that video and then we'll be right back. Okay, 10 seconds. And as you were able to see there, a very beautiful rendering of the Ivory Coast Hospital. It's going to be really state of the art. And just for a few $1,000s, you can sponsor some of the rooms, some of the equipment. For 25 to 50,000 Canadian dollars, you can sponsor some of the diagnostic rooms or the pharmacy or the nursery. And of course, you'll have a permanent plaque in the wall of the hospital as well. We'll come back to the Ivory Coast Hospital. Dr. Ahmed, I want to ask you a little bit about the Senegal Hospital. So the Senegal Hospital has now, it sounds like it took some years to build up, but now it's fully running and open. So for those of our viewers who are not familiar with this hospital, can you tell us about the capacity of this hospital? What function is it serving right now?
So our hospital, alhamdulillah, is serving the local community 24/7 for the last few years. It's a 4-story hospital with 35 plus bed. We have 2 operation theaters with full surgical wards. We have emergency, which is running 24/7. Besides that, we have X-rays, ECG, ultrasound. So all the main services which you need in a hospital. Alhamdulillah, during COVID, we didn't shut down the hospital in a single day. We have a COVID patient being admitted. All the employees are local, doctors, nurses, paramedics, admin staffs. And alhamdulillah, it's not only we're doing admitting patient in a hospital or seeing patient in an emergency, we're also doing a free medical clinics with zero cost to anyone who wants, who needs any help, medical or surgical. We have right now our local doctor, Dr. Jiba, is medical director, who is a local physician who recently joined our team. Administrator is also local member from the community. So our hospital not only providing the medical services, but also offering employment to local community. So alhamdulillah, it's doing very well.
It's really becoming a hub for the community and serving such a need that we don't have. And as we even heard about the story of our brother from MTA who was recently lost his life in Africa, something like that in Canada where we have a robust healthcare system, there's a chance he would have made it. But in countries like Africa, there's very limited resources available, and Humanity First is really taking the funds that are being donated and making them go a really long way. I want to bring in one of our guests who's been waiting to join us today, and I'm very excited to speak with him, Trevor McClellan, who's going to be joining us on Zoom, and Trevor is ready to go. So I just want to introduce Trevor. He's very well known to the Humanity First community. He's been part of the Humanity First Canada team since 2013, and he's a disaster services coordinator for the Salvation Army Ontario division. He runs an event medical company in London, Ontario as well. And he's a veteran in the area of disaster management, having first started with Red Cross in 1997, and then having numerous deployments with Humanity First to the Philippines, to Houston, to Bahamas. Trevor, welcome to the Telethon. It's so great to have you on.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
So I want to get right into some of your experiences with your deployments. So you were deployed to the Bahamas in 2019 as a member of the disaster response team there. You were supporting people through a very tough, emotional, and a disaster-stricken area. Getting clean water to people. What was your experience like in the Bahamas with Hurricane Dorian?
Well, everyone is unique, right? In this situation, we've really got to know a lot of the locals pretty well. And so the team was there doing medical. It was an emergency medical team that was there. So there was, seeing patients and that sort of thing. But that's not my role with Humanity First. We've got the doctors and nurses to look after that. But I found myself talking to a lot of the folks locally and just listening to their stories, because we always forget that when a huge disaster strikes, we look at the news footage, we look at the photos, the video, but there are people behind all of those videos and all those stories. And I remember one of the guys who we worked with, a local gentleman, a lot. We sat down one day and he just asked me, "What do I do?" His house was gone. His family, had no place to go. Do I rebuild? Do I move to Nassau? And it's the sort of hidden side of that disaster response is just listening to people's story. And I mean, we can't give advice because what do I know about living in the Bahamas? But that emotional side of things that spend a great deal of time just chatting with people to help them sort of figure out what they're doing next.
It's really amazing. And you were able to be there and be on the ground and see the impact that every dollar was having. So do you have a message for those viewers who really don't have that, firsthand experience of seeing what the impact that it's able to have? But can you tell us a little bit about what you saw, the effect that it was able to have on people?
Oh, absolutely. When we think about disaster relief, so Humanity First has its emergency medical teams. Everything that you would have in a hospital, a small hospital, we have to take with us. So, we have to have generators because you have to have electricity. You have to have a desalination unit because we might have to, in the Bahamas, we had to pull out seawater and desalinate it, and that was what we were drinking. We have to have everything, medications, gauze, bandages, everything that you would have in a hospital, we have to take with us. And that costs an extraordinary amount of money, and getting to where we need to go costs an extraordinary amount of money. So donations are the backbone of everything, certainly disaster response, but everything Humanity First does.
If our panelists have any questions, feel free to jump in. I have one more question for you. Mm-hmm. What kind of skill set do people need to be involved in disaster response training with Humanity First?
It's funny, people ask me that when I start recruiting people, and we need everyone. Of course, medical teams, you have to have doctors and nurses and paramedics and so on, but we need people who are creative. We had two gentlemen from New York City in the Bahamas who were fantastic at MacGyvering everything. Nothing goes according to plan when you're in a disaster. So it's, you know, the medical side of things, it's people who are good at like jerry rigging things, logistics people, everything. You know, it would have been fantastic to have an electrician with us, or a plumber with us. You know, you don't think about those things, but anyone can play a key role in what we do.
And for many of our, did you have any questions, Sachin?
Trevor, thank you for being here. You know, you have been to Philippines also. That was a huge typhoon. Tell us something about what happened there and how we responded to.
Sure. So yeah, the Philippines was a unique one because it was like basically the biggest storm in the history of the world at the time. And we arrived and people literally had nothing. So the team that I was with, we were the second crew in, and a lot of it was just helping people with anything. So it was doing those needs assessments to see what people needed and then connecting the puzzle pieces. But we also spent a lot of time helping communities get clean water. You know, the Philippines is made up of thousands of islands. There's tons of water, but you can't drink any of it because it's all seawater. So it was, you know, getting those absolute necessities like the NOAA water filters or the Paul water systems, all of these different things, just so that people could have the absolute basics to survive. And then working with probably 36 other international organizations to piece all of these things together. We don't have helicopters to deliver food, but the Canadian Armed Forces who was with us did. So it was putting all of these pieces together and working as this giant team from around the world to help the folks in the Philippines.
Thank you. Trevor, you know, I want to let the audience know that you're also in charge of our logistics team and the maintenance and managing all the supplies. That how do you find that? I mean, it's a huge undertaking. You just said that we create a small hospital in that area, so managing such a huge supplies is a big task.
It absolutely is. It's sort of the behind the scenes that nobody, including some of the folks on the team, knows happens. A lot of folks think things just magically appear, but a fantastic coworker volunteer, Jesse, and I spend a lot of time in Mississauga just figuring out what we have and what we need. Everything has to be packed properly. Airlines have very specific weight limits, so we have to make sure every box and bag fits within the weight limits and so on. And yeah, it's inventorying, it's counting, it's making sure everything's packed properly. And then it might not shock people to know that we aren't quite as picky when we come back. So everything just gets thrown in boxes and bags and returned. And then Jesse and I take everything out of everything and start all over again. So it's almost a nonstop process to do all of that stuff, but it's time well spent. So when we have to drop everything and go someplace in the world, we just know these are the boxes that have to go right now so that we can get a team and set up that mobile hospital right away.
Trevor, your experiences make me, I know they definitely make me want to go get some real world experience and help people on the ground where they need help most. And hopefully some of our viewers feel the same way. Any last words to our viewers watching the telethon before we let you go?
Well, I mean, the quick and easy thing is, as I said at the beginning, anyone can be a part of the team. And it may sound a little cliche, but it is enlightening and life-changing to arrive somewhere and just do something to help someone. You can't solve everybody's problems, but you know, you find those little successes and it's stuff you remember for the rest of your life.
Thank you very much, Trevor McClellan. Thank you for all of your work with Humanity First and for taking the time to join us. We'll take a short break to watch a video, and then we'll be right back after this.
में तुम खिदमत खल्क के काम करते रहो काम आते रहो सारे आलम में तुम खिदमत खल्क के काम करते रहो काम आते रहो तुम मसीहा बनो हर दुखी के लिए दिल लुभाते रहो गम बटाते रहो तुम मसीहा बनो हर दुखी के लिए दिल लुभाते रहो गम बटाते रहो चाहे सैलाब हो या कहत आ पड़े कोई खाना न हो.
Welcome back to the Humanity First Global Telethon 2021. We're back here during the Global Health segment with Dr. Aslam Daud, the chairman of Humanity First, and Dr. Asan Ahmed, one of our Global Health Program directors. Once again, we would love to hear from all of our viewers. So when you see the number on your screen, 1-800-943-9161, definitely call in. We want to hear from you. We want your questions. We want to hear about your donations. And anything you might want to talk to us about. Dr. Daud, getting back to the Ivory Coast Hospital, which is one of the big focuses of today's telethon and over the next little while for Humanity First. So can you tell us about a little bit about some of the facilities that will be available in this hospital and where the money will be going towards?
Sure. So this will be a full service hospital. And the model that we are going to use is that we will provide almost all the services that a hospital provides, but in a smaller scale. We'll have specialists from the major countries like USA, Canada, and UK. And the services that are included are OBGYN, which is the maternity ward, internal medicine, ophthalmology, pediatrics, dental services, nutrition, dialysis unit, gastroenterology unit, cardiology unit. We will have 2 operation theaters there. There will be ICU units, medical ward, surgical ward, prenatal, postnatal units, and the outpatient block will be there. In addition to that, the ancillary services will be there, like pharmacy, radiology, and other thing, laboratories, etc. will be there. Now, here's the good opportunity here that people can really sponsor some of the facilities that we have by donations. If they just want a name on the donor plate over there, and that will be a permanent donor plate, which people will see and pray for them, they can do that with as low as $4,000. If you donate $4,000 for this hospital, we will put a crystal plate with your name on it. If you donate about $7,600 or $8,000, we're going to create a beautiful leaf. We'll put your name on there. Then there are facilities like private rooms or diagnostic centers. They cost from $20,000 to $25,000. Then there's operating room, which costs, or ICU. The cost of operating room and ICU is about $63,000. Then the nursery or the incubate, where you have the incubations and other things, they cost about $38,000. We are also requesting sponsorship of emergency block and the maternity suite. Each of them costs about $130,000. So we request people to come and sponsor these. Now these are only one-time opportunities. Once someone sponsors one of them, that's gone. So you can sponsor them in the name of your loved ones, your parents, grandparents, or anyone you love. You can dedicate, we will put the name there, dedicate that room in your loved ones. So this is an opportunity. You can see on the screen the amounts. Please call us and sponsor one of the facilities that are available.
Really, what a unique opportunity it is. And as we like to call it, it's an ongoing form of charity where, once you donate this fund and build this wing of the hospital, this pharmacy, it'll be there for decades, and that it'll always be there serving people in that local community with a need. And even looking at the costs, these costs might seem like a lot of dollars here, but if you compare to the cost of building a hospital in Canada, this is really pennies. This is unheard of, where for $50,000 you can build a pharmacy. And as Dr. Ahmed was mentioning, that in Senegal, we're seeing a smaller scale hospital up and running, serving so many people. And I can only imagine how many people the Ivory Coast Hospital will serve. We do have another video of some of the border work of the Ivory Coast Hospital, as you were mentioning, and I'm wondering if the team will be able to show.
Before you go to the video, I just want to tell the audience one thing. Just for comparison purposes, very recently, a hospital was built in the city of Vaughan. The cost of that hospital was $1.8 billion. $1.8 billion. And it is still not a full service hospital. It is in partner with another unit in Richmond Hill, and together they form a full service unit. This $1.8 billion are mostly taxpayers' money. There are some donations as well. But these hospitals are there, the standard of care, the quality of care are never compromised. Now, with a fraction of that cost, the Ivory Coast Hospital will cost us about $3 million and will provide all of these services at a very smaller rate. And these services will be available to those people who would otherwise not able to get this service. So imagine where your dollar works most. A small amount of contribution can make a huge difference in saving lives and treating the sick people.
That's really inspiring. Whereas the funds that you donate in Canada, which are also, very important, without them, we would have perhaps marginally lower quality facilities, maybe some longer wait times. But for these people, there's nothing that they have, no alternative that they can go to unless this hospital is built for them. So let's see if we can queue up that video. After that, we have another very special guest joining us on Zoom for an interesting discussion. So we'll be right back after another short break.
Under our global health program, the brand new 35-bed Humanity First Hospital in Senegal, the Masrour Centre Médical Social, is ready. The hospital has medical and surgical facilities, X-ray and ultrasound imaging, a medical laboratory, and ICU facilities. We are also working on setting up 2 more medical centers in Nigeria and Congo. Under our Gift of Sight program, we have conducted over 500 cataract eye surgeries per year over the past 3 years. That is, over 1,500 people are now able to see due to our generous donors and supporters.
Welcome back to the Humanity First Global Telethon in Canada. We were having a very rich discussion about the Ivory Coast Hospital, and we do also have one of our guests waiting to join us on Zoom, Dr. Fawad Khan. I'll introduce Dr. Khan to our viewers. He's also a well-known member of the Humanity First community. He was involved, at least for the past 10 years, going back to his high school and university years. And then he went away to go to medical school. He graduated from Queen's University in 2019. And then after completing his residency at McMaster, Dr. Khan is now currently working at Joseph Brant Hospital in Burlington, Ontario. He's working as a hospitalist, and as well, he's also working at the Family Medicine Health Organization in Brampton. As I mentioned, Dr. Khan, welcome to the show. You've been a long-term member of Humanity First, and we're very glad to have you back joining us at the telethon today.
Jazakallah, Ansar Bhai, and to the team over there, Dr. Sandal Saab. You guys are doing an amazing job with this telethon, so it's an honor to be part of this.
Thank you. I know you were listening to some of the discussions that we were having about the hospital in Ivory Coast in Senegal. So the first question I actually want to ask you, not many people know this, but you've been on one of our trips with Humanity First. You went to Senegal a few years back, and you worked in the clinic there. What was that experience like? What were you doing there? What did you see? And how does that compare to what you're doing now?
Yeah, so you mentioned I went to Senegal. I was very fortunate to have been there for a few weeks, actually. I worked with a dedicated team of volunteers there from Humanity First, including Dr. Tahir Minhasab, who is a consultant surgeon there, who took me under his wing and at that time I was actually a resident physician. So sorry, I was a medical student at that time. So I was still, pretty naive to the medical field and sort of learning about medicine in general. So it was a very eye-opening experience. I think just going to a different country, especially in Africa, and especially in Senegal, was a very eye-opening experience just to see how people live there. Being open to and open-minded about different cultures, I think is important for any volunteer. But I think for myself, it was very eye-opening. Given my father had done a lot of work when he was, in his middle of his years of his adulthood, he did a lot of volunteer work in Africa as well. So part of that experience was living through some of the work that he had done.
I'm really glad our viewers are getting really the 360 experience of Dr. Ahmed, who's managing the program from here, people who've been deployed to these clinics and hospitals, and people like Trevor who've gone on disaster response trips. Let's shift gears a little bit and of course talk about the pandemic briefly. You've been working as a physician in Canada during the COVID-19 pandemic. We know that it's caused a tremendous physical burden on people, an economic burden, and also a mental health burden. So what have you seen? What are your thoughts on the pandemic and where things are headed now 18 months into the pandemic?
Yeah, it's it's a very good question. I pray, hopefully, inshallah, everything turns out for the better. Some countries are definitely struggling more than others. I think we're very grateful here in Canada that things feel like they're stabilizing, but we never really know. I think a big part of that is the vaccination process. Canada has taken a very strong leading role in that, and thankfully a lot of a strong part of our population has been vaccinated, at least gotten their first dose and second dose, which plays a big role in controlling the spread of this virus, as many of us are aware. So I think a big part of this is really just trying to, and as a physician myself, just advocating for, getting people vaccinated, playing my part on educating people around me. And I think that's how really we're going to get this done, is really just a word of mouth, and really just trying to educate people about the science behind the vaccine and being able to answer their questions and their concerns with this process.
You mentioned you're encouraging young people to get vaccinated. By now, we hear that a good number of the population is already vaccinated. The elderly, especially, are vaccinated. Is it still important for young people to get vaccinated if they haven't been vaccinated? Are they even ending up in hospitals? What are you seeing?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Sarbai. The youth definitely aren't feeling, as severe the effects of the virus as would an elderly within the elderly population. But there's a lot of different reasons why the youth should be vaccinated. Of course, they can suffer from some of the severe respiratory symptoms from COVID. There's also residual, like lingering COVID symptoms after you do get the virus that can be, affect your quality of life and breathing and things of that nature. There are some youth that, you don't necessarily know if they've been diagnosed with anything because they don't have, maybe they weren't tested, initially, but there's some youth that may have cardiac issues, severe asthma, various lung conditions, things of that nature that may be, more prone to some of the severe effects from COVID. And then on top of that, the biggest thing I think for not only youth, but everybody is really the selflessness component to this as well. The virus, travels from person to person, and, as it stays longer out in our population, it has time to mature, to mutate and become stronger potentially. That's what we've seen with that Delta variant, right? And so, I think getting as much of our population vaccinated is going to help to stop that spread and build that herd immunity, as we've talked about as well. So I think that's like the biggest biggest point that we need to advocate for, and whoever is able to get vaccinated. So right now, obviously, there's still debate about how young somebody can be, but of course, if you're 12 and above, you should aim to get vaccinated if you're able to.
And one of the big aspects that has been getting more attention lately is the mental health aspect, and not just for people who get COVID, but for all of us who've been really away from our loved ones, who've been not being involved in as many activities as we used to. It really is taking a toll on the population as a whole. Do you have any advice for people who find that they might be struggling with their mental health? Where can they turn to for help, and what should they do to tackle that problem?
Yeah, that's a good point, Ansar. But I'm glad you brought that up, actually, because it's something that's not really talked about during this pandemic. We're really worried about the virus itself, and we've kind of neglected the other effects from this whole pandemic in general. And I think a very, very big part, if I would say probably not one of the biggest negative effects from this pandemic, in my opinion, has been the effect on people's mental health. I think the general state of people right now is just an increased level of anxiety, right? If that's health anxiety or related to COVID in particular, or just being in social isolation, right? People, especially when they're older, social isolation can be very detrimental to their health. And so my biggest advice would really be, for our listeners, that really just, being able to find, especially now that with the lockdown is over, being able to find the people around you that you can really take comfort in. Getting vaccinated is going to be a big part of this. And, to my brothers and sisters of faith, I think, being more involved in our Amity community as well, and taking part in events, and, really reaching out back to God and faith is going to get us through this whole the negative outcome of this on our mental health. And then getting back into things of our regular sleep hygiene and, routine of exercise. All these things play a role in our mental health. And so thinking back to pre-COVID, what your routine was. And so this can be a very long answer, of course, but I'll leave it there for now.
That was great. And I think I really hope that our viewers were able to, pick some things out of what you've recommended, and hopefully they can apply some of those tips to their own life. Any last words before we let you go for our viewers, for all the people watching the telethon? Do you have a final message for them?
Yeah, so I think, what you guys are doing is amazing. I would, tell all the listeners here that, if you're able to take part in this event by either donating financially or just spreading the word about Humanity First, or even just thinking about becoming a volunteer, I think it can be a very eye-opening, life-changing experience to visit another country and to be a volunteer. I think there's different ways of helping humanity, and Humanity First sort of encompasses a lot of that. And so there's so many different ways to be involved without actually being necessarily an expert in anything. The organization has ways to make use of different skills and talents. So my humble suggestion would be for everyone to either think about donating financially to this telethon, and even think long-term, trying to be involved in the organization in some form to be able to give back to the people.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khan. Thank you for taking the time to join us and for sharing all of your knowledge with us today. So before we, I want to get back to wrapping up this discussion about the Ivory Coast Hospital. Dr. Ahmed, just from your experience, as we've mentioned, you've been involved in running the Senegal Hospital, which is now, all the construction and the initial startup phase has kind of been done, and now it's maintenance. Looking ahead to the Ivory Coast Hospital now, once it's built, once we've reached that goal that we're talking about financially, that $3 million that our viewers hopefully can help us make progress towards today. Once the hospital is built, what's going to be our involvement from the Canadian perspective in terms of Humanity First? Do we need people to kind of monitor things from here? Will people be able to be involved in the hospital in the future?
Of course, Humanity First Canada not only builds the facilities, We do monitor those facilities on ongoing basis. We review annual budgets. We have a hospital management board at Manifest Canada. Part of that board, or not myself, we have team member from different background, finance, management, and we do get monthly reports, progress reports. We set up goals for each year. So it's continuous monitoring from Canadian perspective to make sure that every dollar of donation spent wisely and we get maximum output of it. So it's not that we built and forgot. There would be monitoring 24/7, and our team member, whenever needed, we do visit those facilities. So it's just not remotely monitoring and believing everything. We also go and visit those facilities.
And Dr. Dowd, what about the staff that will be in this hospital? Will they be people coming from abroad, or will there also be local staff who are permanently stationed at the Ivory Coast Hospital?
So the bulk of the hospital staff will be locals. The other advantage of having these projects over there is that we create employment over there. We give an opportunity for local people to work in the hospital. So most of them will be there. We will have visiting consultants and specialists from countries, but the management and staff will be there. The oversight will be done by one of our representatives who would be there for short durations and come back and then do that. So we keep the oversight, we keep the tight control on things so that the quality is not decreased, but we enable the local people to really serve their own community in a very professional way based on the standards from First World.
And exactly, I think that's one of the things that has always been emphasized in Humanity First is we don't want to provide anything less than that what would be available in Canada, what the services, the expertise. What is the timeline of this hospital for our viewers who are donating? When can they expect to see that money actually turn into results?
So unfortunately in Africa, it's very difficult to give exact timelines. Right now, we are struggling with the paperwork, permits and everything. Things that can be done without the permit, like the boundary wall, the landscaping and other things that we have done already. In the next 3 months, our architects and the other staff will be working on the hospitals. And after the 3 months, once all the permits are in place, we expect that the construction will fully start. From that point onwards, we see at least 2 years to complete the hospital. So that's what the timeline is. So we hope to see that hospital ready in 2023, end of 2023 or early 2024.
Okay, so this will be something that our viewers will be hearing about on an ongoing basis at this telethon and the next telethon over the next little while until we can get this beautiful hospital up and running. Do you have any final words, Dr. Ahmed, before we end this global health segment?
Just humble request to all our viewers, please donate. Don't think it's a big donation or small, every dollar counts. Just donate as much you can. You can donate today or tomorrow. It's not that we have telethon today and you can't donate tomorrow. Donation is ongoing basis, so please donate as much you can.
Great, thank you. And last word, Dr. Dowd.
Yeah, same message here that Humanity First has various programs. If you have passion for healthcare services, Global Health is the program of your choice, then please donate. Whether it's a medical clinic, we are looking for donations of units of $30,000 to $40,000 to provide a medical unit, a medical facility in those countries like Nigeria, Chad, Congo, Cameroon. So you can sponsor the whole project and take ownership of the project by just from $30,000 to $40,000. Or you can sponsor larger facilities like in Ivory Coast Hospital, $130,000. So choice is yours. The opportunities are there.
Great, thank you very much. And thank you to all of our viewers. We hope that this global health segment was very informative to you. All of this information is, of course, available on our website, humanityfirst.ca. We're going to take a short break, but after the break, we'll be back with another exciting segment. Please call in. We're running till 8 p.m. today, and we're looking forward to hearing from you, to receiving your donations, and to answering any questions you might have. We'll be back after this break.
Francesco Cervera here, and I encourage all Vaughan Woodbridge residents, along with everyone from across the country and around the world, to join in Humanity's First 24-hour global telethon. We know how much work Humanity First does, being registered in 58 countries, carrying out human development projects while responding to disasters by providing relief and assistance to those less fortunate. Last year, Humanity First provided over 11 million meals, and here in Canada alone, they distributed over 4.2 million meals during the first 12 months of the COVID-19 pandemic. These next 24 hours are about creating awareness, introducing the humanitarian programs of Humanity First, and raising funds for ongoing and upcoming projects. It's with your help that Humanity First is able to distribute 50 tons of fresh food and assist more than 11,000 families here in Canada.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. I'm Ryan Turnbull, a member of Parliament for Whitby, and I want to take this opportunity to congratulate all of you at Humanity First on the incredible work that you're doing. I know your team has distributed over 90,000 pieces of personal protective equipment to hospitals and healthcare workers, and over 4.2 million meals in the first year of COVID-19, in addition to delivering 50 tons of fresh food. And your volunteers have worked incredibly hard for 1.2 million hours to provide relief to people in need, and that is amazing work. Last year, I know you celebrated 25 years since the founding of your organization, and that's a significant milestone in your history. And all of you should be very proud of the many accomplishments you've made, the many people's lives that you've impacted, and for just having been around doing this incredible work for 25 years. I really admire the work that you've all been doing and the tangible supports that your organization provides to people and communities. Keep up the great work.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, warm wishes, and it is lovely to join you all today for this important event. I would like to begin by congratulating and thanking the organizers of this first global telethon. What an absolutely amazing undertaking. Humanity First is always there to lend a hand when people need it most. And this past 18 months, the world's people, our one human family, have been hurting because of COVID-19. And Humanity First is once again stepping up to help. I would also like to thank all the outstanding volunteers who are helping for today's telethon and all those who have helped Humanity First or are helping on the ground now. And thank you to the Ahmadiyya community here in Canada and around the world that lives its values of love for all, hatred for none, and is committed to the service of humanity. Humanity First works in over 50 countries, responds to disasters, and carries out development projects, and I've witnessed their tremendous work for many years through Humanity First Canada. They make an enormous difference to people all over the world. In 2020 alone, Humanity First helped 1 million people in almost 80 countries, supporting hospitals, providing food and blood. My brothers, my sisters know I have missed seeing you throughout the pandemic, but that you are always in my thoughts and prayers. Thank you for your friendship, and thank you for working to make our world a better place.
Welcome back to the 2021 Humanity First Global Telethon. We'll now take this opportunity to shed some light on a very special humanitarian project of Humanity First Canada, and that's the Orphan Care Program. Joining us on the panel is Sister Nomana Khan, Director Programs of Humanity First Canada. Before we get into our discussion, let's watch a short video.
And became orphaned when her father was. Tementa Merci lives in Cameroon and became orphaned when her father was killed in a civil war. Unfortunately, her mother also passed away a few weeks later due to a malaria infection in the forest where the family was taking refuge. Tementa's aunt Hannah took her in her custody and became her guardian. Hannah, her aunt, is a student and thus had very limited resources to make both ends meet while fulfilling Tementa's responsibility as well. She did not have any other family support at her disposal. Tementa came under the Humanity First Orphan Care Program last year when she was 8 years old and started receiving umbrella support for all of her basic needs of life, including quality education. Let's see her video in which she conveys her gratitude to Humanity First.
Okay, good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. God bless you.
So, what is your name?
My name is Samantha Rahman.
So, how old are you?
I am 9 years old.
What class are you?
Class 2.
So, with whom are you living?
My auntie,
Your auntie, what is her name?
Auntie Besen.
Okay. So, do you know that there is somebody who is supporting your upkeep from Canada?
Yes,
So, what can you talk to that person?
thank you. God bless you.
That's fine.
So Sister Namana, we just heard the story of Tementa. She lives in Cameroon with her foster family,
Yes.
but her donor parents who are supporting her are here in Canada. So what an amazing intercontinental bond between two families that seemingly are strangers to each other, but through the Humanity First Orphan Care Program, they have such a special bond and special connection. So if you could give us a little bit of an insight into the Humanity First Orphan Care Program and how it works.
Yes, definitely. It will be my pleasure. The Humanity First Orphan Care Program was developed to support orphan children through the fostership model.
Yeah.
So under this model, orphan children are given in the care of a fostering family, and then those families are supported to provide the basic needs of life to the orphan children within a family unit with love, compassion, and care. And their basic needs are met. For example, shelter, food, education, clothing, medical needs, healthcare, and with a promising future that when they grow up, they will be educated and they will be self-sufficient. So we make sure that the orphan children's needs are properly met, and when they grow up, they become independent.
Yeah.
So we try our best to choose the close relatives of the orphan child so they can raise the children within their own family unit.
Yeah.
Within their own country.
Right, right. And so which countries is the program operating in, and how do you select the children?
So currently we are running this program in Nigeria and Cameroon in Africa. And our local team play a very important role in discovering these children and then finding suitable foster parents for them,
Right.
so they can take the responsibility of the rear and care of the child and raise them within their own families.
Right. And so what happens next? You've found an orphan child, you've selected a foster family. What are the next steps after that?
So as I said, that we prefer that the close relatives are willing to take the responsibility of the orphan child.
Yeah.
So once this matchmaking is done with the orphan child and the fostering family, then there is proper documentation process to follow. So they need to complete registration forms for both orphan child and the fostering family. And then the fostering family also signs an agreement with Humanity First, which binds them to be responsible for security, safety, and all the basic needs of the orphan child.
Right.
In some cases, when there is no close relative found in the close proximity, then we rely on other options available. And if any other foster family, it could be a family friend or anyone else who's willing to take the responsibility and willing to bind the agreement with Humanity First, then we relocate the child to the other foster family. There are other cases in which some children are single orphan,
Right.
which means that one parent is alive. Mostly we prefer if it's a single mother and she have children and she does not possess proper resources, financial resources or education to raise the children, meet their needs, especially education and whatnot.
Yeah.
So in that case, we select that single mother as a foster family, and we support them to raise her own children and provide all their basic needs.
Right. And then, so where do the donor parents come in? They're usually local here.
Yeah.
How are they supporting these foster families?
So there are so many donors in Canada who are willing to support an orphan child.
Right.
So as soon as we discover the orphan children, we introduce those children to the donor parent.
Okay.
We prepare a profile, a background story of the child, and then we present it to the donor parent. And donor parent are those from where the funding is coming from.
Right.
So when they see the profile, they feel connected to the child.
Yeah.
And that's where a bond is created between a strange family in Canada and another family in another deprived community where the orphan child is being raised with proper care and care.
Yeah. And so you work so closely and so intimately with this program, and you're seeing those bonds being created every day. And so from there, how regular is the contact then between the donor family here, the foster family there? How does the donor parent support?
Yeah, so here comes the monitoring of the project.
Okay.
So our local teams on the ground, they play a very important role in keeping a close contact with the child and the family on monthly basis. So they follow up and they, check upon their well-being, their rear and care, their health, their academic performance, and then they provide us the monthly reports. And if a donor parent wish to contact the orphan child, they can make that contact through the local team in that country.
Right.
Sometimes they ask for any updated photos or video messages. So because of this social technology at this time, it is made possible. Previously, they used to write letters.
Right.
But now just a photo or a video comes from Cameroon or Nigeria. Saying thank you to different donor parents.
Yep.
And at this moment, I would like to share a success story of one of the orphan child who was taken on board when she was young, but now she is a young adult and she's graduating soon from her college. And she has done very well throughout her fostership time. So I would love to share that story of Zainab with all the viewers.
Right. Let's tune into Zainab's success story.
Zainab Atahiro is a 21-year-old girl and lives in Nigeria. She lost her father when she was born and has been living with her mother, Mariam. Mariam was struggling to provide the basic needs of life to her child. When the Humanity First team discovered Zainab, they immediately selected her to register under the Orphan Care Program to support her living needs and enable her to become a strong, educated, and self-sufficient woman. Humanity First Orphan Care foster family model has been supporting Zainab for several years, providing her a blanket support of food, clothing, healthcare, and education. Zainab's orphan care sponsorship period with Humanity First will be ending soon upon the completion of her education. She has completed her high school at Golden Foundation Academy and is currently working towards achieving her national diploma. In her letter to Humanity First, she writes, "Me and my mother appreciate Humanity First for all the diligent efforts they have put in me. May God reward their good deeds, their dedication to work, their desire to experiment and find new ways of continuing good deeds. We are grateful to have your persistent support. We thank you so much." It's so great to see the success of our efforts in transforming a child's life from a deprived state to an accomplished one. Zainab's success is our success, your success.
What a heartwarming video. It's always things like that. We hear those stories and that makes us want to continue. But there are also troubling things going on. And in the last few years, especially, the world has changed a lot. There are natural disasters. There's the COVID-19 pandemic, of course, and then there are the recent civil wars as well. And these have increased human suffering, and they're especially difficult on children who may become orphaned during these times. So can you talk a little bit about how this has affected children?
Yes, of course. You know, it is pretty devastating at this time. Recent civil wars and COVID-19 pandemic has taken a big toll on the children's population. Millions of children have lost their parents and have become orphaned. Just because of COVID, more than 1.5 million children have become orphaned, according to the recent reports. So it is very chaotic in terms of children becoming orphaned at this time of the age. And these children are living in very deprived settings. They are exposed to poverty, malnutrition. They can be a victim of physical and mental violence, sexual violence, or even child trafficking. So it is pretty devastating at this time. The numbers are growing. And it's time that, you know, the world should take some actions. There should be more awareness built on it.
So where do we step in? What is our social or religious responsibility towards these children?
Well, it is our social as well as religious responsibility, obligation, to take care of the orphans, to provide them support, to be kind and compassionate to them, and to look for avenues where we can support them, provide them security, safety in a dignified way. As an individual, we should raise awareness about the rights of the orphans. We should, you know, support agencies and global stakeholders who are working in this field, just like Humanity First, and support such agencies with anything that they can do. So we should do whatever it takes to do. There should be more volunteer training done worldwide for all those stakeholders who are working in this field and providing care to orphans. There should be more strict guidelines and strict monetary regulations implemented for those agencies who are working in this field. More funding should be invested into this field to provide protection to the orphan children. So we should do whatever it takes, you know, to do. I was doing some research on what Islam says about the rights of the orphan and about our responsibility. So I came across more than 20 verses which talks about the rights of the orphan children on us and our responsibility towards them. And I also came across the sayings of the Holy Prophet, may peace be upon him, where he says that, you know, the worst house is that where an orphan child is mistreated. And the best house is that where an orphan child is compassionately treated. This hadith was quoted in Sahih Bukhari. There is another hadith when the Holy Prophet said that, you know, the person who takes good care of an orphan child will be like this with me in the heavens, and he held his two fingers together. So yes, it is our social responsibility, and we should even build this awareness among our children about it. And see options for where we can, you know, reach out to those orphan children who are looking for support and who have lost their families. It's pretty heartbreaking at this time.
And so given that increasing need for support, is Humanity First planning to expand the program?
Yes, definitely. So we are also looking into those options. We are trying to expand this program in Bangladesh and other countries of Africa, Congo, Chad. We're doing some feasibility checks. And we have requested our local teams on the ground there to build more, you know, team in who can take care of the orphan care project locally in those countries. So it will take some time, but we are working on it. And hopefully in near future, we will be reaching out to more orphan children.
Well, thank you so much for sharing this insight and overview of the program. And again, if anybody who's watching today is moved and you do want to make a difference and you do want to alleviate the suffering of these children, then of course, continue to call in. Our number and our contact information is on the screen throughout the program. Do make a call, do contribute if you can, and make that very special bond, because now more than ever, this is the need of the community. But
If the viewers have any questions, they can
Yeah.
also email us.
Yes.
And the email address is orphancareteam@humanityfirst.ca.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you have any questions and you want to support any orphan child, please do reach out to us.
Please do reach out. And with that, we will end the segment, but we'll have a thank you message before that from some of the orphan children who are supported by donors here in Canada. So let's listen to them.
Thank you, Humanity First Canada, Cameroon.
Thank you, Humanity First Canada.
Thank you,
Thank you, Humanity First Canada.
Nabila Isaku. I am in class 3. Thank you, Humanity First Canada. Thank you, Humanity First Canada.
Hi, everyone. My name is Candace Bergen. I'm the Deputy Leader of the Conservative Party of Canada and the Member of Parliament for Portage Lisgar in the beautiful province of Manitoba. I want to thank Humanity First for the great work that they have done, especially over the last year when so many people around the world needed help. Humanity First helped over 1 million people in countless countries around the world. Hospitals, PPE, support. More than ever, we need to come together and help those who are in need. So if you can donate, I want to ask you, please support Humanity First. Let's put people at the forefront of all that we do. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dolly Begum, your MPP for Scarborough Southwest, and I'm honored to join you for this 24-hour live global telethon hosted by Humanity First. Humanity First has been doing an incredible job locally and globally. Their programs for poverty reduction, disaster relief, education, and training have had a positive impact on the lives of many Canadians. These assistance programs have helped people get back on their feet and dream for a better life. In 2020 alone, Humanity First was able to help over 1 million people in 78 countries by supporting 152 hospitals and providing over 400,000 units of PPE. Congratulations on this massive achievement. Thank you to the entire team of Humanity First and to all the volunteers for all your hard work. Your commitment to serving humanity and to make this world a better place is truly inspiring.
कनाडा और दुनिया के तमाम ममालिक से देखने वालों का हमारे इस ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के लाइव ग्लोबल टेलीथॉन में बहुत बहुत और मोहब्बत भरा अस्सलाम वालेकुम व रहमतुल्लाहि व बरकातहू। नाजरीन, आज दुनिया कोरोना वबा की मोहलक बीमारी से बहुत ज़्यादा मुतासिर हो चुकी है, जिसकी वजह से वो लोग जो गुर्बत के ममालिक में रहने वाले हैं वो इससे भी ज़्यादा इस बीमारी की वजह से मुतासिर हो चुके हैं और इनकी मुश्किलात और तकलीफ़ में इजाफ़ा हो चुका है। इसी तरह इनकी मुश्किलात और तकलीफ़ में शरीक होकर इनकी मदद करने के लिए 26 साल पहले हज़रत खलीफातुल मसीह राबे रहमतुल्लाह अलैह ने जिस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की बुनियाद रखी, वो आज हज़रत खलीफातुल मसीह खामिस अय्यदहुल्लाह ताला बिन नस्रिल अज़ीज़ के ज़ेर साया मुश्किलात और तकलीफ़ में फंसी इंसानियत की मदद के लिए एक उम्मीद की किरण साबित हो रही है। आज इस टेलीथॉन का मकसद भी यही है कि जो वो लोग जो इस मुश्किलात और तकलीफ़ में मुब्तला हैं, उनको किसी तरह आपकी एहतियाजात और डोनेशन के ज़रिए इनकी मदद की जाए और इनके मुश्किलात और इनकी तकलीफ़ से इनको निकाला जाए। नाजरीन, आपकी एहतियाजात और डोनेशन ना सिर्फ दुखी इंसानियत के लिए राहत का सबब बनेगी, बल्कि जिस तरह एक बंजर ज़मीन पर जैसे बारिश का पानी पड़ता है और वह ज़रखेज़ हो जाती है, اسی طرح آپ کی جو ڈونیشن ہے اور جو آپ کی جو ڈونیشن اور عطیہ جات ہیں وہ آپ کے لیے اس زمین میں ایک زمین کے لیے ایک وہ پیدا کرے گی، ہریالی کا سما پیدا کرے گی۔ ناظرین، ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کینیڈا 24 ممالک میں اپنے 9 پروگرامز کے ذریعے انسانیت کی فلاح و بہبود کے لیے کام کر رہی ہے، اور ان 9 پروگرام میں سے ایک پروگرام ریفیوجی ری سیٹلمنٹ کا پروگرام ہے، جو دنیا میں مختلف جگہ پھنسے مشکلات میں پھنسے انسانیت کو نکال کر اس پرامن ملک میں لا رہی ہے۔ ناظرین، آئیے اس پروگرام کے حوالے سے مزید معلومات ہم اپنے اس اسٹوڈیو میں موجود مہمانان سے حاصل کرتے ہیں۔ آج ہمارے ساتھ موجود ڈاکٹر محمد اسلم داؤد صاحب ہیں، جو چیئرمین ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کینیڈا اور نائب امیر جماعت کینیڈا ہیں۔ ان کے ساتھ مکرم ممتاز صاحب، جو نیشنل ضیافت ڈپارٹمنٹ میں کئی عرصے سے خدمت کر رہے ہیں، اور ہمارے ساتھ تیسرے مہمان حنیف شاہ صاحب ہیں، جو کئی سالوں سے ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے ایک درینہ خادم اور والنٹیئر کے طور پر کام کر رہے ہیں۔ ڈاکٹر صاحب، میں آپ کے سب سے پہلے شروع کرنا چاہتا ہوں کہ ریفیوجی ری سیٹلمنٹ کا جو پروگرام ہے اس کو شروع کیے کتنے سال ہو گئے ہیں، اور اب تک ہم نے کتنے ریفیوجیز کو ہم اس کینیڈا میں لا چکے ہیں؟
یہ پروگرام جو ہے اصل میں جو ہم نے سب سے پہلے ریفیوجیز کیے تھے وہ تقریباً 2005 یا 2006 میں کیے تھے۔ اس وقت مجھے یاد ہے کہ صرف ہم نے 2 فیملیز کی تھیں، اور اس کو آنے میں بھی تقریباً 3 سال سے زیادہ کا عرصہ لگ گیا تھا۔ اس کے بعد اس پروگرام کا باقاعدہ اجرا جو ہے نا 2009-2010 کے ٹائم فریم میں ہوا، اور پھر 2011 سے ہم نے باقاعدگی سے اس میں لوگوں کو اسپانسر کرنا شروع کر دیا تھا۔
ٹھیک ہے، اس طرح ہمارے ساتھ جو ممتاز صاحب ہیں، میں آپ سے سوال پوچھنا چاہوں گا کہ آپ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے ساتھ کب سے منسلک ہیں؟
میں سپٹمبر 2014 سے منسلک ہوں، اور ہماری ٹیم کی جو ہیڈ ہیں وہ نصیر خان صاحب ہیں، جیسا کہ آپ کو معلوم ہے۔ اور جیسے ہی ہمیں اطلاع ملتی ہے ریفیوجیز کے بارے میں کہ وہ آ رہے ہیں دوسرے ملکوں میں، ملائیشیا اور تھائی لینڈ وغیرہ سے، تو سب سے پہلے جو ہمارا کام ہے ہم ان کے لیے ایک رہائش کا انتظام کرتے ہیں، ڈھونڈتے ہیں۔ رہائش کے ساتھ ساتھ ان کی بنیادی ضروریات جو ہیں اس کو بھی انتظام کیا جاتا ہے، جو کہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے تھرو ہوتا ہے، جس میں ان کے لیے گھریلو ضروریات کی چیزیں ہیں، بستر وغیرہ، برتن وغیرہ، گروسری، یہ سب کچھ ہوتا ہے۔ تو اس کے ساتھ ساتھ اور بھی جو ریفیوجیز کی ضرورتیں، آپ دیکھیں جو ریفیوجیز آتے ہیں وہ کچھ اپنے ساتھ سب کچھ تو لے کے نہیں آتے نا، تو اس کے لیے یہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ اور ضیافت ڈپارٹمنٹ جو ہے وہ مل کے کام کر رہی ہیں۔ میجورٹی چیزیں جو ہیں وہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کی طرف سے ہی آتی ہیں، اور بھرپور ان کی مدد کی جاتی ہے، وہ ان کو ان کے اپنے پاؤں پہ کھڑا ہونے کے لیے بھی ان کی ہیلپ کی جاتی ہے، جس میں ہر طرح کی امداد شامل ہے، مالی بھی، اخلاقی بھی، اور ویسے جو بھی ان کو مدد کی ضرورت ہوتی ہے تو ہم اس کے لیے ان کے ساتھ چل رہے ہوتے ہیں، حاضر ہوتے ہیں۔ ہمارے پاس ایسی مثال بھی ہے کہ ہم ان کے لیے جاب کی بھی ارینجمنٹ کرتے ہیں، جاب تلاش کرتے ہیں، اور مجھے فخر ہے اس بات پہ کہ ہم نے کچھ لوگوں کو جیسے ہی وہ یہاں پر لینڈ ہوئے ہیں سیدھے ہم ان کو جاب پر لے گئے ہیں،
اچھا، ماشاءاللہ،
اور انہوں نے اپنی جاب شروع کر دی ہوئی ہیں، اور اس وقت ان میں سے تقریباً سب لوگ جو ہیں وہ سیٹل ڈاؤن ہو چکے ہیں۔ اب یہ جو ہے جتنے بھی سننے والے ہیں، دیکھنے والے ہیں، ان سے میں یہی عرض کروں گا، گزارش کروں گا کہ اپنے دل کو کھولیں، ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے لیے ڈونیٹ کریں۔ یہ لوگ جو آتے ہیں ظاہر ہے وہ ان کے پاس اتنے وسائل اس وقت نہیں ہوتے جب وہ یہاں پر لینڈ کرتے ہیں، تو ان کے لیے یہ سارا کچھ بندوبست جو ہے اس کے لیے جو ضروریات ہیں وہ ظاہر ہیں، اور ہم جو لوگ آج سے 20 سال 25-30 سال پہلے کے آئے ہوئے ہیں اس وقت کو دیکھیں اور آج کو دیکھیں تو اس طرح سے کافی سارا جو ہے کام وہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ اور ضیافت ڈپارٹمنٹ نے کیا ہے۔
بالکل، میں اپنے ناظرین سے اسی بات پہ یہ کہنا چاہوں گا کہ آپ کی لائیو اسکرین پہ ہمارا ٹیلی فون نمبر آپ موجود ہوگا، نظر آ رہا ہوگا۔ آپ ٹیلی فون نمبر سے ملا کر آپ مزید جو ہے ہیومینٹی فرسٹ میں جو ہے ڈونیشن دے سکتے ہیں، اور اس میں آپ ویب سائٹ کے ذریعے بھی جا کے آپ ڈونیشن دے سکتے ہیں۔ شاہ صاحب، آپ کے ساتھ میرا ہمیشہ یہ سوال ہے کہ آپ کتنے عرصے سے ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے ساتھ کام کر رہے ہیں، اور آپ کے سپورٹ کیا کام ہے ریفیوجی سیٹلمنٹ کے حوالے سے؟
مجھے تقریباً السلام علیکم 8 سال کے قریب ہو گیا میں ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے ساتھ ہوں، اور میجر میری کنٹریبیوشن جو ہے وہ ریفیوجی سیٹلمنٹ میں ہے، اور میرے ذمہ ایک اہم چیز ہے کہ ہمارے جو ریفیوجی آنے والے ہوتے ہیں، جن کے اپلیکنٹ ہوتے ہیں، उनका एक अहम जुज़ होता है उनकी परसिक्यूशन स्टेटमेंट, जिसके ऊपर उनके सारे मतलब केस का दारोमदार होता है। और दूसरा हिस्सा होता है उसके जो सरकारी फॉर्म होते हैं वो भरने होते हैं। तो मैं उसके प्रोसिक्यूशन स्टेटमेंट को जो हमारे एप्लीकेंट भेजते हैं उसको रीड करता हूँ, उसको रीराइट करता हूँ, उसमें से जो गलतियाँ होती हैं वो निकालता हूँ या उनसे मज़ीद मालूमात होती हैं। तो मेरे जो नाजरीन उनमें से देखने वाले हैं उनको मैं ये कहता हूँ कि आप अपनी स्टेटमेंट जो होते हैं उसको ट्रू फैक्ट के साथ लिखें। अगर कोई वाक़या है उसका वक्त, साल या डे या उसके साथ जो अगर कोई पुलिस रिपोर्टमेंट है वो भी लगाएं, क्योंकि इसके बगैर वो चीज़ों जो हम उनके एतबार करना मुश्किल होता है। और आजकल के दौर में इन चीज़ों को वेरीफाई करना बहुत आसान है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आपकी बात बिल्कुल ऐसा है कि आजकल जो है सबसे ज़रूरत भी यही सी चीज़ की है कि हकीकत पे मबनी जो है वो बात की जाए। डॉक्टर साहब, मैं आपकी तरफ दोबारा आना चाहूँगा कि कोविड-19 आपको पता है पूरी दुनिया मुतासर हुई, मुख्तलिफ मुल्कों में जो रिफ्यूजीज़ हैं उससे वो ज़्यादा मुतासर हुए हर चीज़। तो ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट ने, कनाडा ने कैसे फिर इस कोविड-19 में इन रिफ्यूजीज़ की मदद की और इस प्रोग्राम के ज़रिए से क्या क्या लोगों को फ़ायदा हासिल हुआ?
जी, कोविड-19 में हमारा वैसे ही काम ज़्यादा बढ़ गया था। जो लोकल लोग थे उनको फूड की ज़रूरत, इमरजेंसी सप्लाईज की ज़रूरत थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद यहाँ रेफ्यूजीज़ आते रहे। रेफ्यूजीज़ फैमिलीज़ 2020 में भी आई हैं, 2021 में भी आई हैं। तो जब वो आती थी तो हमें कोविड-19 की जो तमाम प्रोटोकॉल थे, जो हुकूमत की तरफ से रेगुलेटरी रिक्वायरमेंट्स थी, उनको फॉलो करना। मसलन एयरपोर्ट से वो हुकूमत उनको पहले एक होटल में ले जाती थी, फिर होटल में उनको 14-15 दिन जब ठहरना पड़ता था तो हम उनको वहाँ सपोर्ट करते थे, खाना देना, फ्रिज वगैरह पहुँचाना और चीज़ें देना, फिर उनके लिए रिहाइश का इंतज़ाम करना। रिहाइश में जब वहाँ आ जाएँ तो बाकी घर की ज़रूरियात चीज़ें देनी और उनकी ग्रोसरीज वगैरह करना, ये थ्रू आउट हमें करता। और उसमें हमारे वॉलंटियर्स ने बड़ी हिम्मत का काम दिखाया कि कोविड के बावजूद उन्होंने तमाम प्रिकॉशंस लेते हुए उनकी खिदमत में लगे रहे, उनके काम होते रहे। तो मैं इस बात को बड़े फख्र से कह सकता हूँ कि कोविड की वजह से हमारा काम रुका नहीं और हमने रेफ्यूजीज को रीसेटल हम करते रहे।
बिल्कुल, अब मैं नाज़रीन से भी दोबारा इसी बात पे जो है दोबारा इस्तेमाल करना चाहूँगा कि आप कोविड-19 की वजह से जो हालात दुनिया के हो चुके हैं, इसी तरह जो रिफ्यूजीज़ जो मुख्तलिफ दुनिया में फंसे हुए हैं वो आपकी मदद के मुस्तहिक हैं। आपसे दरख्वास्त ये है कि आप ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट पर अतिया जात दें, डोनेशन दें। आपके $1 की वजह से एक फैमिली, 2 फैमिलियों को फ़ायदा बेहद पहुँच सकता है। डॉक्टर साहब, मैं एक सवाल आपसे ये पूछना चाहूँगा कि आजकल सोशल मीडिया पे भी और वैसे भी हम फोन कॉल्स पे भी इस तरह तासुर नजर आता है कि जिस तरह लोग ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के साथ नाराज या जमात के साथ, तो क्या कोविड-19 के होते हुए भी क्या ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट रिफ्यूजीज की तवक्कुआत पर पूरा उतर रही है?
बात यह है कि तवक्कुआत पे पूरा उतरना एक ऐसा मुआवजना है जिसको किसी क्राइटेरिया पे रख के किया जा सकता है। देखने वाली बात यह है कि क्या ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के लिए ये मुमकिन है कि 10,000 15,000 रेफ्यूजीज जो फंसे हुए हैं और वो ये तवक्को रखते हैं कि ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट उनकी मदद करेगी, क्या ये तवक्को जायज़ है? क्या ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के लिए अमलन ये मुमकिन है? बहुत सारे लोग इन बातों को तवज्जो नहीं देते कि अगर वो थोड़ा सा भी सोचना शुरू करें ना इस बारे में, तो ये नामुमकिन है कि हम एक बड़ी तादाद को करें। हम क्या यूनाइटेड नेशन नहीं कर सकता? यूनाइटेड नेशन यूएनएचसीआर जो है वो भी इक्का दुक्का करके फैमिलीज कर रही होती हैं और उसमें भी बड़ा टाइम लगाते हैं। गवर्नमेंट जो है वो भी जितने मर्जी दावे करें कि वो कहते हैं ना कि हम 20,000 अफगान को ले आएंगे, लेकिन उन 20,000 को लाने में उनको साल 2 साल लग जाता है। और वो भी अपने जहाज और अपनी हुकूमत, अपना डिपार्टमेंट जो वहां पे जाकर के उनको कर रहे होते हैं, और यूनाइटेड नेशन के साथ मिलकर के वो लोग जिनके साथ इन्होंने कमिटमेंट की हुई थी उनको लाने में इतना टाइम लग जाता है। तो ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट एक छोटा सा इदारा है जिसको हुकूमत की तरफ से एक बहुत ही महदूद कोटा मिलता है।
ठीक है।
मसलन हमें जो कोटा मिलता है वो साल में हम 20, 25, 30 फैमिलीज ला सकते हैं। एक वक्त था कि हम 400-400, 500-500 लोगों को और 1000 लोगों को भी एक साल में लेकर आए हैं, लेकिन वक्त के साथ और हालात बदलते रहते हैं। सीरियन रेफ्यूजीज में हुकूमत ने कोई कोटा नहीं रखा था तो हमने एक साल में 1000 लोग लेकर आ गए। तो लेकिन अब उन्होंने एक कोटे में सख्ती कर दी है और उन्होंने कहा कि आप साल में सिर्फ 100 अफराद को ला सकते हैं। तो आप सोचें कि अगर हम 100 अफराद को ला रहे हैं तो 9,900 लोग नाराज होंगे और वो समझेंगे कि इन्होंने पता नहीं किस मेयार को देखते हुए इन 100 अफराद की सेलेक्ट किया है। और मैं उनके गम और गुस्से को बड़ी अच्छी तरह समझ सकता हूँ कि एक शख्स वहाँ पे 9 साल 10 साल से फंसा हुआ है किसी मुल्क में, اور اس چھوٹی سی امید میں کہ ایک وقت آئے گا کہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ ان کی مدد کرے گی، لیکن جب وہ مدد نہیں کر سکتی تو پریشان ہو جاتے ہیں. پھر وہ دیکھتے ہیں کہ میری تو مدد نہیں ہوئی، کسی اور کی ہو گئی ہے، کوئی اور چلا گیا ہے. تو ان کے ذہن میں بعض وسوسے پیدا ہوتے ہیں، بعض بدگمانیاں پیدا ہو جاتی ہیں، جس سے وہ سوچتے ہیں کہ ضرور ان کا کوئی جاننے والا ہوگا، ضرور کوئی سفارش ہوگی یا کوئی ایسی بات ہے. تو میں اپنے ان ریفیوجیز بھائی کو توجہ دلانا چاہتا ہوں اور بتانا چاہتا ہوں کہ ایسی قطعاً کوئی بات نہیں ہے. ہمارے پاس ایک بہت ہی محدود کوٹا ہوتا ہے، اور اس کوٹے میں ہم سب سے پہلے ان کی امداد کرتے ہیں جو شہداء کی فیملی سے تعلق رکھتے ہیں، اسیران کی فیملی سے تعلق رکھتے ہیں، یا جن کے خلاف FIR کٹی ہوتی ہے، جن کو خطرہ ہوتا ہے. اور ان کی بھی سلیکشن ہم نہیں کرتے، بلکہ مرکز سلیکشن کرتا ہے، اور وہ بتاتا ہے کہ یہ فوری امداد کی ضرورت ہے اور ان کی مدد کریں. اس کے علاوہ بعض خاص کیس ہوتے ہیں جس میں بعض وجوہات ان کی صحت کی بنا پر یا اور کسی ضرورت کی بنا پر یہ فیصلہ ہوتا ہے کہ ان کی مدد کی جائے. تو وہ ایک آپ سوچ لیں کہ 10,000 میں سے 100 کو چننا کتنا مشکل کام ہے. اس لیے یہ کام ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کرتی ہی نہیں ہے، چوز کرنے کا کام. ہیومینٹی فرسٹ اس کے علاوہ ان لوگوں کی بھی مدد کرتی ہے جن کے دوست یا عزیز رشتہ دار کینیڈا میں ہوتے ہیں. وہ اگر وہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے ساتھ کو اسپانسر بن جائیں اور وعدہ کریں یا وہ یہ کمٹ کریں کہ وہ 1 سال کا خرچہ اٹھائیں گے، تو ہیومینٹی فرسٹ اس پوزیشن میں ہوتی ہے کہ ان کی مدد کر سکے. اب بہت سارے لوگ سمجھتے ہیں کہ ہم کسی کو ریفیوجی سمجھتے ہیں کہ ہم کسی کو پیسہ بھیج دیتے ہیں اور وہ پھر ہماری مدد کر دیں. ایسا بھی نہیں ہے. وہ کینیڈا کا قانون یہ کہتا ہے کہ آپ ریفیوجی سے کسی قسم کا کوئی پیسہ نہیں لے سکتے، اور ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کبھی کسی ریفیوجی سے پیسہ نہیں لیتی. تو اس پہ بھی ان کو غم اور غصے کا وہ اظہار کرتے ہیں کہ بھئی ہم تو پیسہ بھی دینے کے لیے تیار ہیں، آپ ہماری مدد نہیں کر رہے. تو اس طرح نہیں ہوتا یہاں پہ کام. ہم محدود کوٹے کو مرکز کی زیر نگرانی کرتے ہیں. ہاں، جن کا کوئی ماں باپ بھائی بہن کینیڈا میں ہیں، وہ اگر پوری کمٹمنٹ کریں اور وہ یہاں پہ پراپر طریقے سے ان کی ذمہ داری لینے کے لیے تیار ہوں تو ہم ان کی مدد کر سکتے ہیں.
ڈاکٹر صاحب، اس میں یہ ایک بات جو میں آپ سے کہنا چاہوں گا کہ جو جس آپ نے بتایا کو اسپانسر بن سکتے ہیں ساتھ، تو کو اسپانسر جس آپ نے بتایا فنڈ جو ہے آپ تو وہ فنڈ سے کو اسپانسر سے ہی آنے چاہیے، ریفیوجی سے جو ہے بالکل بھی نہیں، یہ نہیں.
ہاں، ریفیوجی سے نہ ڈائریکٹ نہ انڈائریکٹ کسی صورت میں پیسے نہیں آ سکتے. ریفیوجی اگر پیسے دے گا تو وہ غیر قانونی کام ہو جاتا ہے، اور اگر وہ کسی کے ذریعے دے رہا ہے، تھرڈ پارٹی کی دے رہی ہے، وہ بھی غلط طریقہ ہے. سو یہ رول رکھیں کہ ریفیوجیز cannot self-finance, cannot donate or cannot give money to Humanity First. Humanity First will never accept money from any refugees. The only people who can sponsor are those who are living in Canada. جو لوگ کینیڈا میں رہتے ہیں وہ اپنے خرچ سے ثابت کر سکیں کہ ان کے اپنے پیسے ہیں اور وہ دے رہے ہیں، تو اس پہ ہم ان کی مدد کر سکتے ہیں.
ان کا کیا اگر بالفرض ہمارے آج پروگرام کے ذریعے سے اگر کسی کے عزیز رشتہ دار فیملیز پر اگر کوئی ریفیوجی ہیں اور وہ اسپانسر کرنے کے لیے تیار ہیں، تو ان کا کیا طریقہ کار ہے کہ وہ کس طرح ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے ذریعے رابطہ کر کے اور کیسے وہ ہمارا یعنی کہ اس میں پروگرام میں شامل ہو سکتے ہیں؟
اب اس میں آپ دیکھیں کہ میں نے جس طرح عرض کیا کہ ہمیں 100-125 کا کوٹا ملتا ہے، تو اس میں ظاہر ہے ہم سب کی مدد تو نہیں کر سکتے، تو اس میں ہمارے پاس ایک ویٹنگ لسٹ ہے. تو اس ویٹنگ لسٹ میں اگر وہ نام لکھوا دیتے ہیں اور جب ان کی باری آئے گی تو ہم ان کو رابطہ کریں گے اور ان کی مدد کرنے کی کوشش کریں گے. تو اس میں وہ ہمارے ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے دفتر سے رابطہ کریں، ان کو ہم ویٹنگ لسٹ میں نام لکھ لیں گے، پھر جب ان کی باری آئے گی تو ان کو ہم اسپانسر کر دیں گے. لیکن اس کے لیے خاص اس بات کا خیال رکھنا ہے کہ ریفیوجی اس میں پیسہ دینے والا نہ ہو، یہ کسی صورت میں نہیں پیسہ دے سکتا.
بالکل. ناظرین سے بھی میں یہی کہنا چاہوں گا کہ جس طرح ابھی حکم چیئرمین صاحب ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کینیڈا نے فرمایا ہے کہ مختلف ملکوں میں جو ریفیوجیز پھنسے ہوئے ہیں اور کو اسپانسر وہ بننا چاہتے ہیں، تو ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کے ساتھ رابطہ کر کے اپنا نام لکھوا سکتے ہیں اسپانسر کرنے کے حوالے سے. اور اسی طرح جو احباب جو صاحب حیثیت احباب ہیں اور ان کے کوئی عزیز رشتہ دار یا ریفیوجیز نہیں ہیں کسی ملک میں، ان سے درخواست کروں گا آپ زیادہ سے زیادہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کو ڈونیٹ کر سکیں تاکہ ریفیوجی ری سیٹلمنٹ کے پروگرام میں جو مختلف ریفیوجیز ہیں ان کو بھی آپ کے ڈونیشن سے اسپانسر کر کے یہاں کینیڈا لایا جا سکے. اب میں ایک حدیث کی طرف چلوں گا جو جس سے ظاہر ہوتا ہے کہ اللہ تعالیٰ کے ہاں ایک ڈونیشن دینے کا، عطیہ دینے کے کتنا بڑا اجر ہے. حضرت ابو ہریرہ رضی اللہ عنہ سے روایت ہے، وہ کہتے ہیں کہ رسول اللہ صلی اللہ علیہ وآلہ وسلم نے ارشاد فرمایا، بے شک قیامت کے دن اللہ تعالیٰ فرمائے گا، اے آدم کے بیٹے، میں بیمار ہوا، تو نے میری بیماری پرسی نہیں کی. وہ کہے گا، اے میرے رب، میں کیسے آپ کی بیمار پرسی کرتا، آپ تو رب العالمین ہیں. اللہ تعالیٰ فرمائے گا، کیا تو یہ نہیں جانتا کہ میرا فلاں بندہ بیمار ہوا اور تو نے اس کی بیمار پرسی نہیں کی؟ کیا تو یہ نہیں جانتا کہ اگر تو اس کی بیمار پرسی کرتا تو مجھے اس کے پاس پاتا؟ اے آدم کے بیٹے، میں نے تجھ سے کھانا مانگا تو تو نے مجھے کھانا نہیں کھلایا۔ وہ کہے گا، اے میرے رب، میں کیسے آپ کو کھانا کھلاتا؟ آپ تو رب العالمین ہیں۔ اللہ تعالیٰ فرمائے گا، کیا تو یہ نہیں جانتا کہ میرے فلاں بندے نے تجھ سے کھانا مانگا تو تو نے اسے کھانا نہیں کھلایا؟ کیا تو یہ نہیں جانتا کہ اگر تو اسے کھانا کھلاتا تو اس کا اجر مجھ سے پاتا؟ اے آدم کے بیٹے، میں نے تجھ سے پینے کو کچھ مانگا تو نے مجھے نہیں پلایا۔ وہ کہے گا، اے میرے رب، میں کیسے آپ کو پلاتا یار، آپ تو رب العالمین ہیں۔ اللہ تعالیٰ فرمائے گا، کیا تو یہ نہیں جانتا کہ میرے فلاں بندے نے تجھ سے پینے کو کچھ مانگا اور تو نے اسے نہیں پلایا؟ کیا تو یہ نہیں جانتا کہ اگر تو اسے پلاتا تو اس کا اجر مجھ سے پاتا؟ صحیح مسلم کی یہ حدیث ہے جو ناظرین کے سامنے میں نے ابھی پڑھی ہے۔ دیکھیں اللہ تعالیٰ نے کتنا بڑا اجر انسان کے لیے رکھ دیا ہے کہ اگر آپ کسی انسانی خدمت کے لیے اپنے احتیاجات یا ڈونیشن یا مالی قربانی کرتے ہیں تو اللہ تعالیٰ نے صاف فرمایا ہے کہ اس کا اجر مجھ سے پاتا ہے۔ تو اسی طرح میں اس حدیث کے حوالے سے اس پروگرام کے آخر میں آپ سب سے یہ درخواست کرنا چاہوں گا کہ جس طرح ریفیوجی ری سیٹلمنٹ ہمارا ایک پروگرام ہے، اسی طرح واٹر فار لائف ایک پروگرام ہے، نالج فار لائف ہے، اور اسی طرح ہم آئیوری کوسٹ ہاسپٹل جس کے متعلق ہم خاص طور پہ آپ سے فنڈ ریزنگ جو ہے یہ پروگرام کر رہے ہیں، آپ سے درخواست کرتا ہوں کہ آپ کی اسکرین پر جو نمبر آ رہے ہیں اس نمبر کے ذریعے آپ ہمیں ہیومینٹی فرسٹ میں زیادہ سے زیادہ ڈونیشن دے سکیں تاکہ آپ کو دوہرا ثواب مل سکے۔ ایک یہ کہ جو اللہ تعالیٰ سے جو آپ کو اجر ملے گا، اور دوسرا وہ جو انسانوں کو اور اس کی جو آپ کے ڈونیشن سے جو اس کی مدد ہوگی اس کی دعائیں آپ کو نصیب ہوں گی۔
اس میں ایک بات اپنے آڈینس کو یہ بھی واضح کر دینا چاہیے کہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ ریفیوجی اسپانسرشپ کے لیے کوئی پیسے نہیں لیتی،
جی،
اور جو پیسے ان کے کوئی اسپانسر دیتے ہیں وہ امانتاً دیتے ہیں، اور وہ 100% پیسے ریفیوجی پہ خرچ ہوتا ہے۔ بہت سارے لوگ سمجھتے ہیں کہ ہیومینٹی فرسٹ 5,000 لیتی ہے یا کمیشن لیتی ہے یا ڈونیشن مانگتی ہے، یہ درست نہیں ہے۔ جو بھی ریفیوجیز کے لیے پیسے آتا ہے وہ پیسے اسی ریفیوجی فیملی پہ خرچ ہوتے ہیں، اور یہ ہمارے تمام پروگرامز کے لیے ہے۔ اگر کوئی واٹر فار لائف پروگرام ہے، کنویں کے لیے کوئی پیسہ دیتا ہے تو وہ کنویں میں جاتا ہے، آنکھوں کی سرجری کے لیے کوئی پیسہ دیتا ہے تو آنکھوں میں سرجری دیتا ہے۔ ہم لوگ سارے والنٹیئرز ہیں، ہمیں اس ریفیوجی کی جو ریسیٹلمنٹ کے فنڈز ہیں یا کوئی بھی ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کو جو ڈونیشن ہے اس سے ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کو کوئی فائدہ نہیں ہوتا، کوئی پرسنٹیج نہیں، یہ صرف انسانیت کی خدمت اور انسانیت کی بھلائی کے لیے کام ہو رہا ہوتا ہے۔
بالکل، میرا خیال ہے دنیا کا ہیومینٹی فرسٹ واحد ادارہ ہوگا کہ جس چیز کے لیے عطیہ جات دیے یا ڈونیشن دیے اسی کے لیے
اسی میں خرچ ہوتے ہیں، کوئی اس میں سے ایڈمنسٹریٹو ڈیڈکشن نہیں ہوتا، کوئی کاسٹ نہیں لیتے اس میں سے۔
ممتاز صاحب آپ کچھ
جتنا ایڈمنسٹریٹو ورک ہوتا ہے اس ریفیوجی سیٹلمنٹ میں وہ والنٹیئر کرتے ہیں، اس کے اوپر کوئی کاسٹ نہیں آتی۔
بالکل ایسا ہی ہے۔
اگر آپ، ہم نے ایک دفعہ حساب لگایا تھا کہ صرف جو کاغذات ہیں اور چیزیں اسٹیشنری ہیں، کمپیوٹر ہے اور یہ ساری چیزیں استعمال کریں تو تقریباً $1,200 پر اپلیکیشن خرچ ہو جاتا ہے ہمارا، اور اگر آپ اس میں جو والنٹیئر ٹائم لگا لیں جو حنیف شاہ صاحب لگاتے ہیں، ممتاز صاحب لگاتے ہیں، آپ لوگ لگاتے ہیں، سارے لوگ جب لگاتے ہیں اس ٹائم کی اگر آپ ڈالر ویلیو منیمم ویج پہ بھی ڈالیں تو ایک اپلیکیشن میں تقریباً $4,000 سے $5,000 خرچ ہو جاتے ہیں۔ لیکن یہ پیسے ہماری طرف سے ایک کنٹریبیوشن ہوتی ہے، ڈونیشن ہوتی ہے، ہم کبھی یہ پیسے کسی سے لیتے نہیں۔
بالکل، اور یہ بات ہمارے تھنک ہمارے ریفیوجیز یا ہمارے دیکھنے والوں کو بالکل اس کا علم نہیں ہوگا کہ کتنی مشکلات اور کتنی محنت کے ساتھ ایک اپلیکیشن تیار کی جاتی ہے اور کس ذریعے سے اور طریقے سے جمع کرایا جاتا ہے، اور جس کے ذریعے پھر جو ہے ریفیوجیز جو ہیں اس ملک میں آتے ہیں۔
عارف صاحب، جیسے آپ نے بڑی وضاحت سے بتا دیا ہے، ہمارے ناظرین اور سامعین ان کی انفارمیشن کے لیے میں کچھ یہ عرض کرنا چاہوں گا کہ جو بھی ڈونیشن ہے جس میں نے پہلے جیسے عرض کیا ہے کہ ضروریات ہیں، بنیادی ضروریات کی چیزیں ہیں، میں خود اپنے ہاتھوں سے ہیومینٹی فرسٹ سے لے کے ان کے گھروں میں پہنچاتا رہا ہوں۔ ان کی جو گروسری ہے، آپ اس وقت دیکھ لیں جو اس وقت حالات ہیں جو ہیں، تو ان کے لیے ہر طرح کی گروسری جو ہے سوائے فروٹ اور سبزی کے، باقی ہر چیز یعنی نان پیرشیبل جو گروسریز ہیں وہ میں خود یہیں سے اٹھا کے جو نیو ریفیوجیز آئے ہیں ان کے گھروں میں پہنچاتا رہا ہوں، ان کو دیتے رہے ہیں۔ اس کے علاوہ بھی ان کو یہی کہا کہ اگر ضرورت جب بھی ہے تو دوبارہ کہیں، آپ کو دوبارہ مل جائے گی۔ تو یہ سارے اخراجات ہیں جو ان کی سیٹلمنٹ پر ہوتے ہیں، اس میں متفق ہے اور بھی کئی اخراجات ہیں۔ تو ناظرین اور سامعین آپ کی جیسے میں یہ عرض کروں گا کہ پلیز کائنڈلی آگے آئیں اور یہ اس کار ثواب میں حصہ لیں۔ آج اگر آپ اس کار ثواب میں کچھ ڈال دیں گے تو اللہ تعالیٰ آپ کو پتہ نہیں کتنا عنایت کرے گا۔ تو اس کے لیے جیسے آپ اپنا دل کھول لیں گے اتنا ہی زیادہ خدمت ہو سکے گی۔ मैं आखिर में बस यही अर्ज करूंगा कि इसके अलावा और भी जो है जो कि कर सकते हैं वो हम हाजिर हैं यहाँ पर।
ठीक है, अभी हम अगली वीडियोस जाने से पहले मैं डॉक्टर साहब से दरख्वास्त करूँ, डॉक्टर साहब आप कुछ आखिरी कलमात कहना चाहेंगे ताकि लोग ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा डोनेट कर सकें?
ज़रूर, मैं अपने सामीन से और नाजरीन जो हैं उनसे दरख्वास्त ये करना चाहता हूँ कि अगर अल्लाह ताला ने आपको तौफीक दिया है तो आप अपनी ज़िंदगी में कम से कम एक फैमिली को स्पॉन्सर करने का ज़रूर सोचें। एक 4 अफराद की फैमिली तकरीबन $30,000 में आप स्पॉन्सर कर सकते हैं, लेकिन आप सोचें कि एक फैमिली के लिए आपने ज़िंदगी भर का इम्पैक्ट कर दिया है। हमारे पास 2 ही लिमिटेशंस हैं, एक लिमिटेशन कोटा की है और एक लिमिटेशन डोनेशन और फंड्स की है। आज अगर 100 अफराद ऐसे आ जाएं जो कहें कि एक एक फैमिली हम स्पॉन्सर करने के लिए तैयार हैं, तो हम 100 फैमिलीज को स्पॉन्सर कर सकते हैं। अगर 200 लोग आ जाएं तो 200 फैमिलीज को स्पॉन्सर कर सकते हैं। तो आप ही सोच लें कि ये $30,000 या 35,000 जो फैमिली साइज के मुताबिक जो भी रकम होती है, अगर आप एक दफा डोनेट कर देंगे तो आप एक पूरे खानदान को उनकी नस्लों के लिए एक भलाई ले आएंगे। अगर आप ये भी नहीं कर सकते, एक फर्द को जो अकेला रेफ्यूजी है उसको आप $20,000 में स्पॉन्सर कर सकते हैं। अगर 20,000 भी आपके लिए ज्यादा रकम है तो आप आधी दे दें, 2 अफराद मिलकर के 10,000 मिलकर के 2 अफराद मिलकर के एक अकेले रेफ्यूजी को स्पॉन्सर कर देंगे, या 2 अफराद 15,000 दे करके एक फैमिली को स्पॉन्सर कर देंगे। लेकिन अगर हमारे भाई तकलीफ में हैं और वहां पे वो तड़प रहे हैं कि उनकी कोई मदद कर दे, और हमारे पास एक कोटे की लिमिटेशन और दूसरी फंड्स की लिमिटेशन इस बात में रोक है, तो कम से कम आप आधी रोक को तो दूर कर सकते हैं। हम वहां पर अपनी रेफ्यूजीज की मदद कर रहे हैं। मैं आपको सिर्फ आज सुबह की एक ईमेल के बारे में बताना चाहूंगा। आज मुझे एक मुल्क से ईमेल आई, उसमें 5 नाम थे। इस तरह बाकायदगी से ईमेल आती रहती हैं। एक साहब थे कि उनकी तबीयत खराब थी, किडनी की उनकी प्रॉब्लम थी, उनको डायलिसिस में जाना था, उनके पास दवाइयों के पैसे खत्म हो गए, कहीं से पैसे नहीं थे, उनके लिए उन्होंने फौरी इमदाद मांगा। एक खातून थी, उनके हस्बैंड को वहां पे डिटेंशन सेंटर में डाल दिया गया है और ना कोई इनकम है, ना कोई कमाने वाला है उनके पास। वो खातून तड़प करके ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट से अपील कर रही थी उस ईमेल के अंदर कि मुझे किराया दिया जाए, मैं 3 महीने से किराया नहीं दिया, मुझे घर से अगर निकाल दिया तो मेरे पास कोई आसरा नहीं होगा। एक और खातून है, बेवा है, उनके 2 बच्चे हैं, वो कहती हैं कि मेरे पास कोई जरिया माश नहीं है, कोविड की वजह से हम निकल नहीं सकते, फाकों की नौबत आ गई है, आप मेरा माहाना वजीफा मुकर्रर कर दें। एक और साहब हैं जो कहते हैं कि और कुछ ना करें, मेरे बच्चों के लिए खाने का इंतजाम कर दें। ये वो हाल है जो हमें देखना पड़ता है और सुनना पड़ता है। जहां हमें कोटे की लिमिटेशन है कि हम उनको कनाडा तो नहीं बुला सकते, लेकिन हम उनको वहां पैसे भेज करके इमदाद कर देते हैं। और आपको ये भी बताता चलूं कि ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट सिर्फ रेफ्यूजी को स्पॉन्सर ही नहीं करती। थाईलैंड में, मलेशिया में हम रेफ्यूजीज को वहां पे यहाँ से पैसे भेज करके उनकी इमदाद कर रहे होते हैं, उनको खाना दे रहे होते हैं, उनको रिहाइश का इंतजाम कर रहे होते हैं, उनकी मेडिकल का इलाज कर रहे होते हैं। और बहुत सारे रेफ्यूजीज को पता भी नहीं चलता कि ये ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट कनाडा ने उनके लिए इंतजाम किया है। उनके वहाँ के जो जमात हैं, वहाँ जो लोकल सदरान हैं, वो उन तक मदद पहुंचा देते हैं और सिर्फ अल्लाह ताला जानता है कि पीछे कौन मदद कर रहा होता है। तो मैं अपने तमाम देखने वाले और सुनने वालों अहबाब से दरख्वास्त करूंगा कि अपने दिल को बड़ा करें। अगर तो आप रेफ्यूजी को स्पॉन्सर कर सकते हैं, रेफ्यूजी स्पॉन्सर करें, वरना थोड़े बहुत पैसे भी दे करके उन रेफ्यूजीज की वहीं पे इमदाद कर दें कि उनकी तकलीफ कुछ कम हो जाए, उनको खाना मिल जाए, उनको किराए के पैसे मिल जाएं, उनकी बीमारी का इलाज हो जाए। अल्लाह ताला हम सबको तौफीक दे कि हम इंसानियत की खिदमत को सबसे आगे रख सकें।
और बिल्कुल, और जिस तरह ना सिर्फ उनकी भलाई के लिए काम होगा, बल्कि जिस हदीस में है कि अल्लाह ताला उनका जो है उन लोगों को, अल्लाह ताला आपकी डोनेशन की एहतियाजात की वजह से आपको अल्लाह ताला उसका अजर देगा। आइए अब हम चलते हैं अपनी अगले सेगमेंट जो गेस्ट वीडियोस की हैं उस तरफ चलते हैं।
Hello everyone, I'm Vincent Ke, member of Provincial Parliament for Don Valley North. I would like to thank Humanity First for organizing and hosting the Live 24 Hours Global Telethon. It's a non-profit charitable organization registered in 58 countries. You have carried out human development projects and responded to those in need of assistance. During the first 12 months of COVID-19, You have distributed over 4.2 million meals across Canada and provided personal protective equipment to protect and safeguard our healthcare heroes and vulnerable people. I treasure your valuable contributions to our community and appreciate your team spirit and positive energy. You consistently demonstrated your dedication to assist people during these unprecedented times. Your hard work and spirit means so much to us all. You each truly make a remarkable difference in helping our community to withstand the pandemic. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Khalid Rashid, your member of Provincial Parliament for Mississauga East Cooksville. It is with great honor that I have this opportunity to present my support for Humanity First. Humanity First is a nonprofit charitable organization registered in 58 countries that carries out human development projects and responds to disasters, providing relief and assistance to the less fortunate. Humanity First is also in forefront of sponsoring and resettling refugees in Canada. I want to recognize the COVID-19 response made during this past year and a half by Humanity First. In 2020, Humanity First helped over 1 million people in 78 countries by supporting 152 hospitals and providing over 400,000 units of PPE, amongst other things. Last year, Humanity First provided over 11 million meals and donated over 2,000 units of blood. They have passionate volunteers who have worked for 1.2 million hours to provide relief to people in need. In Canada alone, they have distributed over 4.2 million meals during the first 12 months of COVID-19 pandemic. All of this could not have been done without the caring and hardworking team of staff and volunteers at Humanity First. You are all at the forefront and grounds of where disasters strike, and you all serve the needs of the people and lend them a helping hand whenever they need some assistance. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for everything you do to help the less fortunate. God bless you all.
In 8 specialized relief programs. Water for Life. Almost 1 billion people still live without access to safe drinking water and improved sanitation, and as a result suffer health problems and crippling poverty. Humanity First believes that access to clean water is a right and not a privilege. Our Water for Life program offers a range of clean water solutions for villages and small towns in low-income countries, as well as proper sanitation facilities. Water for Life is active in 19 countries across Asia, Africa, and Central America. Humanity First also lobbies for the change through the End Water Poverty Alliance. Across East Africa, over 200 village water projects have been completed in Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya. Most of these have been traditional hand pumps, but in Uganda, the team have also done gravity-fed systems, spring water protection, and valley dams. Every day, over 430,000 people across East Africa access water through our installations. Sub-Saharan Africa suffers hugely from a lack of water in hot desert conditions. Our teams are active in 13 countries in West Africa, deploying foot pumps, hand pumps, and solar boreholes. So far, over 1,700 installations have been completed in the Gambia, Senegal,
Clean drinking water is a basic human right. However, billions of people suffer from water scarcity around the world. The Humanity First Water for Life program delivers sustainable water solutions to combat scarcity of water in the poor communities of Africa, South Asia, and Latin America. In the remote villages and deprived communities where water is not available in their close proximity, Humanity First provides access to clean, drinkable water by building water wells, hand pumps, electric boreholes, and by installing water filtration systems. The local residents in remote villages walk miles and miles to access water sources. They consume water from rainfall-collected water, streams, ponds, and other open sources of water, which are often polluted with things like sand, dust, bacteria, microorganisms, and reptiles, thus making the only source of water accessible to them impure and unhealthy for consumption. These water sources can also cause waterborne diseases like diarrhea, hepatitis, jaundice, etc. Additionally, the women and children of remote villages spend their entire days traveling long distances in order to obtain water for their daily needs. This takes a significant toll on the health of many women and prevents children from attending school, as they must choose between access to water or access to education. The lack of a proper water facility also impacts the ability of families to maintain their livelihoods, as the crops and livestock suffer from the scarcity as well. The building of a well in such communities brings life to its residents. It does not only help to improve the lives and health of the villagers, but it also greatly benefits the livestock, as they are the key assets of the local people and also the primary source of dairy products. Moreover, it significantly reduces the travel time for the residents, especially women, and enables them to not only perform other household chores and look after their children, but also utilize their time in crop cultivation and in preparing handicrafts for sale, thereby generating income to support their families. The location of wells are selected by our local teams in the recipient countries who have profound expertise in this field. To discover these remote areas, the teams travel far distances where there are often poor or no transportation networks available. They carry out an assessment of the location, detailing the depth of water under the ground, equipment needed, and other logistics in order to implement the project. There are various factors involved in building a well: the demographics, the depth, devices used, and distances from the main city all play an important role when choosing the location of a well. The water solutions that Humanity First provides empowers the local residents by allowing them to spend more time on accessing education and various means of generating income. This changes the dynamics of the community and consequently improves its livelihood and brings economic growth in the long run.
Welcome back. I'm joined again by Sister Namana Khan, who oversees the Water for Life program for Humanity First Canada. So Sister Namana, we just watched a very comprehensive video that explained everything that goes into building these water wells. So if you can just give us a little bit of information, how many water wells have been built overall since the beginning of this program?
So we have been offering this program for last 14 years, and in the last 14 years, we have so far built around 252 water wells, which are benefiting in the local communities about more than 124,000 individuals, and plus livestock in the local areas.
Yep. And which countries have we implemented these water solutions in?
So we have been launching these sustainable water solutions in Africa and South Asia, and Latin America. But the current projects are working in Cameroon, Chad, Niger, Nigeria, Tanzania, Senegal, Ghana, and then Pakistan and Bangladesh.
Yeah. And so in the video that we watched, we saw very remote and distant areas. So can you speak a little bit about, of course, the challenges and obstacles that the volunteers must face when they're going in and starting these water well projects?
Yeah, definitely. You know, reaching out to those remote areas is very challenging, and there are many risks and security risks and logistical risks involved. Sometimes there are no road networks, or there are poor networks of roads. Transportation barrier is there. Supplies transportation and then human labor transportation to those remote areas is a big barrier. And sometimes the areas that we have selected falls under the civil unrest.
Right.
And it is not secure to go into that area and drill water wells. And sometimes there are risks like looting and local robberies. So our team faces a lot, and then accommodation, boarding and lodging in those areas, they have to stay there until the water well is built. So all these factors and dangers and risks are involved when they are selecting those areas in remote villages where there is no water solution available.
Right.
But they overcome those barriers, and they have been, you know, successfully, with the help of the local people,
Right.
they have been overcoming those challenges and, you know, still moving on with this project.
Right. And can you share a little bit of background about, at the global level, the issue of water scarcity?
So water scarcity is increasing, is intensifying with time,
Right.
but it does not mean that the water available for consumption is reducing.
Okay.
The water available on planet Earth is reducing. Actually, the 1.4% water that is available for human consumption is reducing,
Okay.
and it is affected by many factors. Water scarcity is of two types. Physical water scarcity, which means water resources are there, but they are exhausted because of population growth or urbanization growth, you know.
Yeah.
And then there is economic water scarcity. That means that the water resources are there, but the region or the country or that area does not have strong economy.
Okay.
The government does not have enough strong means to implement infrastructure for sustainable water solutions, and the population is just suffering because of there are no sustainable water solutions.
Right.
And then there is climate change that is also impacting the water scarcity, and it is also contaminating. Whenever have you seen the last 20 years pattern of disasters? Most of them are water based.
Right.
Either it's a drought or it's mass flooding.
Yeah.
And hurricanes. And so when there is a disaster, water-based disaster, it actually destroys the local infrastructure of existing, you know, system, and contaminates the water resources.
Yeah.
So there are so many factors which are affecting the scarcity of water.
Yeah. And so we watch such videos, we have these conversations, and you reflect and you realize what a luxury it is. I can just turn the tap and water is accessible to me.
Yes, you know, we are so lucky. I think Canada is one of the country which has the most water resources. And here, I think we take water for granted.
Yeah.
In our everyday life, we do not even care if we are wasting water. And in every household, we see that water is wasted on daily basis. We have not adopted safe good practices for water usage. We do not prevent water from wasting. Sometimes we are washing the dishes and we have a TV running in the TV room and we are watching TV and the tap is running for hours. The men are shaving in front of the mirror and the tap is running.
Yeah.
Kids are brushing their teeth and the tap is running. Sometimes they take long showers, or they just put children in the bubble bath and the water is running.
Yeah.
So they don't even realize that how many people, like billions of people, are suffering from water scarcity and sanitation resources.
Yeah.
And more than 1 million people die every year because of improper sanitation facilities or lack of water.
Yeah.
And we are not, and sometimes we don't even realize that, how much water we are wasting on everyday basis.
Yeah.
But we need to build this awareness on every day with our children at home and adopt good practices to save water. That's the one lesson that we learned from recent COVID-19.
Yeah.
To secure and preserve your resources, living resources, and
course.
stop wasting living resources.
Yeah.
So this is something that we should implement in our daily life and build awareness in our families, in our children, to stop wasting water and support those services and projects which are providing sustainable water solutions in deprived communities.
Yeah, and I think, again, this is why it's important to have these discussions and to have programs like today's Global Telethon, because unless you talk about this, we don't know what's going on outside of our bubble.
Yeah.
So if you have listened to this program and you resonate and you empathize with the issues that people are facing, the water scarcity crisis in the world, then of course donate to the Water for Life program. Throughout the program, again, you'll see our contact information. You can call in right now and you can sponsor a water well. You can sponsor a hand pump or a borehole, and you can make such a big difference. And you mentioned earlier, it's not just drinking water, it's water for livestock. People's livelihoods are depending on it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And it's and water for cooking.
The
and
water
household
solution
use.
brings life and livelihood in the community. It brings education to the children.
Yeah.
It brings extra earning to the women because they have more time to spend on other livelihood opportunities.
Yeah. So if that is a legacy that you want to live, that you are able to provide this this service or this form of life to a community, then do donate to our Water for Life program and have a water well built or a hand pump built. But with that, we'll take another short break. And again, continue to tune into our program and call in, send us an email, and make your contribution and make your mark. So we'll take a break with that.
Judy Scroll, Member of Parliament, Humber River, Black Creek. Assalamu alaikum. Hello to all of my friends in the Ahmadiyya community and elsewhere. I'm happy to bring greetings again on behalf of all of the people of Humber River, Black Creek, and to congratulate Humanity First on the continued wonderful work that they are doing all around the world to help people. Now is their annual telethon, and in order for Humanity First to continue to do that great work, they need donations from all of us. So I want to encourage you all to take a few minutes, reflect on the good work that they do, and reflect that in the donation for the telethon so that Humanity First can continue to do this important work all around the world. Congratulations to Dr. Dowd, the executive, and to everyone involved for the wonderful work they're doing. If ever there was a time when we needed Humanity First, it's been this last year and a half, and they've stepped up to the plate. They've delivered a lot of help to everyone. So let's continue to support them so they can continue their good work. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum and hello to everyone. My name is Khalid Usman and I'm the Ward 7 Councillor for the City of Markham. On behalf of Mayor Scarpini and the members of Council, I'd like to offer greetings to all those attending this event. I'd like to thank Humanity First for hosting this important global telethon to raise funds to assist people in need in Canada and around the world. This is just one of the many examples of the generous and caring commitment Humanity First has made to assist the less fortunate. In particular, we salute Humanity First's effort during these challenging times of COVID-19 pandemic. I remember Humanity First when it just started. It was started by my dear friend, Dr. Aslam Dawood. The first major international work was in Haiti after the huge disaster. Humanity First has grown and is now working in many countries. At a time when help is most needed, we encourage donors to give generously to support these efforts. Keep the good work and make sure everybody donates as much as they can tonight, because your donations will help many in the world. Thank you once again for hosting this event and allowing myself to take part in this. I wish you all the best. Take care.
Thank you, Counselor, for that message. Welcome to the second part of today's ladies program of the Global Telethon, where we'll continue our conversation with the very dedicated female volunteers of Humanity First. Now, I'd like to start by introducing our panelists, and they work underneath an initiative that works under the food security program, and that's the Feed the Homeless initiative. Now, joining us, we have Sister Fiza Hussain, who's taken a lead role under the Feed the Homeless initiative. And with her, we have one of our student volunteers, Sister Fariha, who helps with the distribution and kind of the one-on-one, on-the-ground work of the Feed the Homeless project. So, Sister Fiza, if you could just start off by giving us an overview of the program, what it entails, how long it's been running.
Assalamu alaikum. Jazakallah for having me. So as per your question, Humanity First has been running the Feed the Homeless program for over 15 years on a seasonal basis, alhamdulillah. So what it entails essentially is that we have a large pool of volunteers that gather here and they prepare food packages. They usually consist of a whole meal, so pizza, granola bars, juice boxes. Occasionally we switch it up, switch the menu up, we do pasta, soup, all that. And we also, alongside that, give out winter survival kits. So the volunteers are putting together kits that, of course, in the harsh winter months will help keep these homeless people safe.
Right.
And such as we have blankets, we have sleeping bags, hats, mittens, all that kind of stuff. And then the teams then disperse into smaller groups and then go on to their assigned routes.
Yeah.
So this program does run throughout GTA, but we've also tried to expand throughout Canada on smaller scales. So far, alhamdulillah, we've gone a few cities. So we have it in Calgary, Montreal, and counting as well.
Yeah.
So inshallah, we do hope to do this on a daily basis, alhamdulillah.
And so we brought up COVID-19 a few times throughout our program, and I'm sure it affected the Feed the Homeless program as well. Not only, of course, the homeless population, they were kind of jolted by this, but did you have volunteers who were still able to go out and do kind of this work on the streets? Were they willing? Were they available to do that?
So during our last seasonal run, which was in December, Humanity First identified an increasing need. Like you said, with the onset of the pandemic, an already vulnerable population was in even more dire need, right? So we set a goal of doing this project more often. So alhamdulillah, we've gone from once a year or a few runs a year to running it once a week or sometimes twice a week.
MashaAllah.
Of course, the goal is to do it every single day, for which is why we need volunteers constantly.
Yeah.
But alhamdulillah, with the onset of the pandemic, I feel the youth actually, personally myself, we got a moment to step back, to take in that what really is important right now. And that's helping those in need. So it was quite inspiring to see the youth step up. We have university students that mainly actually run this program, that participate in this program. Volunteers consist of students from McMaster's, York University, UFT, Ryerson, and also not just university students, the youth of the generation as well, right?
And so, Sister Fariha, you're one of those volunteers. You're a student and you take part in the distribution process. So can you talk to us a little bit about that and what it entails and share a bit of your experience with our audience?
Absolutely. So when I volunteer with Humanity First for this program, the way that my day usually looks like is I come to the warehouse here in Vaughan around noon and I help package the items that were mentioned. And I take them with me to downtown Toronto is where I usually go. And I tend to go to a specific area where I know that there are a lot of people who are dealing with homelessness. And distribute the packages with them. Usually I'm able to distribute everything right away, within half an hour, no matter how much things we bring. Sometimes, on like rainy days or particularly cold days, it's a bit more difficult to find people. But if you drive around a little here and there, then just due to the unfortunate sheer amount of people in downtown Toronto dealing with homelessness, there's always someone to help out.
And so what's the response been like when you go in, when you're distributing the packages? What's the response?
Yeah. So obviously people are very grateful, and this is something that they're in need of. But I think the most surprising response for me has been that people, as much as they appreciate the food and the other survival items that we distribute, what they really want is just to talk to someone. I think that human connection that is missing from so many of their lives.
Yeah.
So sometimes I find myself just with the same person for half an hour, just talking and just listening to them and letting them, get it out, whatever it is that they want to say.
Yeah. And so from the way you speak about it, it sounds like that is your favorite part of this. What do you enjoy most about being a part of the Feed the Homeless team?
No, that's exactly it. Absolutely. Just getting to meet people. I have met some of the most amazing people I know just through this program, speaking with all these people that, in our society, we are told not to even bat a second eye at.
Yeah.
But through this program, I've alhamdulillah gotten the chance to meet these people, and it has only made me a better person.
Yeah, well, I wanted to thank you both, of course, for the active role that you take, for joining us today. And again, if there are students like Fiza, like Fariha, who are interested in getting involved, again, get in contact with us. If you want to contribute to the food security program and make a donation so that we're able to continue providing this food support to people who really don't have a home, they have no other resources. If you would like to help out with that, then do call in and make a pledge, make a donation, or call in and volunteer and be one of those students who goes out and talks to people one-on-one and provides them that immediate support. So with that, I'll thank you both. Now, if you think back to the earlier parts of our program, we talked about a Minecraft competition, and it was so impressive, all the submissions we got. And along with the Minecraft competition, we also implemented a baking competition. And so we challenged our home bakers to get to work and to bake and create and decorate any cake in accordance with any of the 9 Humanity First programs. And so we received so many submissions, such great creative work. And so now we'll take a moment to look at a few of the top entries that we received.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. My name is Anaya Chaudhary. I've made a 2-tier vanilla peppermint cake that resembles 2 books stacked on each other to represent the program Knowledge for Life. And I added flowers on my cake to show how children bloom while they learn. And I also added the Humanity First logo and the name of the program. Jazakallah.
My name is Fiza Hussain, and I reside in Caledon, Ontario. This is my submission, and the program that I chose to bake a creation on is the Global Health Program at Humanity First. As someone residing in a country where I'm fortunate enough to have free healthcare, I have so much respect for all that Humanity First is doing to alleviate suffering all around the world, especially in third world countries. Humanity First offers healthcare services in remote and underserved communities to provide primary healthcare and meet their preventative and medical needs. They have amazing initiatives such as mobile medical camps that take place in deserving communities in Africa and South Asia, and even medical equipment that is donated to hospitals and clinics to treat acute and chronic diseases. One of the most recent initiatives that the Global Health Program has is the Ivory Coast Hospital, and that is where I took my inspiration for this cake.
My name is Michelle, and for this baking contest, I chose to make a cake based off of the Water for Life program. I made a water well designed for my cake, since that's how many people throughout the world access clean drinking water. I felt this would be a good representation for this program, since Humanity First provides clean drinking water to those in need by installing water wells in less fortunate areas. Jazakallah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Jazakallah for making me enter this program. My name is Sabiha Sajid, and I'm also a Waqfatanu. As we all know, water is essential for life. I made this cake relating this topic water. You can see that I have made this cake like a water drop, symbolizing blue color. Inside this cake, you can see 2-layer chocolate flavored cake. It is frosted with whipped cream. I hope you like this cake. Jazakallah wassalam.
Thank you so much, Anaya, Fiza, Michelle, and Sabiha for your entries. Again, we're just blown away by the creativity and by the passion that people have. And it's a great way to have a creative outlet, but also promote and spread awareness for humanitarian projects. Now we'll transition to a very special segment, a discussion on the refugee resettlement program. But we'll start with a short video giving a bit of an introduction from one of our representatives in Calgary. So let's take a look.
The Humanity First Refugee Resettlement Program has been running for more than 8 years and is at the forefront of privately sponsoring refugees and resettling them in Canada. Over the years, with the help of our refugee resettlement team and our volunteers, Humanity First Canada has successfully resettled thousands of refugee families from various countries. Humanity First sponsors refugee families in vulnerable situations from third world countries, aiming to provide them with a safer life and better opportunities. Saima Malik is one of our volunteers from Calgary, who herself immigrated to Canada in 2019 and since then has started volunteering with Humanity First on the refugee resettlement team by making sure all newcomers are welcomed in their new homes and are provided all necessary items. She assists refugee families in getting all their documents together and helps them with all their financial and non-financial needs on a regular basis. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Humanity First regularly assisted refugees here in Canada. Despite many things being shut down due to the pandemic, which slowed down the resettlement process, Humanity First and the refugee resettlement team made sure their work did not stop and worked tirelessly day and night to help vulnerable refugees around the world. And as a result of all these efforts, we are now expecting a number of refugee families to arrive in the upcoming months.
Welcome back. We are going to continue the conversation on our refugee resettlement program. This initiative was introduced in 2011, and Humanity First has since become the leading private refugee sponsorship and resettlement agency in Canada. Like Samia and Calgary in the video, we have volunteers throughout Canada who help our refugee families in their settlement. Even last year with the pandemic, with the closing of many international borders, we were able to sponsor 33 families and resettle them in Canada. We helped our newly arrived families with arrangements for their quarantine and ongoing settlement support. So to further highlight this program, we have in our studio today Sister Namana. Thank you for coming back. She is our program director, and Sister Tuba, who was sponsored by Humanity First and just arrived in Canada a few short months ago. So I'm going to start with Sister Tuba. So you and your brother arrived in April of this year, but your entire family came a year before. Your parents came, one of your sisters with her family and her brother and your brother. Can you tell us what it was like as you waited to come to Canada and reunite with your family? How did you feel during that time?
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for having me here today. Of course, it was really difficult for me to be there in that situation. It was really hard for me. But I really thank to Humanity First. They actually really appreciate their work. And I'm first of all thankful to Allah Ta'ala. And then I obviously thanks Humanity First.
So when you arrived in Canada, you were greeted at the airport and received by our volunteers. Tell us what that was like, what the reception was like, and how was a reunion with your family once you had
Yeah, actually, I came here in like COVID was its peak, and my family was not there to receive us at the airport because of the restrictions at the airport. And Humanity First volunteers came there to receive us at the hotel, and they welcomed us so well, and it was a great feeling. And they dropped us home, and we were so happy to meet our family after 6 months. And my brother were too happy, and I just can't describe their feelings in words.
So really happy that you are reunited with your family as well.
Yeah.
So now you've been here for a few months. Tell us how your settlement is coming along, and what are you looking forward to in Canada?
Yeah, actually, life has changed a lot in a positive way after settling in Canada, because in Pakistan, there is so much being an Ahmadi, there are so much, you can say that there's no religious freedom in Pakistan at all. Being an Ahmadi, we feel a lot of hardships in Pakistan, in school, colleges. But as compared to Pakistan, here in Canada, there is religious freedom here. There's freedom of speech. And I feel really happy to be here, and I'm really thankful to Allah Ta'ala and Humanity First also.
Well, we're glad you're here too. As you know, our volunteers will continue to reach out to you with your settlement needs. And I also wanted to mention that Tuba's sister, Mehek, was also supposed to join us in the studio today. But a few days ago, she had a baby.
Yeah.
So if Mehek, if you're watching, congratulations on behalf of Humanity First. We hope that you and your baby are doing well, and you are in our thoughts and our prayers. So Sister Namana, let me ask you a few questions about our resettlement program.
Yes, sure.
So there are a lot of questions, and maybe we can say misconceptions about our sponsorship program. So one thing is that we know there are thousands of refugees right now in different countries, and they are living in very vulnerable situations. What can Humanity First do to help them, or what is Humanity doing to help them? Humanity First doing to help them?
Yeah, so as you have already said that Humanity First is a sponsorship agency.
Yes.
We are a sponsorship agreement holder with the government of Canada, and we have been sponsoring refugees from various parts of the world in the past few years. But the thing is that we receive limited quota from the government, very limited spaces, and we have to stay within that quota to bring and sponsor refugees here. So we are limited to that quota. We have certain limitations. We cannot beyond that. So every year there are limited people who can come through the sponsorship of Humanity First. मैं इसके साथ साथ आपको उर्दू में भी थोड़ा सा बता दूंगी कि हमें गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से एक लिमिटेड कोटा मिलता है, उसमें सर्टेन स्पेसेस होती हैं, आप उससे ज़्यादा लोगों को नहीं बुला सकते. तो हम we totally understand and we acknowledge that thousands of refugees are stranded in Malaysia and Thailand and in other countries, but our hands are tied to certain limitations and we cannot sponsor every single person. So हमारी मजबूरी है कि हमारे पास जितनी कैपेसिटी होती है, जितनी स्पेसेस होती हैं, हम उतने ही लोगों को एक साल में बुला सकते हैं.
And like I mentioned earlier, there was even a reduction in our normal quota last year because of the
Yes.
pandemic, but we were still able to sponsor 33 families.
So पहले कोटा काफी मिल जाता था, लेकिन अब तो स्पेसेस उन्होंने और भी कट कर दिए हैं, तो जिसकी वजह से हम और भी कम लोगों को अब बुला सकते हैं.
So can you tell our viewers a little bit about how do you select refugees? What are the bases of your selection for who gets sponsored?
So we select refugees for whom in Canada there is any family member or any other person who can sponsor the resettlement cost of that refugee family after the arrival in Canada. अगर यहाँ पे किसी रेफ्यूजी का कोई रिलेटिव है, कोई ऐसा शख्स या ऐसी फैमिली या ऐसा ग्रुप जो उनको यहाँ पे एक साल की रीसेटलमेंट को उनके आने के बाद सपोर्ट कर सकता है फाइनेंशियली, तो वो उन फैमिलीज को हम यहाँ स्पॉन्सर कर सकते हैं. इसके अलावा ऐसी फैमिलीज जिनका यहाँ कोई नहीं है लेकिन वो बहुत ही हाई रिस्क सिचुएशन में रह रहे हैं डिफरेंट कंट्रीज में और बहुत तकलीफ में हैं, वो फिर प्रायोरिटी पे चले जाते हैं, उनको तरजीह दी जाती है. So families who are living in vulnerable situations at a very high risk situation, those goes into priority listing. But those families needs to be referred or recommended by Jamaat और मरकज़ रब्वा मरकज़. तो ऐसी families जो बहुत ज़्यादा तकलीफ में हैं या ख़तरे में हैं किसी भी वजह से, हाँ जैसे हाई रिस्क में है, शोधा फैमिलीज तो यहाँ पे दूसरे कंट्रीज में नहीं होती हैं, वो तो पाकिस्तान में ही होती हैं. तो इस तरह की फैमिलीज अगर जमात उनको रेकमेंड करती है और उनका नाम हमारे पास भेजती है, तो फिर हम उनको प्रायोरिटी पे स्पॉन्सर कर सकते हैं और फिर उनको यहाँ पे जो भी सपोर्ट होगी वो ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट प्रोवाइड कर सकती है.
So if you were contacted by someone who wanted to be sponsored by Humanity First and they said, I can fund my own resettlement in Canada, how would you respond to that? Is that possibility with Humanity First?
No, not at all. So you're asking me that if a refugee family can pay for their resettlement
costs in
no,
Canada.
that is completely illegal. It is not allowed to take any money from any refugee family and spend on them after their arrival here. It is completely illegal. ये बिल्कुल मना है और ये एक तरह का जुर्म है कि आप किसी रेफ्यूजी फैमिली से पैसे लें और उसको यहाँ बुला के फिर उस पे खर्च करें. तो ये कम्प्लीटली यहाँ या तो ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट की जिम्मेदारी है या यहाँ पे किसी को स्पॉन्सर की जिम्मेदारी होगी कि वो उस फैमिली के लिए फाइनेंसेस प्रोवाइड करे, लेकिन वो रेफ्यूजी फैमिली से कोई पैसा ना लिया जा सकता है, ना इससे पहले कभी ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट ने किसी रेफ्यूजी से कोई पैसा लिया है, मतलब ये पॉसिबल है ही नहीं, दिस इज आउट ऑफ क्वेश्चन.
So it's very important that we, that our viewers listen to this message and pour in their donations and support so that we can sponsor more refugees.
And so many refugees call and offer us with this option, but we completely decline on that. And it is also a misconception that we take funds from the refugees. It has never happened, and it is not possible in future.
Okay. And what can Humanity First do to alleviate the suffering of those families who are stranded in other countries and who are in vulnerable
so we
situations?
feel the pain of those families. We understand their hardship and the ordeal that they're going through. So during the time when they are stranded there and they're stuck there, we still support them through many options. Sometimes we sponsor their medical treatments, their monthly food groceries, ration, their other bills and other expenses. तो हम वहाँ पे जो भी रेफ्यूजीज हैं, हम उनकी तकलीफ से पूरी तरह आगाह हैं, हम जानते हैं कि उनको कितनी तकलीफ है, हमारे दिल से उनके लिए दुआएं निकलती हैं कि अल्लाह ताला उनके लिए कोई रास्ता बनाए और वो इन मुल्कों में आके एक नई जिंदगी शुरू करें. वहाँ पे रहते हुए हम उन रेफ्यूजीज की हर तरह से मदद करते हैं, उनके मेडिकल बिल्स, उनका इलाज, और अगर उनको मंथली ग्रोसरीज की ज़रूरत है या कोई भी ऐसी अर्जेंट नीड है, समटाइम्स एजुकेशनल नीड्स होती हैं, तो हर तरह की नीड्स पूरी करने की पूरी कोशिश करते हैं. अगर आपकी कोई भी ऐसी नीड्स हैं जो ऐसे रेफ्यूजीज हैं, वो हमें लिख सकते हैं, हमें बता सकते हैं. अपनी लोकल लेवल पे जो उनकी टीम है उनके थ्रू भी मैसेजेस भिजवा सकते हैं और उनकी जो भी रिक्वेस्ट है, जो भी डिमांड है, वो हम पूरी कोशिश करते हैं पूरी करने की.
So besides the sponsorship itself, Humanity First does alleviate the suffering of those who are
Yes, definitely. We try our best to, we understand that they're stranded there, so we help them in any possible way.
So I would like to thank you both for taking the time to come to our studio today, and Diva for sharing your journey with us. And I hope that you continue to have a very blessed settlement in Canada and that you have a very successful life here. Thank you, Sister Namana, for being with us again over and over again.
Thanks
and
for
you have
having
a wealth
me.
of knowledge for all of our viewers.
Jazakallah.
We're now going to take a look at a video on kindness from one of our younger viewers.
Welcome back. We'll now check back in with our baking competition and announce the runners up and the winner. Now let's take a look at the top 3 entries. First, we have our runner-ups. These are the submissions from Kashfa Rashid and Rafia Sultan of Maple.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Kashfa Rashid and I have created this cake that is reflective of the Water for Life campaign by Humanity First. This cake features blue waves signifying water and butterflies signifying life.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Rafi Sultan and for my baking competition, I have made a cake shaped in a form of a water well. This water well represents the water program that Humanity First offers. As we all know, Humanity First gives free access to water by building water pumps and water wells in places where there is limited water resources. I think Humanity First saves so many lives just by providing basic needs of life. And I wanted to dedicate my time to show my respect for Humanity First. My cake is mostly made out of edible cake decorations such as fondant and frosting. I used cake mix to make the base of the water well and then made a hole in the cake to add the fake water made from fondant. The ingredients and materials used for my project can be found at any local grocery store or through online shops such as Amazon. I am grateful that I was given the opportunity to show my respect for Humanity First and my love for baking. I encourage everyone to donate for this event through the Humanity First website. I hope you like the theme and design of my cake. Jazakallah.
Thank you, Kashfa and Rafia, for those beautiful submissions and for promoting awareness in your own creative way. Finally, let's take a look at the submission from our winner. Congratulations to Misbah Tariq of Milton. Let's take a look at what Misbah created.
Cake theme is Water for Life. The cake sponge is 10 inches vanilla and the flavor is tiramisu. Water on the hand pump is sugar work. Everything else is made with fondant and gum paste. The bucket is made of cardboard. I spray painted the cake and well, Humanity First logo and all writings are edible.
Congratulations, Misbah. And of course, I'm sure so much hard work went into that submission. Please do get in contact with us here at the ladies team. You can email ladiesteam@humanityfirst.ca to claim your prize. And I'd like to take this opportunity now to thank all of our contestants for participating both in our Minecraft competition and in our baking competition. Both of them, there were different skills involved, but it was still using creativity to promote awareness of Humanity First and its projects. And we do hope that you continue to promote awareness and continue to serve humanity and take part in such initiatives in your own way. And of course, to those who are watching today who would still like to get involved, please do continue to call in, make a pledge, make a donation. If anything that you've heard today has sparked something inside of you, then don't hesitate to call and make a pledge or donation. And you've seen that every single dollar that you do contribute, it is put to work and it's put to good use. So we'd like to remind you to do that. Now, this brings us to the conclusion of our ladies segment for today's Global Telethon. But before we close out, I'd like to thank our viewers for joining us and for making your donations and making your pledges. We'd like to thank the callers who also called in and shared with the rest of us their donations and their pledges and the fact that they were moved to make a donation. Now let's end this session with another word from our youngest humanitarians and hear about them and hear from them about how they can brighten the world a little bit. But with that, we'll bring our ladies segment to an end.
Kids for Humanity. Assalamualaikum. My name is Zainab. Today we're going to talk about orphan care. Humanity First give kids who don't have a mom and dad and a family and a home to live in. They love them and they take care of them. I feel thankful that I have a home and a family and I go to school every day. That is all because of my parents. They take care of me and my sisters. But some kids don't have parents. Who's gonna take care of them? I need your help so we can make sure the orphan kids have education, food, and a warm home. You can help make this happen by just giving $35 a month. Jazakallah. Humanity First Orphan Care. Kids for Humanity. Assalamualaikum. I'm Warfa Zafar. I'm 8 years old. I go to Evans Elementary School. I'm really happy. I'm thankful and donate to Humanity First. They can build schools for everyone.
Humanity first, knowledge for life.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Welcome to the Global Telethon of Humanity First International. You are watching the Canadian segment, which started at 2 p.m. and inshallah will go to 8 p.m. We are going to talk about a program in this segment, which is called Knowledge for Life. Before we get into the details of the program with our esteemed guests, I would like to welcome a donor who is here in our studios to come and present their check. Please.
Donation from Absolute.
So this is a donation from Absolute Law. On behalf of that, we have Wasiq Rakib and Abdul Qayyum Saab. Thank you very much for your donation for Humanity First Telethon today.
So this is a donation from Absolute Law on behalf of Maud Tahir Saab, Abdul Qayyum Saab, and Wasiq Rakib. Thank you very much.
And thank you for giving us that opportunity to be part of this program.
You're very welcome, and your donation means a lot to us. Thank you, and we look forward to continued support from you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Continuing with our segment of the program, we are inshallah going to be discussing a program which is called Knowledge for Life in this segment. And to have some details around the program, I have with me Dr. Aslam Daud Saab, who is the chairman of Humanity First Canada, and then Kareem Aziz Saab, who is director of finance for Humanity First Canada. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming into the guest. We will start with the program. Dr. Aslam Daud Saab, I request you to give us an introduction. What is the Knowledge for Life program? And then if you can give us some details, how Humanity First Canada is carrying out this program and some details around that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So Knowledge for Life is one of the core programs that has been there since the inception of Humanity First. In this program, the focus is bringing up or uplifting the communities that are suffering with poverty because of lack of education, lack of knowledge. This program has two components. One, to educate children so that they become educated and can find better employment and can make their living in a better way. And also another component is program for adults, where we have vocational trainings so that they can become employable as soon as possible in the current market. So the first segment, the Knowledge for Life, which is for the children, we have a number of projects in there. The first one is building of schools in areas where there is no school, renovation of classrooms, which is called classroom transformation projects, providing school supplies to existing schools, reconstruction or repair of schools which are in very poor condition, and scholarship to children who graduate from this school for higher education. So that is the first part of the program. The second program, which is for adults, we have three different programs in there. One is the computer or IT training centers, where we educate them about computer skills so that they can be in the market for a data entry job or basic computer literacy, so that they can find job because of that skill. The second is sewing centers for women. where we teach women to sew clothes according to the local needs. Once they're trained, they can open their own business by sewing clothes for others and selling them in the market. And the third program is based on the local needs. We have very specialized program based on the local needs. For example, we sometimes install millet machines and show them how to use millet machines, or other units where, for example, desert fridge and cassava processing and all those things that we do into vocational training programs. So the idea is that poverty cannot be addressed just providing them food or money, but poverty can be addressed really by uplifting the community, by educating and training them.
Right.
That's the objective of this program.
Thank you very much for getting detail. Living in these countries, right? It is sometimes not easy to understand why you think that, you know, a charity like Humanity First need to go all the way other part of the world and start doing these things. Why their governments can't do that? Because living in these countries, we find it very easy. I can send my kids to school. I can get them ready in the morning and they'll go to school. I don't have to worry about it. Am I paying for them here?
So we live in a first world country by the grace of Allah. And in this country and many other first world countries, the philosophy is that education is a right, not a privilege. It should be available to everyone and anyone without any discrimination. Unfortunately, that is not true in the third world countries, where education is privilege. People who are rich, who can afford, they send their children to study, while others, they believe in child labor. They engage them in a very young age. And moreover, the governments are unable to provide the schools in many rural areas where there are no other facilities. Teachers do not want to go in there. So those areas are deprived of healthcare, medical clinics, schools, and other facilities. And Humanity First is targeting those areas, the areas where you do not have the basic necessities of life. We start with basic thing. First, clean water, then food, or training to them so that they can become self-sufficient in food. Third, education. Fourth, healthcare, and so on and so forth. We try that. And that way, we are enabling or empowering communities to change their situation and become self-sufficient.
Thank you very much. Before we continue, and I will have some other questions regarding that, I see we have Honorable Stephen Lecce, who is Minister of Education for Province of Ontario, on the line. I would like to welcome Mr. Stephen Lecce. Welcome to the Humanity First Global Telethon here.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a great honor, and I thought I'd surprise you with a call and to support the cause and the good work you're doing here at home and around the world.
Well, thank you very much. And we are always honored to have you a part of our program. You are a continuous supporter of Humanity First programs. And like always, you always have been here. We are seeing you now live on our screens.
Thank you. I must start with a message of gratitude, Jazakallah, to the entire Ahmadiyya community, the Muslim community here in Canada and around the world. I've seen firsthand the incredible work Humanity First has done. I think your last segment talking about knowledge for life, I think of the first school in Mali that enfranchised education for women, for young girls for the first time, with the exception of one child in the village that was fortunate to receive an education. You are literally changing the lives of young people. You're creating pathways for education, higher learning, employment, human dignity. And I think by doing so, you expand the human rights that we all strive to achieve. So it's not just about education. It's not just about providing a well in a community. You are literally helping humanity succeed and overcome the barriers, the challenges, the adversity so many of our fellow brothers and sisters face around the world. It's life-changing. And so I wanted just to express my gratitude, because I think not enough people say it. Thank you for all that you do. I think a lot, literally, as the data suggests, thousands of families are better off for your sacrifice. And obviously at home, the Humanity First Food Bank in Peace Village in Vaughan is an incredible demonstration of young people, especially stepping up to support Dr. Dowd and others, and the good work that's being done in our community here in Ontario and across Canada.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lecce. I mean, it's a great honor, and it's a coincidence we are discussing the Knowledge for Life, which is directly linked to your portfolio, being the Minister of Education. So it's just a coincidence you are on the call with us. We were just talking about comparing the first world education words, why Humanity First would have to go and then into the third world countries. Do you mind just enlightening us in that? What is considered to be a right here, living in this first world part of the world, and then comparing that to a place where there's no school. We have to go into those areas to start from the scratch. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think as Canadians, perhaps for those watching in Canada, we are so honored and privileged to have a education system that is comprehensive, that is skills oriented, and that promotes inclusivity and respect for people of all different experiences, faith, and heritage. That's a strength of our country. But we also know as Canadians, I think we're all self-aware that that type of freedom and opportunity is not extended to every man, woman, and child on earth. And that's why I think Humanity First plays such an important role, because you help to bridge those gaps. You help to bring that type of opportunity and academic enrichment to the regions and some of the darkest regions of the world that has faced systematic oppression, tyranny, and of course, great levels of poverty. And so when you look at the numbers of individuals you have helped save, men of hospitals you have built, schools you have helped fund, it underscores, I think, the true mission of Humanity First. It demonstrates that you are putting people at the center of your organization. And it reminds me as Minister of Education, the great strength we have in Canada, that we have to continue to work towards building it up and making it better, our education system for our children, so that they can aspire to be leaders, human rights champions, and continue intergenerationally amongst from your children to the grandchildren and on to carry on the incredible work of Humanity First. And that's why I'm here today, to simply acknowledge that work, say thank you, and make a donation myself, because I think we need to lead by example and to support the incredible work you do every day.
Minister Lecce, as a politician, most people will consider any ministry as as equally important. But in our opinion, the portfolio that you have is one of the most important portfolio. You're actually shaping up the next generation. And this shaping up is a key factor in the development and the growth of a country. So we want to thank you for your work as Minister of Education and whatever you're doing for the people in Ontario. We are very privileged that we live in this country, but when we go out and do our work in most underdeveloped countries, we are shocked to see that how children are deprived. We were discussing with Nadeem and I were discussing the cost of one child is about $12,000.
It's approximately that,
per year,
more than that.
More than that.
An elementary student.
That's the minimal cost for education of a child in Ontario, $12,000 roughly.
Right.
Do you know that if with the fraction of that cost, for about $120, we can educate a person a child in a third world country? So this Knowledge for Life program is something that is providing what is so costly in this country at a fraction of cost for child who otherwise would not have get the education. So this is the giving back to the humankind, giving back to the world, and caring for those who are deprived. So thank you very much for your donation and your support that is there. But this little support really makes a difference in the lives of people. Today, if anyone donates $120, there's funding the education of one child for a year.
Well, I'm going to multiply that. I'll be donating. I'd like to support 2 children. And I will say my choice where the dollars go will be for Knowledge for Life. I've historically been a big supporter of the Water for Life program, because I just feel like the foundation of a community, of a society, is the basics of clean water. We take so many things for granted in Canada. But I do think this year it is timely, it is thematic with my ministry that I'm honored to serve, working with Nadeem and others as public servants, supporting children and families. I'd like to support the Knowledge for Life program. I'd like to help other children around the world achieve their full potential, their full God-given potential. That is something we can do here at home. Every dollar makes a difference. It is a volunteer organization. There's 700 plus beneficiaries of the Knowledge for Life program. And I think there are many parents, mothers and fathers around the world who are saying thank you for the contributions you're making today at home. So I just want to thank everyone for giving. I challenge you to continue to give. Please be generous. And I just want to again thank the leadership of Humanity First, the entire Ahmadiyya Muslim community in Canada and globally for stepping up in a big way, as you always have. But I think the pandemic has really demonstrated the incredible kindness and decency and the common values we have with the community. So my point was to make this not about me, to make it about your volunteers, your donors, and really on behalf of the province and the government, to express our deep gratitude for never, ever giving up, even as we face some of the greatest difficulties of our time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leche, for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadeem. Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. So it's really great that, as I said, it was coincident that Minister of Education happened to be on the call while we were discussing this. Is good that he has sponsored, and he's leading by example. He's sponsoring two children for 1 year.
That's great.
Yeah.
And see how it is easy for everyone to donate. Actually, just for $250, $240, you are sponsoring the education of two child for 1 year. That's not impossible in Canada. But you're changing the life of the two kids that you're sponsoring.
So just wanted to continue on that discussion which we were having before the call. And I want to just expand on that because that gives the perspective and living in the first world. So as you alluded to that, if you look at an average cost of an elementary kid who's going to elementary school, it's around $12,000 to $15,000, depending on where you are in North America. Going to Europe, for example, I'll give you European numbers, around $10,000 a child. Now, a lot of people think that I'm not paying that, right? So what is actually happening is that the tax dollars which you are paying through your taxes, through your property taxes and many other taxes which we pay today, it is going from that. So although you are not paying from your pocket directly to the school or to the school boards, but at the end of the day, you are paying it, right? But now imagine if we today make a decision and make a pledge to ourselves that, my kids are, by the grace of Allah, I've been privileged to have them into the first world schools where I don't have to worry about that. Why not I go ahead and then pledge that if I have one kid who is going to school here, I will pledge one kid in Africa just by paying $120. Let's compare that $120 a month or a year. How much it comes to? $10 a month? What is $10 a month in Canada, for example? Just give a few examples, like in terms of Cream Sir, if you wanted to step in, like what is $10 a month, right?
$10 a month means that you don't have 2 burgers in a month and you don't eat that and you give that to a person who can study for full 1 year. So the comparison that we are trying to make here is that in these small countries, we can make a class for $3,000. And we can make 2-3 classes for about $10,000. And in those classes, we can have education for about 100 students. So that's where Humanity First makes a difference, is that we build low-cost schools where we can get education for $120 for one student. And we have schools in 4 or 5 countries where we are continuously giving our donations in Knowledge for Life for these underprivileged students. So I think with this message, I ask all the people to donate and pledge now on the numbers given on the screen so that underprivileged students can study on your name and make a wish that they could study in the world. And become leaders.
Excellent. That's a very good appeal. I mean, for the viewers, I would just like to say that you can see the numbers for our donations are being displayed on the screen, 1-800-943-9161. You can call today and make a pledge and make a donation. Actually, $120 is nothing. I mean, in many cases as a family, we go out and then we spend $120 on not even thinking twice. So why we have to think twice to sponsor a child for the whole year of their education? Is there any, do we have any visual of the schools which we have are operating, if we can share with our viewers so that they can see it's not just at a school, but by the grace of Allah, those schools are being run at a standard for those countries even, right?
Yeah, we would request our IT team to load up some video of schools. But just to let you know that by the grace of Allah, Humanity First Canada only has worked in 11 countries, building or renovating schools, running educational programs in 11 countries. And for the donors or viewers who are still watching us, do you know that for as little as $20,000, you can build a school over there with 2-3 classrooms? And then for $40,000 or $50,000, you can build a school, bigger school for 6 or 8 classrooms. Yeah. So this is an opportunity where if you build a school for $20,000, just imagine 70, 80 or 100 students will be studying in that school. And as long as the school is there, you are responsible, you're getting the blessing of educating 70 to 80 or 100 students every year. That's the number that we are having in schools with 2 or 3 classrooms or 4 classrooms. With 6 classrooms, there are 200 students. So I think that if Allah Ta'ala has blessed us in this country with so much money, we can sponsor 1 school, 2 schools, and generations can benefit.
Yeah, Jazakallah. I think it's a very good point you have made it, right? It's not only that that we can also just donate it, that if we have capacity and then God has given us that, why not think about that? You start a school in the name of your elders, just like, you know, for Water for Life program is there. This Knowledge for Life should also be there. And that there's no way that today we cannot just pledge enough money to make our attendance to be the double. So we can go into where 11 countries are, we can double the size of the classrooms, we can double the number of schools in there. Inshallah, we'll see that. Again, I would request the donors, you have the numbers being displayed on the screen for you. Just call in, make your pledge so we can go and take your pledge and then go from there. So 1-800-943-9161. And I believe that we have a segment ready from our IT team on our schools. So please play the video.
Kids for Humanity. My name is Summer. My name is Salah.
How do you feel to know that you have access to clean running water whenever you want?
I'm lucky that I have a tap anywhere, anytime to get clean water. But around the world, more than 700 million people cannot do that.
How can you help make a difference for people who do not have access to safe and clean drinking water?
Help me make a change by donating for humanity's first Water for Life program. And give the million people a chance to have clean and safe drinking water. Humanity first, Water for Life.
Hi, I'm Ed Fast, your Conservative candidate in Abbotsford, British Columbia. I'm pleased to bring greetings to this global telethon hosted by Humanity First. It's always a pleasure to support organizations that are committed to human development projects in some of the most challenging global environments. Humanity First is busy providing relief to the less fortunate all around the world, building hospitals, supplying meals to those in need, and even donating blood where required. This relief organization is also at the forefront of resettling refugees right here in Canada. They deserve your support. A big thank you to all of the volunteers and donors who are making this telethon such a success. Best wishes to all of you at Humanity First.
Hello, everyone. I'm Daisy Roy, Member of Provincial Parliament for Richmond Hill. I'm delighted to join Humanity First for the Global Telethon today, marking the great achievements we have made in the global fight against COVID-19. This pandemic has been the greatest challenges of our lifetime. But it is during these challenges that we see volunteers and young people rise to the occasion. I want to acknowledge and thank all those around Ontario and across Canada who have volunteered with Humanity First to provide assistance to our local communities. During these difficult times, you were there to respond to the unprecedented challenges and provide relief to all those who needed them the most. All of us in Ontario Provincial Parliament, including our Premier, we are so proud of all that you have accomplished. Yes, you have helped to deliver millions of meals, PPEs, and essential items to countless people across Canada and around the world. We thank you for your dedication and hopeful spirit. I wish you all continued success and encourage you to continue with your good work. You are making a real difference in the local communities and around the world. We're very proud of you, and you should be very proud of yourself and your good work. From the bottom of my heart, I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you again. And let's work together and support the needies around the world. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome back. Thank you for watching the Humanity First live global telethon feed from here in Vaughan, from the headquarters of Humanity First Canada. As you all know, that we started our program earlier on this afternoon at 2 p.m. Now we're close to just past 8 p.m. And we want to thank you for your support. We're in the final leg of our telethon for this year. And as we mentioned to you earlier this year, at the beginning of the program, that our fundraising target was $1.4 million. It's a fundraising target that's given to us by Humanity First International based on the projects we're working on. And that was a target that was given to us. And I want to say thank you from the bottom of our hearts to all the donors, all the people who pledged, all the people who called us, all the people who donated. You have kept us busy during the day. Even though we did not have as many viewers, just because it was a long weekend, many people came and went, and many people, they just called in and said, you know what, you're doing a great job, here's a donation from us. As you may recall, in the past 12 months since COVID, we've held various online events, virtual events. We have not held any in-person public events. The last fundraising event we held was in Montreal just before the pandemic started. And that was our first and the only event in the last couple of years. And since then, we've been holding various virtual fundraising events. And one of them was the Iftar fundraising dinner, where people ordered food and we delivered food to their homes. And then we had other virtual events as well. Last year, we held another telethon as well. And this year, this month of September, even though it's a very busy time for families because of back to school, we held this event as well. During those last few telethons, you may recall that we had donors that came forward and pledged and donated extraordinary, and they sacrificed and they came forward in ways that you can only pray for them. And you may recall sometimes, closer to the end of the program, we had a gentleman call in, and the only question that gentleman always asked was, what is the highest you have raised so far? What is your target? Or how much are you behind? Those were the questions he usually asked me. And sometimes we didn't have the figures in front of us. Just like right now, we're still calculating the number of donations we have received and the pledges we have received. We're still receiving pledges throughout Canada. We have volunteers working from coast to coast to coast. We just received a large sum of pledge from Humanity First Calgary. We're still receiving many pledges as well. So it is my honor to introduce to you that guest that keeps us busy, that kept donating to us, that kept believing on Humanity First programs and projects. With me in the studio, I am humbled to have Mr. Abdul Rafi Sahib. Assalamu alaikum, Rafi Sahib. Rafi Sahib, first of all, thank you so much for accepting our invitation to be here today. I had to do a little bit of convincing to get you here today because I know you're a little shy, and you said, you usually don't want to show up. I just want to be behind the scenes. So first of all, on behalf of Humanity First, thank you so much for being here. And I want to say thank you to you for donating and going the extra step. You may, if you've been watching the program since 2 o'clock, I said something in the beginning, and I said that this program is not about us. This program is about you, the donors, the supporters who make our projects happen. You provide the funding. We do the work with the prayers of Huzur Anwar and his guidance and his prayers. But people like you are the ones that make the projects happen, and they fund those projects. So Rafi Sahib finally is here. Again, his question today was, what is the highest amount you have raised today? But before I even get to the dollar amount, Rafi Sahib, can you please tell our audience what is it that you do, if you feel comfortable telling us what is your business?
जी मैं by profession तो software developer हूँ, तो हम लोग content distribution में हैं, working like around the world. तो जितने भी streaming software है उनकी consulting और सारा कुछ हमारी company manage करती है.
माशाल्लाह, excellent, excellent. How long, कब से आप ये काम कर रहे हैं?
Roughly year 2000 से.
अच्छा.
तो काफी time हो गया इसको.
जी जी.
तो अभी मुझे actually I'm humbled कि आप लोग ऐसा platform present करते हैं, क्योंकि खाली हमारी donation से नहीं बल्कि आपकी जो behind the scene work है उससे फिर जो मुस्तहिक लोग हैं उन तक पैसे पहुंचते हैं. और Humanity First का chapter इसीलिए मुझे ज़्यादा close है क्योंकि उसमें जो percentage ज़्यादा पहुंचता है बाहर वो ज़्यादा है.
जी.
राफी साहब, आप हमारे काफ़ी पुराने सपोर्टर हैं माशाल्लाह. आपने हमेशा हमारे प्रोग्राम्स को सपोर्ट किया है और मुख्तलिफ प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए डोनेट करते रहे हैं. तो ये मैं इसको एक एडिक्शन कहता हूँ कि एक दफ़ा इंसान को इसका मज़ा आ जाए ना, जज्बे का कि इंसानियत की खिदमत और उसकी कुर्बानी से किसी का फ़ायदा हो रहा है, किसी का भला हो रहा है, तो वो इस लज्जत को हमेशा एंजॉय करता रहता है. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ कि आप माशाल्लाह बहुत ही बड़ी कुर्बानी करते हैं ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के लिए और आप हमारी सपोर्ट करते हैं. आपने क्या महसूस होता है जब आप डोनेशन देते हैं और उसके डोनेशन के नतीजे में आप ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट के बारे में सुनते हैं या पढ़ते हैं कि आपके डोनेशन के नतीजे में कोविड में हमने इतने लोगों की हेल्प की है, मसलन 2 लाख लोगों को खाना खिलाया, या हमने एक स्कूल बनाया या हॉस्पिटल बनाया या हमने वाटर वेल्स वगैरह बनाए, तो उस वक्त आपको कैसा महसूस होता है, ये बताएं.
सबसे पहले तो मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ अपने पेरेंट्स का जिन्होंने मेरे अंदर इस तरह की तरबियत पैदा की कि ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट, चैरिटी या डोनेशन का. और उसके बाद मेरा अपना बिलीफ ये है कि चैरिटी वर्क आपकी इनकम की प्योरीफाई कर देती है, नंबर 1. तो इसका मेरा जो है सबसे बड़ा बिलीफ ये है. और सेकंड बिलीफ ये है कि जो आप पैसे अर्न करते हैं वो अल्लाह ताला की तरफ से आपको एक लोन है, तो उस पर आपका 100% हक नहीं है. तो वो उसकी वजह से फिर हमें जो है ना करना पड़ता है कि वरना तो इसके अलावा कोई चारा नहीं.
जो آپ نے جو یہ لون کی بات کی ہے نا, ہم ہمیشہ لوگوں کو تحریک اسی طرح کرتے ہیں کہ جب تم اپنے مال کا ایک حصہ کسی غریب کے لیے خرچ کرتے ہو تو اللہ تعالیٰ کو ایک قرض کے طور پہ دے رہے ہوتے, ایک لون کے طور پہ دے رہے ہوتے, اور اللہ تعالیٰ اس لون کو بڑھا کر کے واپس کرتا ہے. تو مجھے تو نہیں پتا کہ اللہ تعالیٰ آپ کو کتنا بڑھا کے واپس کرتا ہے, لیکن مجھے اس بات سے تو اندازہ ہے کہ جب آپ دیتے ہیں تو ہمیشہ پیچھے سے بڑھا کر کے دیتے ہیں. تو آپ نے بھی ایک روایت رکھی ہوئی ہے, تو مجھے میں یہ جاننا چاہتا ہوں کہ کیا اللہ تعالیٰ بھی آپ کو بڑھا کے ہمیشہ دے رہا ہوتا ہے؟
بالکل, یہ بالکل واضح ہے یہ ساری چیزیں, تو اس میں تو کوئی چھپانے والی بات ہی نہیں ہے.
کہ پہلی بار جب آپ نے سب سے بڑی اماؤنٹ دی تھی اور آپ نے یہ سوال کیا تھا کہ بتائیں کہ سب سے بڑی اماؤنٹ کیا ڈونیشن آئی ہے, میں اس سے بھی زیادہ دینا چاہتا ہوں کیونکہ میں اچھے کاموں میں آگے رہنا چاہتا ہوں, سب سے آگے. تو اس وقت بھی آپ نے میرے خیال سے 1,02,000 کا وعدہ کیا تھا اور پیمنٹ بھی کی تھی 1,02,000 کی, اور آپ نے آ کے فوراً پیمنٹ بھی کر دی ہے نا.
1 لاکھ کا انہوں نے وعدہ کیا تھا, تو ڈاکٹر صاحب نے ان کو کہا کہ میں اس کو 1,000 اور
بڑھاتے ہیں. بالکل,
تو یہ اس طرح ہوا تھا.
بالکل.
Actually, records are meant to be broken, right? So اگر اس کی وجہ سے لوگوں کو اور جذبہ آیا کہ انہوں نے وہ ریکارڈ بریک کیا, تو آج انشاءاللہ ایک اور ریکارڈ سیٹ کرتے ہیں تاکہ کمنگ ایئرز میں لوگ جو ہے.
ڈاکٹر صاحب, ریکارڈز کی اگر بات ہو رہی ہے تو کیا ہم کوئی اپڈیٹ دے سکتے ہیں اپنے آڈینس کو کہ آج ہم نے کون سے ریکارڈز بریک کیے ہیں یا کرنے لگے ہیں؟
ضرور, 1 منٹ میں جو ہے سراسر میرے کچھ نمبر سامنے آ جائیں گے. میں نمبر جانے سے پہلے محمد سلیم میاں صاحب کا تعارف کرانا چاہتا ہوں. محمد سلیم میاں صاحب جو ہے نا, ان کو مختلف لوگ مختلف انداز سے جانتے ہیں, ان کے مختلف رولز کی وجہ سے جانتے ہیں. شادی ہو, وفات ہو, مشن ہاؤس میں کوئی کام ہو, لیکن شاید بہت کم لوگ جانتے ہیں کہ یہ ہمارے ون آف دا لیڈ ڈیزاسٹر رسپانس کے والنٹیئر بھی تھے. ہیٹی ہے اور ملک ہیں جہاں جہاں, بنگلہ دیش ہے, وہاں جا کر کے انہوں نے ہمارے پروجیکٹ بنائے,
اسکولز کی کنسٹرکشن جا کے انہوں نے خود کروائی,
اسکول کی کنسٹرکشن, فلپین میں گھر بنائے ہیں, تو اس لحاظ سے جانتے ہیں. لیکن ایک اور جو رول ہے میں ان کو بتانا چاہتا ہوں کہ یہ ہمارے لیڈ فنڈ ریزر بھی ہیں, اور اللہ تعالیٰ کے فضل سے انہوں نے بڑی ہماری فنڈ ریزنگ میں ہیلپ کی ہے. اس سال بھی یہ ٹاپ فنڈ ریزرز میں ہیں. انہوں نے صرف پرسنل اکیلے محنت کر کے ایک بڑی رقم ہمیں اپنے جو ٹارگیٹ کا حصہ ہے اس کا کریڈٹ, مور دین 50% کریڈٹ جو ہے نا میاں سلیم صاحب کو جاتا ہے. تو اللہ تعالیٰ ان کو جزا دے اور ان کو بھرپور اجر دے, کیونکہ یہ جو کوشش ہے دینے والے کو تو اللہ تعالیٰ ثواب دیتا ہے, لیکن جو شخص تحریک کرتا ہے نا وہ بھی اس ثواب کا حقدار بن جاتا ہے. تو اس لحاظ سے میں ان کو اور ان کے بچوں کے لیے, ان کے خاندان کے لیے بھی سب کو دعا کرنے کے لیے کہتا ہوں کہ میاں سلیم صاحب کا بہت بڑا رول ہے.
ڈاکٹر صاحب, اس میں تھوڑا سا جزاک اللہ, آپ نے مجھے اس رنگ میں انٹروڈیوس کروا دیا. تو میں تو کہتا ہوں یہ خدا تعالیٰ کا فضل ہی ہے. میں نے جو کوشش میں کرتا ہوں, میری اپنی کوشش سے میں نہیں سوچ سکتا کہ میں کچھ اچیو کر سکتا ہوں, لیکن کام کرنے سے پہلے کوئی بھی میرا کام ہے, میں اس کے لیے, اس کو اچیو کرنے کے لیے, اس کو شروع کرنے سے پہلے حضور ید اللہ تعالیٰ کو میں خط لکھتا ہوں, اور ان کی دعا کی وجہ سے میں کچھ کر سکتا ہوں. اور میری کوئی اس میں خوبی نہیں ہے, یہ غائبانہ خدا تعالیٰ مدد کرتا ہے اور ان کی دعاؤں کے نتیجے میں کرتا ہے. اور میں یہ کہہ سکتا ہوں کہ اس وقت میں ایک ایسی سچویشن میں بیٹھ گیا ہوں کہ میرے اندر جو دائرہ چل رہا ہے اس کو میں ڈیفائن نہیں کر سکوں گا کہ میں کس طرح ایک اور ڈونر جو ہیں ان کو کیا جواب دوں گا. واللہ عالم, مجھے نہیں پتا اس وقت کہ بھائی رافع نے اس وقت کیا فگر دینی ہے. تو میرے پاس ایک ایسے بھی ڈونر تھے جو انہوں نے مجھے کہا کہ میاں صاحب آپ بات کریں, آپ کتنا ایکسپیکٹ کر رہے ہیں.
ابھی آپ نے اماؤنٹ نہیں بتانی, میں اپنے اماؤنٹ نہیں بتانی.
اچھا,
واقعہ بے شک بتا دیں لیکن اماؤنٹ نہیں بتانا.
تو وہ میں نے ان کو جو بھی میرے منہ سے نکلا, کیونکہ میں غائبانہ تو نہیں نہ جانتا کہ ان کے کام کی کیا سچویشن ہے, ان کے کیا حالات ہیں, تو میرے منہ سے جو بھی فگر نکلی اس وقت انہوں نے کہا ٹھیک ہے میں یہ دوں گا. اور یہ لیکن یہ نومبر میں دوں گا، یہ میرا وعدہ ہے. تو اللہ کے فضل سے ایسے ایسے واقعات ہیں، میں نے فون کیے ہیں، کسی نے ایک نے انکار نہیں کیا، لیکن ایک دوست اس دفعہ ایسے بھی ہیں جنہوں نے مجھے وعدہ نہیں دیا، لیکن یہ ضرور کہا کہ میں ہمیشہ، آپ کو پتہ ہے کہ میں کرتا ہوں، لیکن اس دفعہ میں اس پوزیشن میں ہوں کہ میں وعدہ نہیں کرتا، لیکن یہ وعدہ کرتا ہوں کہ میں میکسیمم جو مجھ سے ہو سکا وہ میں اگلے سال وہ ادا کروں گا ہیومینٹی فرسٹ کو. تو ایسے بھی ہے، خدا تعالیٰ کا فضل ہے. تو مجھے امید ہے کہ اللہ تعالیٰ ہمیں ٹارگٹ پورا کرنے کی توفیق بھی دے گا.
رافع صاحب نے بات کی تھی کہ جب انسان کوئی بڑھ چڑھ کے قربانی کرتا ہے تو اللہ تعالیٰ بھی اس کو بڑھ چڑھ کے اس کا صلہ دیتا ہے،
700 گنا زیادہ ہو جاتا ہے. یہ
آج بڑی
وہ لون ہی ہے.
کوشش کر کے رافع صاحب کو جب بلایا اس لیے تھا تاکہ باقیوں کو بھی ایک جیسے کہتے ہیں نا کہ موٹیویشن ہوتی ہے، موٹیویشن ہو کہ دیکھیں صرف ہم بیٹھ کے ہم نہیں باتیں کر رہے، آپ لوگوں کو ان سے بھی ملوائیں جو کہ واقعی ایکسپیرینس کرتے ہیں. کوئی اگر اپنی دیکھیں، اور قربانی کئی طریقوں کی ہوتی ہے، جب کسی کے پاس کچھ بھی نہیں ہوتا وہ بھی قربانی کرتا ہے، اور جس کے پاس اللہ تعالیٰ نے بہت کچھ دیا تو وہ بھی قربانی کرتا ہے. تو اللہ تعالیٰ دونوں کو.
اور ابھی بیٹھے ہوئے نا اتفاق سے ڈاکٹر صاحب نے مجھے کہا کہ آپ نا اپنے جلدی سے نا کوئی لسٹ مجھے بتائیں ٹاپ ڈونر. اب ٹاپ میں مجھے فوراً ذہن میں جو آئے وہ میں نے 2-3 نام لکھے ہیں، لیکن اس کے بعد جو ایک اماؤنٹ کے 20 ہیں تو میں کیسے نام دے سکتا ہوں. تو یہ
میں بتانے لگتا ہوں.
تو ڈاکٹر صاحب
اس میں کچھ لوگ ایسے ہیں جنہوں نے ہمیں منع کیا ہے اپنے نام بتانے سے، تو ان کا تو میں نہیں بتاؤں گا، لیکن کچھ جو بڑے ڈونیشنز ہمیں آج آئے ہیں، ڈونیشنز یا پلیج جو ہمیں فوراً پے ہو جائیں گے، ان ناموں کو بتانے میں کیونکہ انہوں نے ہمیں منع نہیں کیا تو میں آپ کو بتا سکتا ہوں کہ امان اللہ گھمن صاحب نے $10,000 ہمیں پلیج کیا ہے، خالد وڑائچ صاحب نے $10,000 پلیج کیا ہے، ریحان اعجاز صاحب نے $10,000 کیا. اب یہ ریحان اعجاز صاحب پہلے ہمیں ان کا 1,20,000 کا پہلے وعدہ تھا جو وہ پے کرتے رہے ہیں، لیکن اس کے بعد انہوں نے مزید پے کیا ہے. ریاض بھلی صاحب نے 11,000، اشر سلیب صاحب نے 12,000 کا وعدہ کیا ہے ابھی، قمر نعیم صاحب نے 20,000 کا، آصف شیخ صاحب نے $25,000 $25,000، عبد الرحمان صاحب نے $40,000، اور ایک ہماری ڈاکٹر ہیں ڈاکٹر فوزیہ زکریہ صاحبہ، انہوں نے $30,000 آئیوری کوسٹ ہاسپٹل کے لیے دیا ہے
ماشاءاللہ.
اور دانش فلاح صاحب ہیں، انہوں نے پچھلے سال $1,00,000 کا وعدہ کیا تھا، انہوں نے اس کو اس سال بڑھا دیا ہے، 1,10,000 کر دیا ہے، تو $110,000 ان کا ٹوٹل پچھلے سال کو اس سال کا ملا کر کے. اور اب جو ٹاپ ڈونر ہیں ان کی طرف سے اجازت نہیں ہے ہمیں نام لینے کی، ان کی اجازت تو نہیں ہے نا نام لینے کی؟
مجھے انہوں نے کہا کہ مجھے لو پروفائل میں رہنے دیں. میں
تو میں
ہمیں رسپیکٹ کرنی چاہیے.
ہاں ہم رسپیکٹ کرتے ہیں، لیکن میں صرف اتنا بتا دیتا ہوں کہ وہ میرا خیال ہے ان کو کینیڈا آئے ہوئے اراؤنڈ 70s میں وہ آئے تھے. ہاں جی، ان کا نمبر جو ہے وہ بڑا چھوٹا نمبر ہے.
تو یہ ہمارے ٹاپ ڈونر ہیں. تو آڈینس میں سے اگر کوئی اس کو بیٹ کر سکتے ہیں تو بیٹ کر کے بتائیں.
اللہ تعالیٰ
اگر کوئی بیٹ کر دے گا تو اس کا ہمیں ایک فائدہ ہوگا. رافع صاحب ہمارے ساتھ بیٹھے ہیں اور انہوں نے پلیج کیا ہے کہ وہ اس ٹارگٹ کو بیٹ کریں گے. تو اگر سننے والے سن رہے ہیں تو میں اماؤنٹ بتانے لگا ہوں، آپ میں سے کوئی بھی اس ٹارگٹ کو اگر بیٹ کر سکتا ہے تو آج ہم رافع صاحب کو چیلنج کریں گے کہ اس ٹارگٹ کو بیٹ کریں.
اللہ تعالیٰ ان کو توفیق دے.
یہ آخری سیگمنٹ ہے. جو ٹاپ ڈونر ہیں ہمارے آج کے اب تک $150,000 کے، الحمدللہ $150,000. لیکن اس ڈونیشن کو ملا کر کے بھی ہماری جو ٹارگٹ ہے اس میں تھوڑی سی کمی رہتی ہے، اور مجھے یقین ہے کہ وہ آج رافع صاحب پورا کر دیں گے. ان کی جب ہم شامل اس اماؤنٹ میں رافع صاحب کا بھی پلیج شامل نہیں ہے.
ڈاکٹر صاحب اگر کوئی سن رہے ہیں اس پروگرام کو اور اس میسج کو तो मैसेज करना चाहते हैं तो डॉक्टर साहब को डायरेक्टली भी कर सकते हैं या व्हाट्सएप नंबर पे कर लें 6477748716। राफिज साहब को हमने आज हॉट सीट पे बिठाया हुआ है और खामोशी से बैठे हैं, मुस्कुरा रहे हैं। जज़ाकल्लाह डॉक्टर साहब।
मैं देखने लगा हूँ शायद कोई मैसेज आ जाए। नंबर स्क्रीन पे मौजूद है, अगर आप डोनेट करना चाहते हैं तो कॉल कर लें, टेक्स्ट मैसेज कर दें, हमें बता दें। ये लास्ट अपॉर्चुनिटी है आज के लिए। आज अगर आप $150,000 को बीट करेंगे तो उसको बीट करने वाले यहाँ पहले मौजूद हैं।
राफिज साहब ये बताएं इन द मीन टाइम कि आपका सबसे पसंदीदा प्रोग्राम ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट में कौन सा है जो आप कहते हैं कि इसको देख के मुझे पैशन हुआ ह्यूमैनिटी फर्स्ट में डोनेशन देने?
ऑर्फन केयर जो है मेरे काफी क्लोज है इन टर्म्स ऑफ जो प्रोजेक्ट्स आप लोग अंडरटेक करते हैं। सारे ही प्रोजेक्ट्स माशाल्लाह अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह जो है बेहतरीन, एक से बढ़कर एक है। मेरी मिसेज है वाटर फॉर लाइफ, उन्होंने काफी डोनेट किया।
आपसे सवाल करने लगा था कि आपकी मिसेज जो है
लास्ट टाइम उन्होंने हिस्सा लिया था इसमें। तो डिपेंड्स करता है कि, लेकिन मेरे लिए ऑर्फन केयर जरा ज्यादा।
So viewers, we have the highest pledge of $150,000. Is there anyone who can beat this pledge? Anyone who can exceed? We believe in fastabiqul khairat, and right now the Humanity First USA is ahead of us. Mashallah, they have done very well. They have raised $1.22 million US dollars, and we are just under it. If you can donate, please donate whatever amount it is. Even if you can't beat this amount, donate whatever amount you can donate. We should at least be equal to, if not ahead of Humanity First USA. They are our brothers, but in matters of goodness, acts of kindness, we want to be ahead of everyone. So Rafi Saab, it looks like the highest donation is $150,000.
तो इसको 155 कर देते हैं ताकि
so he's here to break the record और कहते हैं मैं record break करना आप
नहीं टॉप स्पॉट लेते हैं
मुझे
इंशाल्लाह कोई आए।
So this $155,000 will be the highest ever donation from a single donor that we have received for Humanity First Canada. माशाल्लाह, अल्लाह ताला कबूल करे और अल्लाह ताला आपको जज़ा दे इसका।
माशाल्लाह, and he was so confident that he even had the check ready before. I see. So mashallah, jazakallah Rafi sahab. If you can have the check please brought up right here in the front. Just leave it in the front. Yes. But khade ho jaye sweetly.
No, light on.
So this year's telethon, the highest amount, and again, the record beater is Rafi Sahib. Jazakumullah Rafi Sahib for $155,000 donation.
MashaAllah, Rafi Sahib, Allah Ta'ala bless you for this donation. And this is going to go a long way. If you have any special instructions for this, for which project, we will consider that. If you want to split it into different projects, we are also fine with that. So, we are very grateful for this donation. Jazakumullah jaza. With this donation, we have achieved our target. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
So we have achieved our target
of $1.4 million.
We have just crossed $1 million US. $1
million US. Canadian 1.4.
So whatever that converted to that.
The target that was given to us was $1 million US. Okay. So we still have the phone numbers on the screen. Our program is not ended yet. We will continue for another few minutes. In the meantime, please, if you're still thinking, I hope they're not going to take too long. Even after the program, you can still donate to us, and the phone numbers on the screen. Our teams of volunteers still taking calls, and they can help you process the payment as well. If you're not able to send the payment in right away, you can always pledge through our WhatsApp as well. If you want to make a donation right away, the best and the easiest and the fastest way to do it is through our website at www.humanityfirst.ca. So we're going to take a short break and watch a couple of our guest videos, and we'll be back after this short break.
videos.
Hello, I am Salma Zahid, Member of Parliament for Scarborough Centre, and it is my pleasure to take part in the Humanity First live 24 hours global telethon. I have seen firsthand the important work Humanity First and its supporters do, and the impact their work has on the communities. During the COVID-19 pandemic, many people have been suffering, and the demand on local food banks has been through the roof. The generous donations by Humanity First to local food banks in my riding of Scarborough helped parents to feed their families during this difficult time. And also donation of personal protective equipment early in the pandemic when it was hard to come by made a real difference for keeping our frontline workers and our healthcare workers healthy and safe. Humanity First has also been generous with its experience and advice, providing testimony at parliamentary committees that has helped to improve government's immigration and settlement programs, including Canada's program to welcome Syrian refugees. Thank you to Humanity First for all you do in Canada and around the world. And thank you to all the donors and volunteers that make it possible. You are making a real difference in the world.
Hello, my name is Sandra Young-Racco, and I'm the local councillor from the city of Vaughan. It is my pleasure to extend my warmest congratulations to Humanity First on hosting their live 24-hour global telethon. Humanity First is a nonprofit charitable organization registered in over 50 countries around the world in order to undertake humanitarian projects and provide disaster relief and global assistance. They also play a significant role in sponsoring and resettling refugees in Canada. During these challenging times, Humanity First has helped over 1 million people worldwide by supporting hospitals with PPEs, providing over 11 million meals, and hosting blood donation centers. In Canada alone, they distributed over 4.2 million meals during the first 12 months of COVID-19 pandemic. I applaud all Humanity First volunteers for their dedication to providing aid and relief to people in need across the globe. This weekend's telethon will help bring awareness to their cause, with all proceeds going towards their ongoing projects. Humanity First will need everyone's participation in their fundraising efforts to continue to deliver programs and aids, not only internationally, but locally as well. I encourage viewers to support in any way that they can so that they can continue to help those in need. Thank you to all Humanity First volunteers who have contributed to making this 24-hour live telethon a success. I encourage everyone to get involved, either as a volunteer or a donor, so that we can all play a part to help Humanity First reach their fundraising goal. Thank you.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum. This is Deepak Anand, your MPP from Mississauga, Malta. I want to give shout out to Humanity First for their amazing humanitarian work since 1995 in our province of Ontario and around the globe. From helping displaced people in Mali to earthquake victims in Mexico. Humanity First has truly embodied Ontario spirit. During COVID-19, throughout Canada, Humanity First has served 4.2 million meals, distributed 80,000 face shields, delivered 50 tons of fresh food, and supported food hampers in 14 countries. I would like to thank the management, volunteers, and staff of Humanity First for stepping up during COVID-19 and providing the relief when our society needed it the most. To all the attendees, volunteers, and donors out there, I would like to encourage you to learn more about Humanity First's previous and upcoming humanitarian projects. Thank you so much. Thank you, Humanity First, for all you do.
Hi, folks. My name is Brian Wilson, and I'm a proud volunteer with Humanity First's disaster response team. I hail from the fire service, a little over 20 years in the fire service in a number of different fire departments across Canada, and have been pleased to have been part of Humanity First since 2010 in response to the Haiti earthquake down there. Since that point in time, I've taken on the role of disaster response team leader, leading deployments to the Philippines, Ecuador, Nepal, Honduras, and Bahamas. And having worked very closely with the World Health Organization and the United Nations in developing and working towards our emergency medical team verification, which Humanity First Canada is very close to completing. All of this can't be done without the support of great donors like yourselves. So please do consider making a donation and thinking about Humanity First disaster response team as you do that. Not only do we need to buy medicines and medical supplies to take on deployment, we need food for our teams, shelter, as well as other aid stuff that we take down. We take down water purification units, have done a number of different water purification projects over the years, as well as non-food items, tents, and shelter items as well. 2013, as you may know, we got some funding from the Government of Canada, and in working with that, helped to build several hundred houses and a couple schools in the Philippines following Typhoon Haiyan through the Philippines. So all of this is possible through great work and donation from yourselves and volunteers from Humanity First's vast network of volunteers. So if you don't have money to give but are thinking about something you might like to do, consider volunteering and becoming part of our disaster response team. But again, all of it is through the great donation and support of great donors like yourself. So please do consider making a donation and think about Humanity First disaster response team as you do. Thanks so much. Take care.
Assalamu alaikum and hello to everyone. My name is Khalid Usman and I'm the Ward 7 Councillor for the City of Markham. On behalf of Mayor Scarpini and the members of Council, I'd like to offer greetings to all those attending this event. I'd like to thank Humanity First for hosting this important global telethon to raise funds to assist people in need in Canada and around the world. This is just one of the many examples of the generous and caring commitment Humanity First has made to assist the less fortunate. In particular, we salute Humanity First's effort during these challenging times of COVID-19 pandemic. I remember Humanity First when it just started. It was started by my dear friend, Dr. Aslam Dawood. The first major international work was in Haiti after the huge disaster. Humanity First has grown and is now working in many countries. At a time when help is most needed, we encourage donors to give generously to support these efforts. Keep the good work and make sure everybody donates as much as they can tonight, because your donations will help many in the world. Thank you once again for hosting this event and allowing myself to take part in this. I wish you all the best. Take care.
Hello, this is Sean Chen, Member of Parliament for Scarborough North, and I'm so delighted to bring greetings on this wonderful occasion.
मैं ना इकट्ठे सबका दे दूंगा आपने करके मुझे रैप अप
मैं आपको दे दूंगा ना फाइनल आप रैप अप कर दें नंबर्स भी सारे कुछ भी Assalamu alaikum, welcome back. As you can see, our studio has all transformed completely than compared to 10 minutes ago. You see behind me all the volunteers. I'm going to give the last word to Dr. Aslam Dawood Sahib, the chairman of Humanity First Canada, to give us the final numbers and also to recognize the volunteers and all the people that work behind the scenes to make this event a successful event. Dr. Sahib, last word is yours.
Jazakumullah Mubashir. Now, most of the day you were just seeing me and Mubashir on the screen, plus some other few people on who were on the stage. But it took a huge team that was behind the scenes, and they never show up on the front of the screen. This team has worked day and night to help in the success of this telethon. And the fruit of that hard work is that by the grace of Allah, we have achieved our target that was given to us by Humanity First International. That was $1.4 million collected, pledges collected, and donations are coming in. The pledges are realizing now, and inshallah ta'ala, we will have the 100% collection too. So this $1.4 million was possible because of Allah's grace and the hard work of all those people who you see sitting. It will be very difficult to name everyone. I'm pretty sure that I'm going to miss names if I start telling you the names. There is an equal size of team of ladies who are downstairs who have helped with our incoming calls, outgoing calls, processing of payments, calling branches, and arranging food and other arrangements here. Those ladies team have worked very hard to support this telethon. Then we have our fundraising team led by Kareem Aziz Sahab, who has done a wonderful job. Mia Salim Sahab, we have already met with him, who has single-handedly done a wonderful job. Then we have our IT team that has been behind the equipment, led by Sultan Sahab, doing titling, mixing. You see this beautiful studio setup. This is all done by volunteers. And all the work that has been done here are through unpaid volunteers. Then we have our program team led by Mubashir Khalid Sahab, who compiled all the program, arranged all the videos, host. They have done a wonderful job. We have a programs team led by Nomana Sahiba, who made the videos of the program, and with the help of Arif Sahab, who worked on refugee resettlement plus international videos, and Bushra Rashid Sahiba, who has worked on our logistics and other programs, and the supporting of the program for ladies segment. So this hard work has been going on for last a month or so. The fundraising team, we're going out to donors door to door, calling them, and it was a struggle because of pandemic and because of other reasons. It was a struggle, but by the grace of Allah, the hard work, the effort that we made has brought us the fruit. I'm not taking everybody's name, but all of the volunteers who are here and who are not here, please remember them in prayers. And it would be a miss if I don't recognize our branch reps who have worked hard, reached out to donors, and collected the pledges, collected the donation, and helped us in achieving our target. I will especially mention our team, branch team in Calgary, who has done a tremendous job and brought us the pledge of $156,000. Imran Rajput Saab, thank you so much for the special.
And our donors.
And our donors in Calgary, they have helped us to reach our target as well. With this, we are coming to an end of the program, but it is the beginning of the next chapter where it's only a beginning of the new projects and new programs that we are going to have later this year and next year. Ivory Coast Hospital, Medical Dental Center in Ghana, schools in Congo and Cameroon, medical centers in Nigeria, and many, many other projects that we are going to do. And lastly, I would like to thank respected Amir Sahab, Jamaat Ahmadiyya Canada, Lal Khan Malik Sahib, for the support he has always provided to Humanity First, his kindness, and ever ready to help us. Today, he came and inaugurated the program, and then he later messaged me that on behalf of Jamaat, he's presenting a check of $50,000 to Humanity First. So that increases our pledges from and collection from 1.4 to 1.4.05 million dollars. So we are thankful to Allah Almighty. All praise belongs to Him for making this event a successful event. We are very happy, and we look forward to continued support. This is not just one-time event. This is going to be an ongoing thing, and we will always be looking forward to your support. We will always be looking forward to your prayers. Please remember us in your prayers, and we would like to thank you, all the donors and supporters. Every single person who has donated, no matter how small or how big donation it is your support, it is your kindness that makes the difference. throughout the year, you donate, you support. I encourage you to become our monthly donors and monthly supporters. May Allah bless you all. Jazakumullah ahsanal jaza, and our prayers and our salam from the whole Humanity First team. Humanity First, Zindabad. Humanity First Canada, Zindabad.
Jazakumullah, this is going to end our live feed for this evening. I request all the volunteers to please stay seated. Sultan Sahab, if you can please end the feed.
You know, some of the young kids have really done a wonderful job. One of the kids, Yusuf Khan, actually did a lot of editing
for us.
He's a small child and he did import of big videos, which was not possible